You are listening to NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army. Live daily on the website, on YouTube, on the AB, and on every online radio directory. NUFC Talk, the voice of the Toon Army.
Hello, and welcome to your Geordie football show this Monday afternoon, the 27th of April, after a cracking weekend of football. If you're a fan of one of the relegation rivals of Newcastle. Can we call ourselves, can we call them relegation rivals? We're technically not out of it yet. But to talk me through the weekend and what's going on in the near future, I have Iain Mackay and Tim with us today. How is it going, gents?
Well, good, mate. It's quitty bum time now, but we'll get into that. I think I would call us relegation rivals right now. We'll go into that more detail, but my word, I'm getting the jitters now, mate.
What about you, Iain?
Well, I'm kind of relaxed. Paddy Power are offering us 80-1 on Newcastle to get relegated, which means they're convinced we won't. But I do think that it's purely down to how poor Tottenham are. That's the only thing that's stopping us. I fully expect Leeds and Forest and West Ham to get above us, largely because we still have Forest and West Ham to play. So, we could start picking up a few points and still end up behind those teams. I don't think Tottenham have got it in them to win 3 of the last 4, though. Famous last words.
You said, yeah, I completely agree, to be honest. You look at how they played against Wolves this weekend. Hello to everyone in the chat, by the way, getting in early for your show. Get comfortable, because we've got about 4.5 hours of action coming your way. But just looking at Spurs early doors, in that game against Wolves, neither team really looked like doing anything. But I think we're looking at Tottenham and going, if anyone was going to win the game, it probably was going to be Spurs. They didn't have many moments. The injuries themselves are potentially going to cost them later down the line, but we'll go more into that. But was it the depth in the end that Spurs had over Wolves that got them over the line? Richarlison coming on for the injured Solanke, Polinia coming on for Basuma. Those both involved in the goals. Matthias Tell had some pretty good moments. You got Archie Gray, didn't even get on. Bergval in there as well. Maddison just back on the bench. That did the squad depth get them over the line, Iain? And is it something you can see helping them in this little bit of a run?
Well, did it get them over the line, or did Wolves completely forgetting how to pick a point up was probably a bigger factor? Because a lot of these players, I know Maddison's back from injury. Some of them have had spells out. They've always had a pretty good squad to choose from. These players have been around all season, and they haven't performed. That's why they are where they are. I think it was just 2 terrible teams. Spurs were slightly less terrible. Maybe Spurs had a little bit more to gain from winning, and they managed to do it. But it was the last 10 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a narrow scrape. But, alternatively, it could be a sign that De Zerbi's got his team playing the way he wants them to play, and they've got what would in other seasons look like fairly winnable fixtures for their last 4 games. So, that's why we still get 80-1 for Newcastle. But even Palace, a point ahead of us, could still be dragged into it if they were really poor.
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, I do think Tottenham will show some degree of improvement with De Zerbi at the helm and the desperation, but I don't think they'll have enough.
Yeah, first win it was for them in 2026 in the league. That is. Tim, we saw Tottenham not getting back to their best, but getting some of their big players back. A couple of injuries in there now, but they do have really good records against at home against Leeds and Everton, who are their 2 home games. Did you see enough against Wolves to think, yeah, that's a side that could stay up?
Yes, I did, purely because they won the game. And I've said before, momentum is such a big thing in football. And with that being their first win of 2026, it didn't really matter how that came about against Wolves. They just had to get over the line. And, a scrappy 1-0 win last minute, honestly, I think for Spurs, that's fine. That sets them up now for the running, and I think that kind of pops all of the negativity to an extent, or the kind of weight on their shoulders in terms of getting that first win. And yeah, I think, like you say, Ian, they have got certainly better players than they're shown compared to where they are in the league. So they shouldn't be down there for that reason. And I do think now, obviously, new manager De Zerbi, he's clearly, I think, getting his arm around them. He's playing that father figure. And with those 3 points under the belt now, I do see them winning games. I really do. And scarily, I do see West Ham. I didn't think they would win against Everton, but they did. So
Very
that
so.
sets them up nicely. Yeah. So I think it's going to be really tight. I've always said my gut feeling is West Ham will be the ones to go down. So I'm going to stick with that, because I think, yeah, Spurs. I think you could maybe see a different Spurs now, even though they weren't great against Wolves. Just getting over the line was the be all end all, and they managed to do that.
Yeah, 100%. It was a great result for them. Just ending that run, as you say, and West Ham as well. 93rd minute winner or whatever it was from Callum Wilson. At 8 points, his goals have got West Ham this season, so it'd be on 28 without them. Theoretically, obviously, a lot of them poachers' goals, and the striker could have been there.
Agent Wilson hasn't been reading the script, really, has he? Because he could have done without scoring a winner in the second minute of injury time.
Well,
you know, 3 points.
Aye. Can you imagine? I know we're jumping ahead here, but can you imagine? Because we play West Ham at St James's.
Yeah.
And he comes to Newcastle.
I know.
Can you imagine that? And he scores, and he puts us in the mix.
I think I'd cry, to be honest with you.
Well,
because Kenny's come in and said, I thought 40 was the benchmark. Sorry, go on.
What we have to do is be...
Never mind. I don't know what we have to do.
West Ham.
Offline. That's what we're going to be, it seems, offline.
40
Ian,
was
you're
the
back in now.
benchmark, but 40 was the benchmark, wasn't it? But West Ham went down years ago on 42.
Yeah.
And if you do the maths, it's possible to go down on 43 this year. It is. Tottenham need to pick up 4 wins. So, just because it's not a regular happening doesn't mean it can't happen. There are some sort of freak seasons. What I was going to say about West Ham coming to play us is that what we have to do is feel as if Bruno's back. We were better, not very good still, but better away at Arsenal, so that you'd hope that we could pick up a point or two in the games before we play West Ham, and then we'd be mathematically safe, and then it doesn't matter, does it? And we'd probably relax then and win. But yeah, I mean, they're hard games, aren't they? Brighton, Forest, West Ham, Fulham. It could be 4 losses. I was at West Ham, was it last year when we should have hammered them and they won 2-0? When it was the clown that was the manager and he couldn't buy a win. But they won 2-0 at Newcastle on that horrible evening. So yeah, it's 4 finals, isn't it? But
100%.
When I think of how excited I was when there was 7 games to go, and I was calculating that Chelsea and Liverpool were going to fall away, and we still had a chance of getting in the Champions League, which is what I was doing.
You almost made me believe, Ian.
I know it was. It looked good. It looked good. I didn't think we'd be having a relegation fight.
Yeah, I don't think many people would have expected this many defeats on the bounce, certainly. And yeah, that is the thing. I mean, even 46 points might not be enough if all goes to worst. It's very unlikely, obviously. But Spurs getting those 2 wins, as I mentioned earlier, Leeds and Everton have good records against both. That takes them to 40. West Ham beat us, they're on 39. And Forest beat us, they're on 42. So if you look at Newcastle's fixtures and think we're not going to pick up another win, the bare minimum is probably going to be 40. But I'm hoping after this weekend we don't have to talk about Newcastle United in a relegation battle at all. But Prosaic's in with a really good point as well, and saying this is NUFC. If it can go on, it will. And any hint of us getting relegated, you could watch the impossible results happen. And yeah, after
I think that started on Saturday, didn't it?
Yeah, after
Really
90 minutes
winning away, West Ham last minute winner. My word.
After 80 minutes, sorry, you're looking at it and going, we're going to be all right. We're going to this Arsenal game without, too many fears. Both score late on, and you're thinking, oh, here we go. But yeah, look, to be honest, it's very unlikely it's going to happen. But Newcastle, the way the season's gone, it really wouldn't surprise anyone at this point. And now makes a great point as well, by the way. We can still go down, but I'm sure other vultures will be looking at our players. 100%. We know what it was like last time we went down. Sissoko, Wijnaldum, and the likes all off very, very quickly. I can't imagine too many wanting to stay around if it happened again. So let's hope that doesn't happen. But go back into the weekend's fixtures, and we'll go all the way back to Friday night. Sunderland 0, Nottingham Forest 5. Now, I'm just going to ask now, is that the result of the season for any side in the Premier League? A 5-0 away win at the Stadium of Light, where Sunderland are pretty decent. You're in a relegation dog scrap, and they pull that out of the bag. Iain, result of the season?
It was a phenomenal result. It reminded me very much, I don't know, maybe I'm too old, and no one else will remember this. Middlesbrough went in an FA Cup match to play away at Swansea, and Swansea played really, really well that game. Second division against first division at the time. Middlesbrough ended up winning 5-0, but it was a really close game. I know it doesn't sound like it was. I saw the halftime score at 4-0 and thought, I've got to watch this, and I went and watched the second half of that game. To be fair, but Sunderland were, I thought Forest were just holding them off, weren't they? Sunderland had all the ball, creating a few chances, some superb saves by Sells, and then Anderson scores in the second minute of injury time to make it 5. So it was a phenomenal result. I believe, I didn't see the first half, but I think Sunderland were on top for the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, they
so
were.
It's a very strange aberration. One of those games like when we played Tottenham and were 5 up after 22 minutes where everything you shoot goes in. I think Forest had a bit of a first half like that. But they are in great form. And I quite fancy them to get past Villa in the Europa League in the next couple of Wednesdays, because they are in much better form than Villa are. And let's face it, they've got some good players. They have got some really good players.
Yeah, 100%. Tim, what about you? What do you think? Is that the result of the season for you?
Off the top of my head, I'd probably say so. I think going into that game on one of these shows last week, I was saying that Sunderland begrudgingly are definitely in a shout for Europe. And I expected them to win this game. And the fact that they've let that slip is a bit of a hammer blow for them, I reckon. And not only to lose, but to lose 5-0. I was driving back home and I put the radio on and heard the commentators say, I think they said, I heard them say Sunderland something and then Forest 4. So I was thinking, is it like 4-3 or something? Maybe 4-2. I heard like 4-0. I was like, wow, what is going on here? But one thing I'd say about Forest is, and I loved this, they played with 2 strikers. They played with Jesus and Chris Wood. And you've got 2 threats there. And I've banged on about this a lot. The modern game, a lot of the time, is a lone striker. Forest playing with 2 there, and lo and behold, you go 5-0 up. I'm not saying it's a magic wand. I'm not saying that's the only reason, but I think they showed a match of the day how you've got those 2 strikers up there, and as soon as Forest won the ball back early and high up, straight away you got 2 strikers bombing in the box and linking up, and like I say, being a threat. So maybe that'll encourage other teams to look at that and go, you know what, actually you can play with 2 strikers.
Yeah, 100%. I actually thought exactly the same thing from that game. When I did the research, I've got a graph to show later. But I was looking at scores of teams that have played 4-4-2, basically, this season. And I'd got all the way down to the bottom 4, and I'd seen that playing 4-4-2 this season, only Sunderland had lost playing that against Aston Villa. And every other game was either a draw or a win for the team that's played 4-4-2. And then I got to Burnley and Spurs, and they'd used it a lot and lost a lot. And I was like, that completely ruins any point I was gonna make, and honestly, I was bad enough. The sirens are in there. You can hear, you can just hear what would have happened if I just didn't have that. But yeah, I completely agree. 4-4-2. We've been talking about it with Newcastle United. Woltemade and Wissa, or even Asula. You want to see a combination of the two.
Yeah.
Vitor Pereira just got Chris Wood back. It's a perfect time. Well, back and fit, should I say? It's a perfect time to play the two of them together, and it's a great point from Gromerton. The 3 goals in 6 minutes completely killed Sunderland off. But the defence is becoming a bit of a concern for them because, surprisingly, in 2026, only Spurs and Burnley have conceded more in the league. Yes, somehow they've conceded more than us, which you wouldn't believe. But that's 9 goals conceded in 2 games. And all the talk last week in Sunderland was about Regis Labrie potentially being sacked at the end of the summer. Is that going to be what? If that happens, is that one of the most bizarre sackings in recent Premier League history? Takes the relegation candidate to comfortably mid-table, doesn't make Europe potentially, and then gets sacked. Tim, what do you think?
Well, he was being talked about in the manner last season, you said, wasn't he? I mean, is that the case this time round? I mean, are there any murmurings at all about that right now? Because to me, that
I've
would be
seen it, yeah.
absolutely crazy. Have you?
Yeah,
Well, that to me is crazy. And we're only looking in from the outside, but yeah, I think that is mental. And he's clearly done an amazing job. I think one thing I would say about Sunderland is there, and I don't like to lean on these things much at all, but is there XG catching up with them? You know,
yeah.
they've had a poor XG all season, and we've seen some. I mean, we had this with Steve Bruce, and I'm not saying Labrie is anything compared to Steve Bruce, but just in terms of the stats, when he took over Bruce, and we were doing well for the first sort of 6 months, it was going against what the stats were saying, and it was only so long. It was only going to be a matter of time until that kept bit us on the backside. And it did.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe that's happening with Sunderland. But even so, my word, he's earned the right, hasn't he, to go into next season?
Yeah, you'd certainly think so. And I just went back and double chat there. Talk Sport did a section on it 5 days ago. BBC put something out last week saying he was under pressure, potentially. They've released something 14 minutes ago about Sunderland fan views about the pressure on Regis Labrie. And for me, I'm sitting here and I completely agree with you. I find it baffling. But what do you think, Iain? Is it much of a surprise,
amazed.
or is it just them being ambitious?
I'm amazed looking at it. I mean, he'd be the poster boy for how to keep your championship team up in its first year in the Premier League. I mean, we've seen them shoot straight back down for each of the last 2 seasons. He's done better than Leeds. Burnley obviously have disappeared again. So odd. However, if he accepted that he was going to take Sunderland into Europe, and that's why Sunderland have spent all of the money that they've spent, and maybe they need a European campaign next year to be able to balance the books. You don't know, do you? You don't really know. I mean, I think the guys, they're going to have a season review and decide then. Mm-hmm. And if they're reviewing it against an accepted challenge that they're going to qualify for Europe and they haven't qualified for Europe, then he's failed. But I would say taking Sunderland up into the Premier League and then being very competitive, top half of the table team for the vast majority of that season is more than anybody could hope for, really.
100%.
Certainly, they sneaked in the playoffs, didn't they? They were always in the playoffs, but they were
comfortable.
They were finishing 5th or 6th or something, and then won it. So I just think he's overachieved, and then overachieved, and then overachieved. So it seems really odd to me, as I say, unless they've only spent all of the money that they did, by saying you're going to have to, if we spend this, you've got to get us into Europe, and he's accepted that. But then, if they get rid of him, there'll be a queue of teams after him to come and manage them, surely.
Yeah,
well, ironically with that, if they don't get into Europe, that might help them with the SCR next season compared to UEFA's strict rules with the turnover, where it's 75%, isn't it, I think, whereas it's, or 70%, it's 85% with Premier League. So even with that, when you think about it, surely the there shouldn't be any pressure to sack him. I get the ambition. That's good. I think it's really good to have that. Clearly, they've got ambitious owners. Unfortunately, from our point of view now, they want to try and push him on. But you've got to be sensible as well.
Yeah, second season syndrome you think would hit them hard if they sacked Labrie. And Niall makes a great point of if Regis Labrie gets sacked and Eddie Howe survives, it's absolute madness. And the thing is, it would show a clear difference in ambition. Because, Sunderland were the heavy favourites to finish bottom this season. Newcastle were favourites to finish in the top 6. And we could be right next to each other by the end of that end of the campaign. David Spence got in there with a question for us as well, saying, what are the odds to beat Brighton, West Ham or Forest? Which game do you think we'll win out of them 3? Michael, Iain and Tim. So Iain, I'll start with you, buddy. Out of Brighton, West Ham or Forest, which game are Newcastle most likely to win in your opinion?
I'm at the Brighton game. So
you're
I
hoping
want it
it's
to be that one. However, I'm not sure there's any teams in the Premier League in quite as good form as Brighton are.
No.
So I'll be delighted if we can manage to get a draw out of that. Forest are in very good form. We actually do really well at the City Ground in the last few years. But I don't think we'll be able to be limp-wristed about the way that we approach the game as we have been in a lot of these away games this season. So best chance, I think, would be for us to beat West Ham. Let's hope they've lost a couple before they get to us and they're really, really struggling. Tottenham have leapfrogged them and they're 4 points adrift and they need 2 wins out of the last 2 games. Then I think we can brush them aside. Joe Linton will be back. Bruno will be up to match fitness. Even Anthony Gordon might come back. You never know.
You never know.
Last home game of the season. I remember the Everton game last year, which was the last home game of the season that we needed to win to clinch Champions League, and we were absolute dross in that game.
Terrible.
So the best chance, I think, is West Ham, and maybe a draw against Brighton, and I don't know, maybe a draw against Forest, because we do well down there, but I can't see us winning at Forest.
What about you, Tim? What do you think?
I was going to say West Ham as well. The only thing I would say, though, is that West Ham will be sitting deep and counter-attacking, like Nuno likes to set them up that way. So, and that's been our Achilles heel, hasn't it, for a long time now. So, having said, West Ham is the one, maybe that'll be difficult for that reason, whereas Brighton will give us a bit more space to get in behind. You saw against Spurs, they play a very open game. But they have got quality players and they do play quality football, don't they? And they create chances, Brighton. I mean, they should have beat Spurs in that game. They should have been out of sight, really, with the chances they were creating, the domination they had. Brighton are ultimately a better team than West Ham. So I'll still say West Ham is the one I think we could win. But whether we win any of them remains to be seen. I'm yet to be fully convinced we will. At this stage, granted, we were much better against Arsenal. We can come on to that, I know, but I'm still a bit wary.
Yeah, to be honest, I completely agree. I actually think the game we're probably most likely to get anything out of is Fulham on the end of at the end of the season on the Sunday the 24th, because they'll be out of the European spots. They'll have now to play for. We'll have now to play for. Let's be honest, it'll be a terrible, terrible game to watch. You're more likely to get something out of those, I think, but out of the 3 that's chosen, I actually think we're maybe more likely to beat Forest. I think Forest will look at themselves at the moment and go, you know what? I think we're safe. Well, we'll be close enough. They'll have their focuses more on the Europa League against Aston Villa. The second leg is just before our game. There's a good chance that they come in a little bit leggy and Newcastle can maybe get something against them. But doesn't that just say it all? I'm sitting here going, if they're leggy, we might beat that relegation candidate. And that says absolutely everything, doesn't it? Teddy's in there, to be fair, Sunderland fan. Not sure if you were in before there, mate, but it was just on the line about Regis Labrie potentially being sacked from Sunderland. That was in the news last week. BBC were covering that. Obviously, you had the 5-0 loss against Forest on Friday. I don't know what happened is. To be honest, I will say I enjoyed it. Probably not as much as you've enjoyed this season watching us, so, but it's nice to get one back. What do you reckon on Labrie? Let me know in the chat and let me know if you'd keep him or not.
Well,
For,
Terry last time, sorry, Michael, was saying about Libri managing us, wasn't he? He was saying,
yeah.
do you not want him? Would you not go to Newcastle if you want to sack Eddie Howe and manager of the season and all that? So, I know you're saying throw some stick out there, Terry, but I mean, like you say, Michael, it's hard when it's been the season it has been, but it was a nice little, silver lining, if you like, if you want to call it that.
Yeah. This is after the Arsenal game. I'd say we win the lot in there as a super chat. I'll be honest. If we win the lot, everything was is donated. I'll donate to the channel as well. As one of our biggest supporters, has obviously been absolutely fantastic in helping the channel grow and keeping us going. I'll match that if we win every 4. I'll go through every live stream. I don't see it happening, but just imagine the scenes.
Well, you never. I mean, if they beat Brighton, and there's, Tottenham don't win, so that we're safe. There's some sort of announcement after this big review that's coming up this week, where there's a bit more stability to know what's happening in the summer or what's happening next season. Maybe that can sort things out internally, because I think clearly there's some factions and some ructions and some shenanigans going on in the dressing room. I mean, they've certainly got the players in an average sort of a season to be winning at home against West Ham and winning at Forest, winning at Fulham. I mean, we've done it regularly in the last few years. But I mean, if was basing that on how good we were against Arsenal, I think we didn't make that many mistakes in defence, but going forward we were absolutely awful, I thought. Till Woltemade and Wissa came on, actually.
Yeah, big difference when those two came on. Tim, obviously we're not going to talk too much about the Toon game, but when you saw Woltemade and Wissa come on, did he see enough to say those two should start for us going forward?
Yeah, well, definitely Woltemade in the 10. We've said it a million times on here. It's the obvious thing to try, isn't it? And he comes on, and lo and behold, he plays a lovely dinked pass towards Wissa, who blazes it over. But it was a little glimpse as to what we could see, isn't it? And again, he's not magic wand. Woltemade has had his flaws this season as well, but I think that's obvious that that position is what he's suited to. So yeah, we need to see that. For me, I think I'd be tempted to put Asula on the right wing and stick with Wissa down the middle. He missed a chance. It was a terrible miss, really, but at least he was there, and he had a presence, didn't he? He was buzzing around in the box, and he's clearly still very raw. He's still not 100% in terms of match sharpness, but yeah, he had a presence there. So I think this should have been happening games ago to try those two, so we can see what they can do now and for next season. And I mean, we played much better in the build-up to our passing. We played much better defensively. But I agree, Iain, once we got the final third, we did not risk the ball. And it's been the problem all season. We don't want to risk that ball once we get to the byline, once we get the D or the edge of the box. We come back, it's a pendulum over and over again. We're overpassing.
Yeah. I would say I'd say it's when we get into the opposition half. The amount of times you've got somebody pick the ball up, puts it in front of them, has a look up, turns around and knocks it back again. It's so boring watching it. I mean, we're really pedestrian.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, Arsenal were suited to that. They could have just camped where they were and let us have the ball on the halfway line for the last 45 minutes, and they win 1-0. And I think that's kind of how the second half played out. So, yeah, I know we were better defensively. Nobody made any stupid mistakes, apart from Pope, but he got away with it. Okay. It's not enough for me to get excited about going to this Brighton match. I'll go and watch that very nervously, I think.
And just quickly as well, I think I would like a journalist to ask Eddie Howe about his comments around passing with a purpose, because he says his principles are, I want possession, but not for possession's sake. And I love that. I agree with that if we see it. But what I see goes against his words, in that we do have possession for possession's sake. We do go back instead of trying to penetrate going forwards. And I want the journalists to say, like, do you see this, basically? What are your thoughts on your players going back all of the time when you're getting good positions? Because it's so easy for the opposition to get set then.
Yeah, I was saying on the player rating show, I watched the Newcastle game very early in the morning, and whenever we got possession, I could literally just skip forward 10 seconds, and it would still just go backwards, sideways, backwards, sideways, and a nice little box. So that was nice for me in that moment, but it was horrible to watch in all reality. Obviously, we talked about the Nick Pope situation. Tim, for you, is it a red card?
No, I think because the defender is closer to the ball, so I think technically, I don't think the Arsenal player was going to get it. If you had to weigh it up, I mean, it's if the Arsenal player was going to get there, then yes, it's a red card, because it doesn't matter if the defender is behind the goal; he can't use his hands. There was an incident like that last season, where I think it was the Man City, wasn't it? Man City Cup final, where the referee didn't give a red card. I think it was that game, because they said the defender was in the line. But it is a red card because he can't, again, use his hands. So, but it wasn't a situation with that, I think. I mean, he was lucky. And again, I think you might as well just keep Ramsdale a goal. He's fallen back on these players where, it's a toss of a coin, but ultimately you're going to get these mistakes from Pope. So to me, I just think stick with Ramsdale. Because especially at home, by the way, Nick Pope's going to be playing at home again. He's going to have the jitters, isn't he? So you're going to be back on this kind of negativity. So we don't need that. And it's unfortunately just not good enough now, Nick Pope.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think his time with us is done. What do you think, Iain? Time up for Big Nick Pope?
I think he was taken out of the team because his nerves were shot. And I thought Ramsdale had done all right. I mean, I know it's 4 losses that he'd been in goal for, but I wouldn't blame Ramsdale for any of those losses. When we were picking the team on Friday, I said I assumed Ramsdale would continue in goal. But I understood if Pope's showing something in training, which means he's back. Fair enough. He's a good goalkeeper. But, what a big stage for him to go to pieces again. And it's not like that was hard. Once he made the decision to come, he got to the ball first. He was there first. He just completely airshot, missed it completely. So, and that will give him some sleepless nights, and I dread to think what will happen with a ball over the top when we're on the attack against Brighton on Saturday. Danny Welbeck's got it. Mitoma's herring down the right wing, and Pope's coming out to try and head it out for a throw in. Yeah, that sounds like watching a car crash about to happen, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to get into some of the questions in the chat there, would Toon fans be surprised if the club is relegated? Personally, I think based on what we've seen this season, would only be surprised because it means other teams are picking up that many points. I don't think any of us would be surprised if we didn't win any of the remaining games. But would either of you two be surprised if we ended up going down for any other reason than Tottenham managed to get that many points?
I would be astounded if we got relegated. Really, because I mean I know we haven't played well, but these 9 losses in the last 12 games, we've been in the games right through to the very end. We've thrown 2 or 3 of them away by conceding an injury time. We've only lost by 1 goal on all of those 9. So yeah, I would be absolutely astounded if you go back to the start of that horrible run, when we are scoring for fun against Karabag and looking forward to going through into the next round of the Champions League, looking forward to a semi-final against Manchester City. No one had us pegged for relegation candidates in that form. So yeah, I'm astounded as to how off the rails we've gone so quickly.
Do you agree, Tim?
Again, momentum is massive in football, and I think it's muscle memory, it's habits, and we are on this slide where it is becoming a habit to lose, and it's it's a classic case of sleepwalking into trouble for me. And like you said, Michael, it is dependent on the other teams, obviously. But you've seen in the past the likes of Portsmouth. They went on an amazing run the last whatever 5, 6, 7 games. I know it's less games now, but teams can do that where suddenly they win one game and they find that spark and they go on a massive run. So would I have been surprised, a month or so ago? I would have been absolutely shocked, no doubt about it. That would have been just crazy to suggest that back then. But
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it objectively in isolation right now. And I'm not saying we are going to get relegated, but I am concerned at the state of play right now for the reasons that I've mentioned.
Yeah. Let's be honest, since that 7-2 defeat to Barcelona, I haven't looked in a game. I looked at a game and went, yeah, we're at half time. You know what? Again, the Sunderland game at half time, you were sitting there thinking, you know what? I think we're going to win this. But against Palace, it was a case of it just feels like it's a matter of time when they bring the subs on. Bournemouth, they felt like the better team, and Arsenal, obviously, they were ahead. So, not many teams are going to come back to win 2-1 when 1-0 down at the Arsenal. So yeah, for me it was a bit of an interesting one. Adam's got in there. Who's got more ambition, Howe or Mike Bassett? And I'll be honest, if in a press conference coming up soon we don't hear Eddie Howe going, we will be playing 4-4-3. Sorry, 4-4. He's messed it up. Never mind. 4-3-3.
That's Eddie Howe. Yeah, Eddie Howe would want to have the 3 in the end.
4-4-3 is how we're going to be playing, and we're still going to lose. I was in there just for the laugh. Eddie in or out, he's on going down. I think we know we're not going down, but I think it's a case of just, the way we've played this season. It wouldn't surprise us if any teams managed to get up there to our points total if we didn't pick up any more. I mean, I think this channel, most of us are sort of in the Eddie out category at the moment. Some of us have teetered in and out. Some of us about halfway. But I think that's safe to say, isn't it, gents?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I do think it's time, really, the right time for a change. And again, I say it with a heavy heart because Eddie Howe is a legend. And I have, immense respect for him, for the job he's done, and for how much he puts into the job. So I don't say it lightly. But weighing everything up, I can't help but feel it probably is the right time for a change.
Yeah, 100% agree. Iain?
I was just going to say that I am of the same mind. However, if the long-term plan from PIF is that Eddie stays, Eddie rebuilds with Wilson's lists, I'll be supporting Newcastle. I'll be behind Eddie Howe at the start of next season. He'll get a clean slate with a new team. But I mean, I'd like to see a little bit of a different approach to his in-game management, to the young kids that he's picking. I mean, a lot of his favourites are going to, Gordon will get sold, Trippier's retired or moving on, Pope's probably moving on. So, I mean, he has to start picking different players in this squad. But, I mean, if that's what PIF want to do, they're the owners of my team. I'll be supporting Newcastle, and I'll be hoping Eddie can do as good as possible through pre-season and into the new season. And, if he wins 6 out of the first 8 and we're there in third place, I'll be Eddie in again, won't I?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think I probably would be as well if we had a good start of the season. Just for the if it was that good. But I think for me, for the majority, I think we've reached the stage now where I think everyone knows how Newcastle are going to play, and I think he's too stubborn to change things, unfortunately. I'd love to be wrong. We're being asked in there by Terry as well, asking who you would have to replace Tim. I know you're a big fan of Iraola. Would he be top on your list?
I think, well, you could ask the question of the likes of Nagelsmann, Enrique, etc. But if they don't come, which is very likely they're not going to come, then Iraola would be my choice. Or Cesc Fabregas. Those two, cut to mind. And I think I would absolutely love it if Eddie Howe turned it around. I am desperate to see signs, for him to turn it around. That I can sit here and go, you know what, I've seen enough to say that next season will be fine with Eddie Howe. And we might well be, but I just haven't seen enough signs. So yeah, Iriola will be my number one and Cesc.
Yeah, I completely agree, to be honest with both. What I will say is, I look at the Newcastle squad, and if Howe does leave, I think with this squad, Glasner might be in the best place to do something with it. Now, I don't really want Oliver Glasner at Newcastle United, but I look at the way he plays with Crystal Palace, and I'm thinking that five at the back in particular, Newcastle have got probably the best players. For me, two of the best fullbacks in the league, providing they stay. There's always a good chance they go. But the three at the back as well, I think we've got players that suit that. Two in midfield, I'm not really a massive fan of, but a big striker in there. Woltemade, I think, would work pretty well in a Glasner system. Two wingers. I think we're equipped for that sort of Glasner style. I'd much rather we saw an Iriola or someone in, personally, but I can't really see it being Glasner. Who I wanted was Edin Terzic, who's unfortunately going to Athletic Bilbao, but I think that shows that, he was on the table, he was available. Iain,
so that's happening now, is it? Sorry.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, just to quickly say, Iriola was tipped for that, wasn't he? So,
He was,
so he is available. Come on. Let's maybe get a move on if we think Eddie's not the man. But yeah, go on, Iain.
Well, I was just going to say, Michael's made a very good point that I'm thinking more deeply about football than I ever do, of course, as usual. I can see this squad, or the bulk of this squad, with a few extra additions being suited to play the way that Glasner sets up. It's a very good point. I think Iriola is an elite manager in waiting. I know some people said he's not won anything, but I just think, how he's galvanised his team to do what his team is doing this year, when he lost all of those players out of the back four, and Semenyo, and Ouattara. I mean, he had half of his main first choice team taken away from him, and he's just took it in his stride and rebuilt, and they are doing even better this year than they were last year, I think.
Yeah.
Pochettino, I think, might be free after the World Cup, and I would quite fancy him. He's been there, done it, seen it successfully in the Premier League. And he can't go to Tottenham again because obviously they've just put De Zerbi in for 5 years. They might have sacked him by then, of course, but that was my choice for a long time ago. But there are some good managers around that should be coming on, and I do think even if we are 14th or 15th, with the backing and a project to sell, that we would attract an elite manager. Even if it's Mourinho, that would work for a couple of years, wouldn't it? That would be exciting.
I mean, my personal opinion on it, I've gave it before. I'm not a fan of it, but it seems like the majority of the fan base aren't in the Graham's Law camp here. So fair enough on that. Just one in there. Obviously, Jefferson was on one of the YouTube shorts we've just put in recently. Go check that out if you haven't already. Moki put him in there saying, I was watching 90s Mags last night, and they were talking about what they want the Toon to lose games so Eddie gets sacked. No real fan would want their team to lose. I'm not going to sit and say anyone's not a real fan or anything like that, but I am in the camp of I want Eddie to leave personally, but if you said to me, Newcastle win the next 4 games, or they lose the next 4 games, I'd definitely rather have us win our next 4 games, even with the bigger picture being that Eddie stays for a little while. I always want Newcastle to win, personally. I don't know what you two think about that, Tim. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't want Newcastle to lose games, simple as, and I think I'm the same, mate. I want to see a new manager. Again, Iriola's free. I want to see him in. But if we do win games, I do also have, that kind of, first of all, joy for the fact that we've got 3 points. Newcastle have got 3 points. And I do with Eddie Howe. It's a difficult time for him. And I think it's, I'd like to see Eddie Howe do well. I'd like to see him turn it around. But I mean, I understand the conundrum in terms of, you want the board to be more cutthroat, that you want the board to see through short-term results and see the bigger picture. And that's what they should be doing, regardless of what happens with the results. They've got enough results and body of work to look on now for the season and previous seasons to weigh up if Eddie Howe is the man going forward, if he's lost his mojo or not. So that they need to look past that, the board.
Was in there. Football divorce. I think we need a football guidance consultant to see if this marriage can or cannot be saved. I'll be honest with you, also, mate. I think any therapist or consultant would be saying, "Look, I think it's best time you two moved on." It's painful, but I do think that would be the approach. Once again, thank you very much for the super chat in there. It is always much appreciated, buddy. Iain, what are your thoughts?
I do think, you see, if it is a project and it's taken them a couple of false starts before they've got their infrastructure in place, but the infrastructure's been in place for the vast part of this season, and they've been working to find players on their lists, bargain players, uncover some gems that will fit into an Eddie Howe team, it makes absolutely no sense to get rid of Eddie Howe. And that's, I think, kind of where I think they are. So the results don't matter. So, of course, I don't want us to lose 4 games and end up doing it in the bloody championship. No. I want to see us win all of those games. But I don't think these last few results will make that much difference. I think they've assembled at great expense and have spent a lot of money supporting the director of football to get targets lined up for an Eddie Howe team this summer. And they'll keep Eddie Howe because he'll have a whole load of new players to embed and mesh together into a new team. And next year, it's 1 game a week, not 2. So,
True.
We've seen that Howe can do very well when that's the circumstances. So, he might well do very well with these next year. It's the year after, when we're back in Europe, that you scratch your head over whether you want to give him another chance to do that. But I think if he's done well next year and he's changed the tactics, he can show that he's a little bit of flexibility, and he's not just relying on athletes to run everywhere. Then that could be he could save himself, turn things around. And I think the vast majority of the fan base, if we do start a new season with him at the helm, would be right behind him because he's won us a cup, he's qualified for the Champions League, he's part of Newcastle being a good team instead of the dross that we watched for the Ashley years.
Yeah, it's definitely better than that, let's be honest. But I think for the most part, I mean, I've seen a lot of people say when we finished 7th, it was a good season. I remember at the time there was talks of Eddie Howe being sacked then. So it couldn't have been that good of a season. I agree with the 2 where we made Europe 2 great seasons. Just on that, just a couple of questions in there about the Liverpool side of things. Going to get to Liverpool in just one moment. Just going to get to chat to sort of keep in with the manager side of things and then switch up the topic. But JT Fuller in there, Iraola and Glasner on a similar level to Howe. We need somebody who's won the league like Conte and Simeone. What do you think about that? Because I agree, based on what they've done, round about the same level, but there's so much more potential to go that level further, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we're talking about Eddie Howe now. The Eddie Howe right now has lost his mojo, went stale, and to me looks burnt out. So I think you have to take that into consideration, and you have to take his voice into consideration in that the players have heard that same voice for the last 4 years, and he hasn't been able to get around that to bring a freshness towards the players, whether it be his style, whether it be his instructions, whether it be his backroom staff. So I think you've got to, on paper, I agree with what you're saying, mate, but when you actually look at the context, I think Iraola is a step up for that reason, and that he is a manager who has got forward momentum. He is clearly very well respected. Everyone is speaking about him. So he walks through the door and he's a manager who has that aura, if you like, in terms of, he's on the up and he's brought a freshness to Bournemouth to the Premier League. And I agree, Michael, in that I think he has got, right now, he's in a place where maybe he can go higher, to a higher ceiling. Like I say, he'll be at a top club in a few years' time. I'll be fuming like if he ends up at Chelsea, which he might well do now. But I think with the top managers who've won the league, yeah, and I agree in principle that you want to go for maybe an Enrique, like I said. It's some would say it's pie in the sky. A Conte and Simeone. I mean, I love Simeone's passion. It's brilliance, and it's hard to say no to somebody like him. Obviously his style is a complete 180. It's very much backs to the walls from what I've seen. Of Atletico. Would even fans get a bit tired of that? It's a bit like Jose, isn't it? That's the style that they have. It's very much defensive, and it's brilliant when it works. And I love the passion of it from the players as well when they pull it off. But it is a 180, and sometimes managers suit certain clubs, but again, it's also about who's attainable. So we have to go for who we can get as well. And I think Areola is somebody who is attainable, is somebody who would help refresh us and help us kick on in a few years' time, potentially, once he beds himself in.
Yeah. What do you think, Iain? Do Newcastle need a winner, or?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Areola's got a case. Obviously, he has. I think he's better than he's shown so far, but that's because he's only been at Bournemouth. Glasner's done well in Germany first, and he's won the FA Cup. He's won the Charity Shield. He's probably going to win the Conference League this year, so he is a winner. I think Glasner's a good shout as well. Who is it as well as Simeone? Because proven winners. Conte, maybe. Conte, does he not fall out with these players a lot? Simeone, though, he's got no experience in the Premier League.
No, it's true. All of his time's
and I know Atletico Madrid have won one or two, but I'm sure Madrid and Barcelona have carved up the Spanish football for the last 15 years. So I'm not sure how much of a winner Simeone is, unless regularly qualifying for the Champions League in third or fourth place is enough. But how does that?
Yeah, fair enough. To be honest, he's got a pretty decent resume. But I completely agree. He's been at one of the top 3 clubs in Spain for 15 years now or something like that. Yeah. Does have a good resume though. On him, I must say. Just a couple of quick questions in there, because I do want to move on topic wise. Would you take Hurtzler from Brighton? My personal opinion's no. I think he's not quite there yet. What do you two think? Iain, start with you.
He's probably 18 months behind Areola, but the progress he's making is fabulous. Mm-hmm. He's probably less freak results away than Newcastle getting relegated are to getting Brighton into the Champions League, because I think they're in 6th at the minute and they're chasing down a dodgy-looking Liverpool. Liverpool fans on here aren't massive slot fans because Liverpool are very inconsistent. Although, of course, now Isak has started scoring, they're probably going to win the last 4 games of the season. But I think Hurtzler's done very, very well. But I agree with you, he's probably not quite there yet. Let's see if he gets them into the Europa League and how they get on in the Europa League next year. He should be doing at least as well as Villa and Forest are this year, I would have thought.
Yeah. What do you think, Tim? Will you take Hurtzler?
Yeah, like you say, he has done well, hasn't he? I don't think I would, personally. It's not to say, he's done a bad job. He's clearly a talented manager. He's very young. He's still learning. Like you say, I think he's behind some of the others who've been mentioned. And he seems, obviously, with him being quite young, he seems a bit combative, maybe. I'm not sure, but he seems to fall out with some of the players at times. Maybe that's in the players, I don't know. And his style is really impressive on one hand, because, like I say, they dominate games at times, and like the Spurs game, and now it's Spurs, but they really should have been out of sight in that game. But people talk about risks in football and being too gun-ho, and I think Brighton, I would pin that on Brighton in that they do give you a lot of chances, because they do give the ball away in silly areas, and they stick to that principle, don't they? And I think sometimes naively, it's so there's some weaknesses there as well. I think in terms of that philosophy. So he's doing really well, but I wouldn't take him at Newcastle.
And just coming in there saying he's better than Howe. What I would say is it's very, very easy to look at Howe this season and go, yeah, he's the worst manager in the world. And let's be honest. Over the time that Howe has been here, Herzl was still in the German third tier, I think, or something like that. I think you got to look at it as a whole and go, right, I haven't seen Herzl manage 3 games a week. We know that Eddie Howe's kryptonite is 3 games a week. So yes, I would say he's better at in-game management. I wouldn't deny that. But I think overall, it's very easy to understate Howe, and he has hit his limit, I think, with us. But to say he's better, I think, let's be honest, there's you've got to be a decent manager to do what you've done with Newcastle in the time. And Terry's in there as well, and no laughing. And I actually do have an answer for this. You will laugh, but who would you take out of the Sunderland team right now? Now, I've got a couple of names, but do these want to go first?
Centre forward, Robbie.
Yeah, he's in there.
Robbie would be one.
Yeah, battering ram and a focal point that we have lacked,
Yeah, I completely
agree.
I think
both of the full-backs are excellent. We need a right back. Is that Mwende that's the right back?
Mukiele, yeah.
Oh, Mukiele, right. Him, I think, is it Siddiqui that is their number 6?
Siddiqui, yeah. Plays
He's
in the middle,
very good. If you want to keep Lewis Smiley moving forward and you sell Tonali, Siddiqui would be a good buy. But I think Liverpool are after him, actually.
Yeah, someone said actually the goalkeeper.
Keeper's very good.
Robin Roos, yeah. The 3 that I had were Roos, Mukiele, Robbie, and then I would say Xhaka is potentially in there if you're just having him for a season. But for me, I'm looking at it and going, I need a bit more longevity, and I don't think you'd get that at Newcastle. But yeah, I completely agree. Robbie, Mukiele, Roos, and Siddiqui's probably Siddiqui is one of the more highly rated players, isn't he? He looks like.
I wonder if the Sunderland fans. We got Sunderland fans on tonight, haven't we?
Yeah. Terry was
who's in there.
Yeah.
I wonder if any Sunderland fans would take any of the Newcastle players for next season.
Let us know, Terry.
I'd like to think they'd take a few, and would not be biased. But you never know. So just on to our next topic, just for the laugh, is asked a few about Liverpool. Starting off, Liverpool fan here. I'm all for Slot to do one. He hasn't got the team playing like anything like their potential. Now, for me, I completely agree, and I know I've got a couple of friends who are Liverpool fans, and they say exactly the same. The comparison between last season, which feels like it was a Jurgen Klopp team, being tweaked to this season, which feels like an Arne Slot team. I don't think you can spend as much as he has, arguably in the wrong positions, for a lot of this the money that he spent, and stay in the job just getting Champions League. But what do you think, Iain? Start with you. What do you think about what Slot's doing at Liverpool at the moment?
I think if Slot had spent the money he spent on Isak, having already bought Ekitike on 2 centre halves, they'd have had a much better season. I think it was really unfortunate when they sold Diaz. I think it's only 10 days or something after that Diego Jota was tragically killed in his car crash.
Yeah,
big miss there, and that's unbalanced the side. So yeah, circumstances I think have conspired against Slot a little bit. Isak being injured for breaking his leg, and the game he comes back, Ekitike's out till after Christmas. It's just, it's really bad luck. But, I don't mind him getting really bad luck because he's managing Liverpool. Sorry, but that's just my personal preference.
Yeah, and before I get to you, Tim, in there, Bruno, Hall, Tonali, and Gordon are the 4 that Terry would potentially like to see in a
Probably the only 4 we want to keep.
Well, yeah. I don't know. Like, I'll tell you what, Terry, I'll nab Gordon for you and drive him down to the Stadium of Light, and you can give us Robbie because I've had enough of Gordon myself.
I'll take Robbie and Roofs. Considering we're
Yeah.
apparently asking for 70, which is more than what I'd sell him for personally. But fair play for putting names in there as well. Much appreciated for that. Tim, sorry, go on, Matt.
Sorry, mate. No, yeah, just on Liverpool. Just for laughs, I'd like to know why is it that you're against slots? And I'm not saying I'm for slot. I'm just curious because my opinion is when I see Liverpool play, do they overplay? It's a bit like what I've said about us. When they get to the final third, they do a lot of triangles on the edge of the box, don't they? It's very tight play, isn't it? And they went from Klopp, like you say, maybe that was more Klopp's team last season in style-wise. It was more rock and roll football, and again, that's what I prefer. You know, there's been always a debate, hasn't there? Rock and roll Klopp versus Pep's tiki-taka, and you know both are brilliant when they come off to the highest level. But I think I prefer a more cut and thrust style that Klopp had. I didn't like Klopp the way he behaved, certainly, but that style I like. And again, I think there's managers out there like Cesc and Areola that do implement that more. So I want to know, you know, is that the reason why? Does he overplay? You know, because sometimes it comes off and it looks good, you know, but clearly they have underachieved and they've been unlucky, like you say, with injuries with Isaac. But you know, if he gets Champions League on paper, it's not the worst job in the world. And if it was the other way around, you know, winning the league this season and Champions League last season, then it will be looked upon as what's the problem. But that's obviously, you know, a bit of a misnomer because it's about momentum and trajectory, isn't it? So yeah, let us know, mate.
Also in the RSL, you would have adored Klopp if he was your manager. You know what? I think I would have personally. I think he's one of those. We've had a few like that in the time. Pardew was probably one that. I mean, he was hated at the time by our fans. I loved him. I thought he was class. Met him a couple of times, and he was always lovely to us. So that always helps for me. But I always thought he was a good, passionate manager. And everyone else seemed to seriously dislike him. Klopp is one of those. I think if he's your manager, you'll follow him into the trenches, you'll follow him into battle. But against you, I mean, yeah, you hate it, wouldn't you?
Pardew was at Ashley Shield, wasn't he? That's the problem.
Yes, he was, and that is true. But to be honest, I think most managers would have been. Pardew was just the one that took on the role. Was there in there? Some managers will come, but with a prenuptial agreement. Yep, if there's ever a divorce in football, the prenup needs to be there, and the way Newcastle are playing at the minute, we best hope that Eddie Howe has one, or at least one is put into that contract sooner rather than later. Just sort of to carry on with Liverpool. Asking about Anthony Gordon, what are you wanting him out? You mentioned there before, Tim. As a Liverpool fan, I don't want him at Liverpool. He lacks a cross or a finish when needed. I completely agree. I don't like him, but I don't mind him. He hasn't played particularly well this season. I am guilty of giving him more stick than he probably deserves. But what I will say is, I think he's probably what Liverpool need. They'll just want it in a different player. What do you think, Tim?
I've seen too many red flags, and he might well go to Liverpool or somewhere of that stature and rip it up, and he might up his game, you know, because maybe he feels that he can't get away with some of the stuff that I've seen for Newcastle. But having said that, that doesn't mean that I would keep him. You know, for me, I can't worry about what that player will do elsewhere. I'm looking at what I'm seeing in a black and white shirt, and again, he's clearly got talent. He's clearly a good player on his day. But the red flags I see is that he seems to be too much in his head at times. And, you know, he's overthinking things, and that's stopping him from being a pacey, direct, aggressive winger. Those are his strengths for me. When he doesn't have to think too much, he gets at the opposition, he's spiky. But when he's overthinking it, he's slow, deliberate. I've said before, like playing like he's David Ginola. He's not that type. He might want to be, but he's not. And that also goes into times where that aggression and that passion, if you like, is not there when he's closing down and going to tackles. It's very cliched. I know wingers are like this. You don't want wingers to be going out there to win tackles, but you go out there and your body language matters. And there's moments I've seen from Gordon, honestly, and I don't say it lightly, but I've seen enough football to know when there's red flags, and there's red flags where he has pulled out of tackles, and he's pulled out of just trying to close down. I'm not saying he never he does close down when he presses. He's one of the best at pressing, but he seems to pick and choose on these odd occasions, and I think that's quite a big problem.
Yeah, I completely agree. Iain, what do you think? Do you think a Gordon style of player is what Liverpool need, but they probably don't want Anthony Gordon as such?
Well, I think Gordon would love to link up with Isak again, and probably Isak would like Gordon again. I think they could both have better seasons next year if they're playing with each other. I'm an Anthony Gordon fan. I can remember him cutting in from the left and putting it in the top corner in that first minute against Villa. That's what I want to see more of. I definitely watched that Palace match though, Tim, where after he'd been kicked in the air twice by Munoz, he never ever went in for another tackle. Protecting himself for the World Cup, I think. Doesn't want to get an injury. I kind of can't blame him, but don't do it when you're playing for my team. Not when we're in a bit of a bad run. Do we believe Eddie when he's actually got a hip injury as well, or is he somebody who's not putting it all in, so he's been left out of the team? I kind of hope.
It's a difficult one, isn't it?
I mean, Eddie's adamant that he's injured, isn't he? So maybe he is. But like one of the comments says there from RSL, Rio will be better than Gordon in 12 to 18 months for Liverpool, the youngster that they have. And I agree with that.
Yeah, I completely agree. He's saying Rio will be better than Gordon in 12 to 18 months top. They were also saying in there, few million more you could get Bradley Barcola. And to be honest, if you're a Newcastle fan that's just watched PSG against Newcastle, you probably look at Bradley Barcola and think, oh, maybe he's not all that, because he should have 3 or 4 goals against us, and he hasn't. But I think he has been very, very good at times, and when you see him in other games, he is an electric player. That final product just doesn't quite seem to be there. So yeah, I think if you could get a Barcola, it would be an absolute, it'd be a brilliant signing for you, and it would be the replacement for Diaz that is really needed. Was there in there with another super chat? Iain, the thinking women's,
Crumpet.
Yes.
Was her. I wish I knew a few thinking women then.
He's about to get battered by the lads.
Gonna get cancelled.
He's just gonna come up behind him and just give him a wall up on the back of the head.
No, I'm locked in my studio, so she never heard that. I was only responding in a joking way.
I know. It's a loving way. Question in there from Gavin, and it's a good one on the managerial topic we were talking before. Can Iraola style do the 3 games a week thing, or would we have the same problems? And it is a really good point, because I've mentioned it numerous times. The reason we want Eddie to move on is because of that. It'd be actually interesting to see what Bournemouth's results are like when they've played midweek and then played on the weekend as well. I haven't got that data to hand, if I'm completely honest. But I think it's a little bit more attainable just with you see how Bournemouth set up against Newcastle, for example. They can do the more defensive side of things of, sitting back and holding on. They tried to do that in the second half against us. It didn't really work out. We got back into it, albeit a huge manner of luck. But I think that's the difference for me. You start off with that style of play and you adjust it during the game. And I don't see enough of that from Newcastle and Eddie Howe. I think when he learns and manages to change that, he'll be a manager that can handle that 3 games a week. but he isn't quite there for me at the moment. I do think Iraola has shown more potential to do that personally. I'm not sure if either of you disagree with me there.
I think you've nailed it, and it is about the potential that he could do it. It is a fair point. I understand the
100%.
question. But I think, and I'd be sitting down with Areola and I'd be putting that to him to say, look, you've got this style. What about the 3 games? How are you going to cope with that? And you want him to give the answers. But first of all, I'd say as well, I think we can say that Eddie Howe hasn't been able to cope, and he can't cope. Getting a manager in who might be able to cope is better than knowing the manager currently can't cope. But also, I think Areola, like you say, he's shown more flexibility in how he sets up the team, but also he's shown more flexibility in playing younger players and using the squad that way. So I think that's one of the reasons why Eddie Howe, for me, doesn't seem to cope as well. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He isn't very flexible when it comes to rotating. The Karabag game was a perfect example where you've got Shahar not even getting the second half. I do believe that Areola, his style is more suited to rotating and playing these games.
He would try him, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
One thing which I think will assist Howe once he's had 1 game a week next season and qualified for Europe again, is that we'll have 2 more big summer transfer windows. So we'll have a deeper, hopefully better squad. And I think that that's part of the reason why he doesn't rotate so much, is that he didn't have... I mean, I know we've got a 25-man squad, but there's only about 17 or 80 of them that he'll ever pick to start. If he's got a squad with 22, 23 in, there's more rotation naturally within the squad. I think that might help him get to play 2 games a week if he's got more players to choose from that he trusts. But yeah, there's no... I mean, there were players there, even when we had a few injuries. There were players that could have come in and saved the first choice 11. And I don't just mean the young lads, Alex Murphy, Leo Sahar. Of course, they could have come on for the last 10, 15 minutes in the games where we're 3 up and 5 up. But, Willock didn't play much. Ramsey didn't play much. Maybe he was injured. It was Joe Linton, Tonali and Bruno whenever it could be, wasn't it? And we need a little bit more than that.
100%. A couple of things in there just on the Liverpool winger situation. Already talking to Diomande. His dad's a Liverpool fan. He's already said he wants to join Liverpool earlier in the season. See, that's the great thing, in my opinion, about obviously doing the Premier Show before. Get fans of other clubs in there and we'll learn this kind of stuff. I knew he was linked. I knew there was strong rumours, but I didn't know he was actually a Liverpool fan in this. Thank you very much there, RSL, for letting me know.
Gordon's a Liverpool fan as well. So, I mean, if that's a qualifying criteria, it doesn't rule Gordon out.
It doesn't,
Well, Gordon could play down the middle as well, couldn't he? Obviously, he's probably not going to start ahead of Isak, but as a squad option, he could play down the middle for them.
Yeah, it gives them multiple roles. Or multiple positions they can play him in. A quick question in there for you is because obviously there was the talk, I think it was a little bit before the weekend, but I'm not sure it's been picked up on the channel too much yet. Would you take an American-backed Staveley or stick with PIF? And my personal opinion, I'll give the lads a second to think. My personal opinion is when Mitchell came in, a lot of things that he said had gone wrong. It feels like we're there because Staveley was a bit too involved. Now, she might have learned, I stick to the passion and the PR side of things. I get football, people do the football things. But for me, there's a lot of mistakes we made early on that I think would probably just be made again and again. I think we're building something nice here. I think it's good. It's taken a bit longer than some expected. I didn't expect it to become Man City or Chelsea overnight, I will say. First 2-3 years, probably better than I expected. This one, significantly worse. But I think overall, I'd still probably take the PIF, even though there's been so many frustrations. Iain, what do you think, mate?
I would love Amanda Staveley to have some role in this club. I think she was such
in a PR sense.
She was such a galvanising presence. I think she went. And she made sure she got her man, didn't she, when she was going transfer shopping? And perhaps that's what built up so that we had the PSR issue that meant we lost Anderson and Minter. But Yeah, I mean, there's more control there now, isn't there? There's a director of football and a chief exec.
Yeah.
So you'd hope that any excesses that she might be tempted into doing it would be reined in a little bit. But yeah, I think Piff. Let's see. We're really just a year into this proper project with the proper infrastructure in. Let's see if things start picking up in terms of a training ground, of a decision on a ground, and that sort of thing. We can't sit around for another 4.5 years with our fingers up our jacksies wondering whether we're going to extend St James's or build a new ground. We've got to make decisions and start moving on this. Otherwise, we can be perpetually not quite competing with the top six. We need the stadium to compete properly.
Yeah, I completely agree. What do you think, Tim? Would you take an American back to Staveley or stick with PIF?
I agree that Staveley, I think her presence was brilliant, but it is a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because, like you say, Michael, that passion, that drive, maybe steered us in, to overspend, and that enthusiasm was maybe a bit misguided at times. But maybe she would learn. Maybe she went through that, and it's a case of, okay, I know that sometimes we need to just take a step back. Because my issue with Piff is the fact that there's nobody on the grounds who is directing the thing. And hopefully this has changed now with Hopkinson, but you want somebody there that has the presence in Newcastle to say we are doing X, Y, and Z. We don't need to be going making phone calls back to another country before we can sign off on anything. And I think that's what other clubs have over us, in that their owners are there at the grounds, their owners make a decision, and they go with it, and there's no faffing around like we've had. So maybe, like you say though, Michael, we've got things set up now, and Hopkinson's got the autonomy to make decisions as he sees fit, along with Ross Wilson. Then that might bypass that problem that we've had, because it has been a big problem for me, and the frustration, because clearly we've got these owners who want to do stuff and have the money to put in when possible, but yeah, I think the delays have been disastrous and have caused us massive problems.
Yeah, I completely agree. Let's be honest, it hasn't been the smoothest of sailing for PIF at Newcastle, but what I do think is it'd be pretty foolish of us to get the groundwork laid and then change the ownership in there. They might decide that, if there's $1 billion or something on the table, 800 million, whatever it's supposed to be, they're saying there's a 2 million consortium. We're not worth 2 million, so that makes me think. I was talking to Connor about it the other day, and we were thinking that's probably more likely to be Spurs at 2 billion, but that depends if they go down, obviously, or not. But I think it'd be a bit silly of us to change things up now. But maybe PIF are deciding, just like Al Hilal, Newcastle aren't worth, and LIV Golf, Newcastle just aren't worth that investment at the moment. Quick one. We've got a few quick questions in there, so quick answers, please. First one, quick one, lads. Do you think Howe gets sacked on Thursday? I think if he does get told that he's going to leave, it'll be at the end of the season. I think they'll give him that. What do you think, Iain?
Agree with you, Michael. Is that quick enough?
Yeah, that's spot on. Tim?
Yeah, I don't see him going while the season's still going on.
Lovely stuff. Buffalo Soldier in there as well. Will Pep be around for next season? No signs of him going. Yeah, I think Pep's in for another season, and maybe leaves at the end of that. Talking about next season, in a lot of his press conferences, I think Pep stays for another battle next season. Tim, this time, what do you think?
I think he will, especially if they don't win it. I know people might think they are going to win it now. My gut still says Arsenal, but yeah, I think Pep will stay.
And what about you, Iain?
Yeah, I think he wants another Champions League before he goes.
100%. Yeah, completely agree. And if he doesn't get it, it's not because he hasn't had the squad. And then who wins tonight? Final topic of the evening. In 10 minutes' time, Man United versus Brentford. I'll start off by asking who you think wins tonight, and then we'll go into a bit more of a preview afterwards. We'll do it the wrong way around, but it's fine. Iain, Man U, Brentford, or draw?
Do you know what? I'm not going to watch it, which means that my gut feel that it'll end up being a 4-all draw. Will really annoy me when I see that result in the morning. I think it's a high scoring draw. It's at Man U, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Brentford very good away from home. Another excellent team. I mean, you know, our what do you call him, dead ball coach could be manager next season and do a Keith Andrews. That would be fantastic. But he cannot even do the bloody dead balls, so I'm not sure we want to give him control of the whole team. Yeah, I think that's a high scoring draw tonight. I've said 4-all. You know, you'll give it to me if it's 3-all, won't you?
I will, yeah. I'll give you just on that occasion. Tim, what are you thinking, mate?
Yeah, it sounds like a cop-out, but Ian's took my prediction and I was thinking draw as well. And yeah, I think both sides will score. And yeah, I think, Man United, it's very interesting because Michael Carrick, I think, is looking more and more likely to get the job. And I don't think that's a great thing for Man United long term.
No, I completely agree. To be honest, I am going maybe with the most bizarre, but hear me out. I'm going for a Brentford win. I generally think Brentford turn them over in their backyard, and the reason for that is because I haven't seen anything really from Man United in the last month or so that makes me think Michael Carrick's doing a good job there and they're playing for him. You know, the win against Chelsea, big whoop. We did that. And we're absolutely dog water. Leeds beat them at Old Trafford. Noah Okafor got the brace, absolutely brilliant. A great couple of results after the loss to us. Beating Villa, drawing with Bournemouth. But realistically, I think that was because Carrick got into them after that game and said, what an embarrassment. You've come to Newcastle, you've got your you've played poorly in the first half, you've got your man advantage, and you still couldn't get over the line. They do play. They've got a few players in there who haven't played as much recently. So the Man United lineup at the Matthias Cunha not playing. Lemons in goal, Dallo, Maguire in Heaven, or Heaven should I say, and Luke Shaw as a back four. That is a very, very slow back four. Casemiro and Kobe Mainoo is a midfield two. Diallo, Bruno Fernandes and Mbuemo against his old club, and Sheshko up top. When you look at that Man United side, there's not a lot of pace in there outside of that sort of the two wingers. This Brentford side, there's a lot of pace there, and I think that's going to be the big difference. Obviously, we see the two sides, but what I will say is both sides are playing a 4-2-3-1, and it's going to bring me into some, because we were talking about formations earlier. Is the fact that not everyone, but most teams play the same formation in the Premier League this season almost ruining the league a little bit? Because I feel like I see the same knackered stuff every single week. Tim, what do you think? Is it down to a bit more than just the formation, or do you think that's a large part of why the league's going a little bit stale?
I think it's a bit of both. I think the formation leads into the style of play. And yeah, I think, I'm old school, and I remember watching football when it was the norm to have two strikers up there. And I think the lack of two strikers on the pitch these days is hurting the entertainment value. I think you fall back onto the style of play. A lot of players and coaches play low-risk football when it comes to the final third. The priority is to keep the ball, and there's so many times that teams get in good positions down into the final third in the wing, and they have an opportunity to cross the ball. They don't do that. They come back, they pass it, and often players will then revert to crossing it where they have a narrow angle and it's a straight ball in the box, which is much easier to defend. They've crafted the angle to put a good cross into that corridor of uncertainty, but they refuse to do it because it's the culture of football these days. They just pass for passing's sake, and I really hate it. And don't get us wrong, when it comes off, like Pep pulls it off, yeah, it's wonderful, it's brilliant. But there's got to be some variation, like you're alluding to, Michael. And I think, yeah, it'd be nice to see where teams do play two strikers, as an example, more often, and play towards those strikers' strengths. And with the 4-2-3-1, you can't have two strikers. It just depends on the profile. In the number 10, like we've said about Woltemade, he could play number 10, and you've got Wissa off him or Asula off him. And you go back in the day, you had Franco Zola number 10, you had Dennis Bergkamp number 10, Teddy Sheringham number 10. But ultimately, they were strikers, and they had the instinct to score goals. So I want to see more of that. Fingers crossed it comes back.
What do you think, Iain? Is formations a large part of why everything feels a little bit stale at the moment, or is there more to it in your eyes?
Well, I just think, what do I think? There's no Mavericks. There's not a lot of Mavericks out there. And if there are, they get coached into not being Mavericks. And I think that's where the creative spark that you're not expecting, that Laetitia used to do for Southampton, for example, countless numbers of players that used to come through playing. Frank Worthington at Leicester. I'm going back too far, aren't I? There's not many examples more recently, though, is there? Because it's that 25-year coach that thing out.
Yeah.
I do think 4-2-3-1 could easily be 4-2-2-2. Just with that midfielder stepping forward, attacking midfielder stepping forward into the number 10 role. But yeah, 4-2-3-1 is easy to drop back into a low block because you've got 6 defensive players on there.
Yeah, and I was just about to mention this exact thing, and it is a little bit small, unfortunately, just given the share. So I will tell you what's in front of you right there. But what we've done is, in preparation for the episode, and I love doing a couple hours prep for the last 2 minutes. I tend to do that far too much, but I didn't want to go into it. So this year, basically what I went through is I went through every team in the league, collated their formations. There is places that show us this stuff, so I didn't go through each one by one. But 365 times out of 683 has 4-2-3-1 been used this season, which is 53% of all formations used in the Premier League this season has been that same old stuff every single time. Added in Eddie Howe's 4-3-3 because other teams apparently like a 4-3-3 as well, and that is 67% of teams have used this. Formations this season have been those two formations, and for me that's absolutely baffling. Like I'd love to go back and check. But it didn't feel like this for me in the olden days. Maybe 4-4-2 was pretty familiar, but for me that's far too much. Everyone playing with the same ideas. No one wants to do anything different. Tim, is that a shock to you?
It's not really when you use the eye test. I mean, it's really good that you've brought that up. And, when we've got more time next time, by all means, bring it back up again because it's fascinating as well. But I think a lot of the issue depends on the profile of the number 10 in the 4-2-3-1. That's the key. It's the profile of that number 10. And because if the profile is one of who is a midfielder, it becomes a 4-5-1. And it's just like the 4-3-3 in that the wingers with that formation come back and that ends up in a 4-5-1. So they both morph into this not defensive, but in the same situation where the striker is isolated.
Yeah, completely agree. And that's the main thing for me. It's far too safe. What do you think, Iain?
Yeah, well,
is it just the modern day
4-4-2? You've done a lot of work there, Michael. But for me, I don't. If that's how they're meant to line up, it depends who's playing, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? If you've got wingers like Hall and Livramento playing, or wingers like Byrne and Trippier playing, have we lined up in the same formation? Or do we not end up going through several of these formations during the course of a game when Hall is and Livramento are underlapping and coming into the midfield? I think what you need to be is flexible and respond to how the game is going. But I do think that 4-2-3-1 is very easy to drop back and be very secure there. That is why if a team is trying to break, having been on trying to counter, but they've dropped back to 4-5-1, they're not getting up fast enough to be able to take advantage of it. So the other team's got back into a bank of a 4-5 deep, low block. And we won't take chances trying to play through the lines. We knock it. What do you call it? Pendulum football, where it goes from side to side to side. I think any team that is trying to break that would stand out and would be heralded. You only have to have somebody play 3 or 4 balls through the lines into somebody's feet on the penalty spot, and you'd think you'd rediscovered the art of football. But we just don't try it. And it's not just us, it's the whole of the Premier League doesn't try it. Safety first.
Yeah, safety first.
And I don't really want to watch that.
No, it's horrible football, isn't it? And on the channel, we're taking the safety off. In the second part of our show, we've got Gaza and the Mighty Wyn in for the second part of the show, the 8 o'clock show. I do apologise, lads, for running a little bit over. But how are you doing?
Very well. It's always interesting to listen to somebody else does the hard work, if I'm honest with you, mate. And it's really interesting how what you were saying there about the amount of percentage a lot of the Premier League do, as in, the 4-2-3-1, because if you watch Serie A, they prefer 3 at the back and they play with a 3-5. So a high percentage of teams in Serie A. Again, is that literally the way leagues are set out now? It's more or less of just blocking one another out, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Let's be honest. We've seen it all season.
Football has a lot to answer for.
Absolutely.
Great when you've got a world-class squad, but not so easy.
And what's wrong with Newcastle, Lee? Well, I'm sure we're going to go over a bit of that tonight, if I'm honest.
Absolutely.
I mean, listen. Like I said, systems. We were talking the other day. I was listening to Phil, who likes to talk tactics, and it just brings you back to those days where it doesn't matter what formation you put out there. And it was a really interesting opening set. Oh my days! I have just missed an absolute set of Manchester United. You wouldn't believe it. I look at these systems of play now and the tactics that teams put out, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what system you actually use. If the individuals make the mistakes, and if you look at the amount of goals that Newcastle have conceded because of individual errors, I am not being funny. I think you could have Pep Guardiola at Newcastle, and I think he would still have a similar ilk, because unfortunately, the quality within the depth of the squad just isn't there. And it is all about individual errors where you're going to fall down left, right, and centre. And it was a really interesting one that Brian brought up, the True Geordie. When you look at the comments, obviously he gets a lot of stick, bless him, with what he brings in. But when you actually analyse what he's written in some of his stuff, it's true. You look at what the guys. Wingers have done this season, and I think out of bear with me a second, 25-26, Gordon 2 assists in 26 games, Barnes no assists in 33 games, Murphy 1 assist in 29 games, Ilanga 1 assist in 30 games. So that's 4 assists in 118 appearances. So you really have to question yourself, are we really blaming Woltemade for being the problem?
Yeah, I'd seen a lot of people saying that this sort of past couple of days can anyone blame the strikers when we're outperforming the expected assists was the one I'd seen, and we aren't, to be fair. We're down on XG and expected assists by about 9 and a bit. But that is, when you look at both stats, it is mainly down to the wingers. And I'll talk nonsense about Anthony Gordon. But what I will say is when it comes to the wingers getting goals and assists, There's only one who can, hold his head high and even say he's done nearly enough this season, and that's Anthony Gordon.
I like that from Wazza. I bet Gazanelli shot his lot when he saw your graph. I got really excited to see somebody else putting graphs on the screen. It's interesting. Gentlemen, thank you so much for bringing us forth upon the hour. 8 o'clock start for the early part of the late show. And we have got a new bod in the early part. We've still got the same hair, but we haven't got a lass tonight. We have got the incredible DX, who's on board with us. Gentlemen, I'll bid you farewell. Thank you so much. And like I say, I'll see you on the next one.
Take
care for now.
You're listening to NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army, live daily on the website, on YouTube, on BAB, and on every online radio directory. NUFC Talk, the voice of the Toon Army.
Yeah, welcome one and all. We've got Mighty Wyn, we've got Boaky, and we've got DX because Christina isn't available tonight. So it's lovely to see DX on board with us this evening. I very rarely get to have a chat with DX, so it's always nice.
They keep us apart, don't they? It's a bit...
They certainly do, sir. They certainly do. We are indeed. Lovely to have all of you along, and obviously I am hosting Gaza, the Geordie Yam Yam, as normal on this 8 o'clock start. I will have to apologise because you may hear my dogs bark in a second. I am expecting the electrician at any moment now. I've got a problem with one of my lights and I don't know what's happened. He's been up into the loft and now I've got no upstairs lights. I don't know what's happened, but he's coming back. So apologies if you hear my dogs bark. I'm going to get on with the show. War Lass is going to deal with the problem. So that's all sorted. Gentlemen, another loss, obviously the weekend. Lots of talk about a better shape, a better effort coming from the Toon. But if I'm honest with you, again, I've watched the game back. I honestly believe, I did question the Mighty Wyn and the lads, Tim, before the start of the, Peter, before the start of the show, before the start of the match, about who's under more pressure, Eddie Howe or Arteta. And for me, Arsenal were there for the taking. If Newcastle had have turned up and had a little bit of bite about them, I think they'd have won at the Emirates the weekend. I didn't think Arsenal were that good. And it's been a very interesting opening part to the Monday night football, because I don't know whether any of you gentlemen saw the Carragher when he was talking about Arsenal's short corners. I'm going to get into that at the start, but I just wanted to get your views, having obviously sat back and watched the game. Like I say, me and Wyn did the commentary. I've rewatched the game just to try and get some feel for the game. What's your thoughts on it now? You've had chance, you've had your 48 hours, if you like, to sit back and analyse it.
Do you want me to go first? Do you know what? It sort of means very little to me, that game, to be honest with you, because we do that time after time after time. Last season we did it. We went to Arsenal, we lost 1-0. It was a heroic performance. Those aren't the games for me that bother me. It's the next game is the game that's going to bother me. I know it is, the Brighton game. And I'm just at that point now where I don't think we should be celebrating a 1-0 loss at Arsenal. Like you say, Gary, you're right. They were there for the taking. I really think they were just so nervous. The stadium was nervous. The crowd was nervous. They weren't very good. That was a really timid Arsenal performance. And we didn't lay much of a glove on them. We had a couple of, Tonali had a shot from 25 yards that the keeper was going the wrong way, did well to save it. When you think, and Vissa had Woltemade's great pass over the top. Vissa should have done better.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But really, over the 90 minutes, I think that's roughly, I should have one at the beginning, but there wasn't much there. And it just feels like that's sort of the story of the season. And I think the problem is it will almost like delude a few fans into thinking, well, no, we're back now. We play well against Arsenal. That's Arsenal. They're top of the league. And I think that's just a mirage. It's not. It wasn't a good. It's not been a good run of games. We defended well, but yeah, I really think that was an opportunity squandered, and it's been a season full of those. And when Tottenham, Forest, West Ham, they're all winning. They're all winning, winning, winning. Leeds are winning. Starting to look.
Time to look over that shoulder.
And we got to play Forest and West Ham. So
absolutely, them are 6 pointers now, aren't they? That's what you.
We need
another squeaky
win.
bum time. Yeah, absolutely. Boaky, I haven't had a chance to speak to yourself, matey. After I know you and Christina did the Sunday show, and I got your points from that. But what are your points now? You've had a chance to actually, dissect it.
Disaster. We're in a 5-game losing streak. We're in a 4-game Premier League losing streak. Where does anybody see a win coming from forward? Where does anybody see anything improving this season forward? At this point, I've said all season, I'm not going to call Eddie Howe out anymore. All I'd say now is he needs to go, and he needs to go now. And we need to bring a new manager. And I've tried to say, keep until the end of the season and do the inquest then. It's getting too late. We need that little bit of a boost. We need something coming into this club to be positive. What's anybody got positive to say about the club? I can just sit here the night and say absolutely nothing. And, there's absolutely no positivity. There's nothing good coming out of the club. And I'll be perfectly honest, it was me who broke the Hall story. It was me who said that Hall was going to be left out and he wouldn't even get on the pitch.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll take. Yeah. And I'd heard the rumor about that a long time before the start of the match. It wasn't as if I said it before. We're seeing the team. I put the team out what was going to be, and I put out exactly what the whole problem was. Hall stood up for this club. Hall stood up, and Jones backed Hall, saying, this isn't good enough. This isn't what we want to see. And what does he get for that? He gets dropped. Come on, lad, you can't drop a player for being the honest one in the squad. You can't drop a player for being the one that's calling out the tactics. If you are, then where's the excuses there? It's a disgrace, and this is not becoming a nightmare disgrace. This is becoming a disgrace of a season.
And Boaky,
so does he drop Bruno now?
That's Boaky not being negative.
No,
that's not me being negative. That's me being honest. When you know what time I called out that the whole story, and you know what time I called out that he would not get onto the pitch, and that was a mile before any team came out, and that was a mile before anybody was even discussing this.
I think there's an undercurrent of something not right behind the scenes, and a lot of these top players. It could be speculation, but we know with Hullet it was speculation. He's falling out with all the players, and there's usually smoke where there's fire. So I think there's something.
Absolutely.
Or even fire where there's smoke.
Well, it's an interesting one. I suppose, like I say, we've got views, and we are going to get into the first part of tonight, because like I said, you did, and I must give you credit, Boaky, because not only did you obviously call out Hall for not being part of the squad, you also put the squad down well before anybody else did. So I'm going to call you the mole of Newcastle. No, you've obviously got an insider knowledge. Here we go then. So tonight, good evening, everybody, or should I say, group therapy session live on air. Newcastle United have now lost 5 on the bounce. 5 at this point. If losing was a subscription service, we'd be on the premium package. We went to the Emirates hoping for a response, and to be fair, we got one, just without the goals, the points, or the joy. We've become a little bit, expecting to lose, unfortunately, at this time of the season. Tonight, we're asking the big questions, though. Are we actually improving or just losing with better posture? And what on earth is going on behind the scenes? Because now it's not just about the results. It's starting to smell like there's a drama going on behind the scenes. And like I said, if you think, 5 in a row, does better even matter now? Because at the end of the day, this is a results-driven industry. Another defeat, 5 straight in all competitions, the worst run since 2021. And that, yes, the performance has slightly improved, if you like. But again, for me, that wasn't because Newcastle had improved. I just think that was because, as you quite rightly said, DX, it was the fact that Arsenal were actually very nervous and they didn't look like Premier League winners on that performance. You know, you look at us, yes, we were more compact, we were more disciplined. Some of them were. Actually looked like a team defensively. They didn't create a lot, but again, I think that was more them not wanting to concede more than going for the jugular and wanting to score more goals. They seem very set up to be, let's not concede, lads, you know. But here's the problem. We still lost. We still didn't score, and we're still 14th in the table, literally looking over our shoulder at the teams behind us. And as you've rightly said again, DX, we've got to play 2 of those, now getting results. Eddie Howe says it's a big step forward, but results say otherwise. So the Mighty Wyn, are we kidding ourselves calling this progress? Or are you seeing genuine signs that this team can turn it around?
On Saturday's performance?
Yeah.
Not at all. No. It was, as you said in your opening, Arsenal were there for the taking, really. And, you know, we were our normal toothless tigers. It's worrying. You know me, I've still got my Eddie t-shirt
When
on.
you're just a little bit quiet.
I've still got my Eddie t-shirt on, but it's just becoming almost impossible to defend the indefensible. It's so, I am so down at the minute. It's not, you know, you wouldn't believe how low I am right now in terms of the Newcastle United side of my life, which is a huge percentage of my life. Yeah, I cannot understand what he's trying to do, what point he's trying to make. It's totally baffling. I mean, to drop, as Boaky highlighted, to drop Lewis Hall, who's been, without doubt for me, our best player this season. You know, okay, he didn't have a great game against Palace, but neither did anybody else. Didn't have a great game against Bournemouth, neither did anybody else. But on the whole season, you know, he should be the first name on the team sheet. If I was an opposition manager, he'd be the first Newcastle player that I'd be looking to sign. Forget about Tonali and Livramento and even maybe Bruno. I'll grant you Bruno. But no, it's bad. It's bad. And you know, we need to ask that. What happens at Matfin Hall this week is going to be eye-opening, to say the least. I mean, the best news I've heard this week is that Amanda's putting together an American consortium to take us over, which I would love, because I tell you what, if that happens, we then become part of the fold, if you like. You know, the
American flag.
Yeah, exactly.
We become that extra star.
And I don't think there's any doubt in my mind at all that you know, we've got now, 11 clubs in the Prem, majority owned by the Americans, and they are determined to oust, shall we say, the Middle East fraternity.
But wait, imagine, you know, we're 5 years into this project. And if you'd said at the start of this project, where would we be in 5 years' time? Everybody would have said there was something different happening in Newcastle, there was something magical happening. Yes, we've spent the money on players, but where's the spades in the ground again? Where's the things happening at the club? You know, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but you've got to be honest.
You're failing.
You know, exactly. You know, where are these promises that we've had?
Listen,
what actually has changed? Apart from obviously we'll win the cup, I'll give you that. We'll get Champions League, but what's actually changed in infrastructure that's better.
Well, hang on a minute. You're saying 5 years into the project, if you'd said to me on day one that PIF took over, within 5 years we'll have been in the Champions League twice and we'll win our first trophy, I would have said, I'll take that all day long.
Well, Wyn, exactly. Everybody would have said that. But
Right, so you can't
but,
say...
But hang on. How do people build things? You build things from the foundations. Where's the actual foundation building coming from? There's no foundation there to what we've done brilliantly, but it's built on clouds. It's not built on, sort of a structure that can keep with it.
Again,
so there's no.
It's the carrots and donkeys,
structure.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
That if they kept their mouths shut and not promised the world, I agree with what Wyn's just said. The problem is every time there's something bad happen or it doesn't go to plan, they bring some news out about something positive. The problem is you've not really ever seen the fruits of those promises yet. And that to me is where me as a fan, get frustrated because to me, I just think they are trying to just throw a blanket over the problems, and that doesn't sort the problems out. All it does is actually enforces the problem later on down the road. We spoke many a show ago where we talked about Chelsea kicking the can further down the road financially. Well, to me, that's what Newcastle are doing at the moment. They're just kicking these problems further down the road. And they are still raising the heads without actually getting any clarification of where we go. I'm going to go to you then.
Lads?
Go on. Somebody got the super chat? Yeah, I put one in. Have you got it?
Sorry.
Imagine relaxing in your garden.
Relaxing in your garden and Boaky's heat pops up.
There you go.
What was I? You were put a couple of snags on the barbecue for us, I'm sure.
I'm sure he'd get you a beer in. Trust me,
he would.
Boaky.
Get 100%. Yeah,
absolutely. So let's speak to you then, Bokes. I mean, if you defend well and still lose, are you actually improving or just delaying the inevitable?
You've got to be honest and say it was a better performance against Arsenal. We didn't fall apart, but let's face it, they were absolutely knackered themselves. They were there for the taking. We could have took them.
I'm not disputing it was a better performance at all. But that's from such a low bar.
That's the problem. That's the problem. I mean, where we're looking at now, lads, what we're looking at Newcastle United being, are we a bottom of the half Premier League team now? Is that where we want to be? Is that... Well,
if you look at the global ranking, I mean, I use Opta, as I've said many a time, to have a look at where Newcastle are. Now, Newcastle have been in and around 8 to 10 for their global ranking, their power ranking. We are now 19th, and we've dropped another 2 places. So we are falling down this global ranking table on free fall. If I'm honest with you. And again, if you look at where we finish, they still reckon 14th is probably realistic. 15th is literally, third favourite, and 16th is fourth favourite.
Can I be honest, though? We see ourselves dropping down the league. That's a nightmare situation. Nobody's now... Wyn's whole thing of this film, remember the famous 7? That we had a couple of weeks ago.
We did.
With
no sound. The famous 7 with no sound.
Yeah,
it was
the famous
excellent.
7 with no sound, yeah. But, where are we now? Can anybody see...
Magnificent 7.
The Magnificent 7, sorry.
To the dirty half dozen.
Can anybody see we're finishing any higher than we are now? Where's all the... I want Wyn to be positive. I want him to come on this channel and say to me, Boaky, you're wrong. We're going to win this. We're going to win that. And he can't do it.
No.
He cannot do it. And that's absolutely devastating because Wyn's the most positive. Wyn's the biggest Newcastle fan on this channel. Let's face it, he goes to every game. He's a season ticket holder. He's that guy. He's the one everybody tunes in to see.
Yeah, he's the heartbeat.
Yeah, exactly. And he cannot come on here and defend what's happening. and that's devastating. You know, that's
it
my
knocks the
problem.
stuff in.
It
knocks the stuff
out
in
of
out the
me
hardest
because
supporters, mate.
It
really does.
It takes a
because
lot
I
to knock
love
my
Wyn.
glass over, but
I love Wyn to bits, but
yeah.
you know, he can't come on here and defend what's going on.
I've said many a time I would love half of his enthusiasm for Newcastle. I really would, because it must be lovely, you know, to. I mean, I must admit, I did tear up yesterday. I was watching a lovely, and I can't think of the ex-chairman's name for Bournemouth now. Oh, it's got out of my head. And he was talking about his relationship with Eddie Howe and how he had his book signing at Waterstones. But it was a real, you know, like Wyn, bless him, when he gets welled up. Well, especially like the cup final where we won, and you could see him. He gets really emotional. That's how this guy was. And I was just thinking in my head, wow, you know, it's lovely to get that emotive and get that involved, I think, in games. I just think it's an incredible thing to have. DX, let's be honest, mate. Did you think that performance gave you hope? Or did you just feel like slightly nicer version of the same problem?
It gave me, the only hope it gave me was watching Visser and Woltemade come on. There was a little bit of a connection there, perhaps for the first time. And well, actually, there's been a couple of little glimpses, like the cup games and stuff, a couple of cup games. But I just thought there was something there, and defensively, it was a better performance. But they weren't. They had chances. Arsenal, if they'd been at their best, if they'd been dynamic, they could have got in on goal a lot of times. Like when you think, was it who was it? One of their players got up on the left, and they had about 4 against 2, I think it was, towards the end of the game, and the guy just hit it straight at Chow, I think maybe, or someone. So it was a bit, or maybe it's Toon. But anyway, they wasted a lot of those counter-attacking opportunities. So it was a better performance, but it hasn't given me that much hope. And what concerns me a bit is, if I'm reading between the lines correctly, it does seem like Eddie or the staff or whatever are falling out with some big players. If you think it's Hall, maybe to a lesser extent, Tonali's a bit disillusioned. Gordon, these players, they're some of the best players, but not falling out with Jacob Murphy and Alanga and all those guys. So it's there's something. I don't know. I felt more deflated in the days since. I think when I watched it, I was almost indifferent because I felt like I kind of thought I could see it coming. We'll play well against Arsenal, and then we've got these 3 out of 4 bogey teams. We've got West Ham, who we've not done that well against. Brighton, who we never at home do very well against. And who's the other one we've got? Not Forest, Fulham. Those 3 are all bogey teams over the last few years. We've not done that well against them. So I expected a good performance against Arsenal. I thought, we'll put in a shift there, and then we'll just see the usual thing. Maybe I'm being really pessimistic. I'm normally not this pessimistic, but I think it's just drained me. This season is draining. I've played so many.
That's exactly the thing. You know,
And,
nobody is normally this pessimistic.
DX, you're 100% right, mate. You know, and it's not very often me and you would agree, but you're right. The problem is, what changes do you see happening to improve this? What do you see happening in the team or the squad to improve this situation?
Yeah,
and I think we both agree there's nothing.
I can only see it that if they stubbornly stick to this manager now, and I love Eddie Howe, he's done a great job, and I think we all do. But it comes to a point with every manager, their tenure, they have their shelf life. Occasionally you get a Sir Alex Ferguson, 26 years, whatever, but that's once in a blue moon. That's a Klopp, a Ferguson, a Pep Guardiola, the absolute elite of the elite. Eddie Howe's a good manager. He's not the top manager. So I think you have to just you have to see when the end is inevitable. And if we hold on to him, I think we could have another Dalglish situation where you end up sacking a manager after he's spent all the money in the window. Hullet had the same thing. There's been other managers who've had 2 or 3 games at the start of the next season. The money's gone. The next manager comes in. Robson came in. He had $500,000. Bought Kevin Gallagher. That was it. That's you cleared out now for the season. So, I think we'd be really remiss and really negligent if we keep him in the role for the.
I completely agree. It's a negligent for the club if we keep Howe in place and allow him to spend money. If he's the one that chooses the players that come in next season, then that's really, really bad.
Yeah. It's interesting though. We talk about how Eddie Howe seems to be mirroring his time at Bournemouth with Newcastle, and again, Connor, bless him, he's just thrown this one at me because, like, Eddie Howe, the season that Eddie Howe obviously went down with Bournemouth, he spent £176 million. Now, for a club the size of Bournemouth, that's an incredible amount.
Back then as well.
Yeah, back then, exactly. And again, Eddie Howe had done really well with very small budgets at Bournemouth. And to be fair, if you think about the amount of windows that Newcastle have gone through buying nobody, and Newcastle have overachieved, again, you can mirror that saying, well, he's been on a very low budget because he hasn't really had a budget. And now all of a sudden, he's being allowed to spend £200+ million this summer. I know it's £700 over his tenure, but sorry, 700 million, I should say, not £700. But you think when he goes and spends, it seems as though an engulf of players takes the stuffing out of him a little bit.
Gary, can I just say on that? I've been the one that's come on this channel and has never ever tried to call Eddie Howe out. I've never been disrespectful towards him. It's getting towards the point where I'm going to have to be that. It's getting towards the point where yes, he won with a cup, and yes, he got with Champions League football, but he's also spent a hell of a lot of money and not got anywhere near that, anywhere further up. So I don't want to be the person that comes on here and calls Eddie Howe out completely, but it's getting towards that point. It's getting towards the point that this is not acceptable. This isn't sort of a slight problem. This is a major problem. So I'm not going to do it now, but it is getting towards that point where Eddie Howe can be completely called out if this keeps going.
And Eddie Howe's net spend at Bournemouth was £200 million.
Yeah.
Over 5.5 years.
Yeah.
How much was the last manager's, Eddie?
That's £40 million.
Wyn, how much was their last manager's net spend? The one
when they were in Division 2 and fighting.
No. I'm saying the last one, the one after that. So exactly. How much was his?
Iriola.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was thinking of, like, when clubs go into free fall at the end of a season, and the opposite is true as well. Like when you've seen Leicester, they ended that season where they somehow avoided relegation. They were winning game after game after game, and then they won the league. But if you think back to, like, let's say Hull City, the season we went down, Hull City were dropping like a stone, and they somehow stayed up by a point because of us. The following season, they just lost game after game after game because it's hard to get out of that pattern. Like, you get the summer, but it seems like that follows through to the next season. That's the worry, is if, say, we lose 3 of the next 4 and we pick up a draw somewhere or win or whatever, but then that's how many losses out of, it'll be like 10 out of 13 or 14 or something. And then you're kind of in that habitual losing streak. That's not how you want to go into the next season. And that's another thing that worries me is then we could be the next Tottenham. Tottenham were like that last season. They just lose every league. They won the Europa League.
Exactly, Dex. And what's the one thing we've been notorious under Eddie Howe is slow starters in the league.
And if
we go into that season with this, because the excuses being this season, the thing that came from Wyn and all the happy clappers is, we'll go on to these winning streaks where we'll win loads of games. That hasn't happened this season. We go into next season, we have a slow start. Eddie Howe's going to be in a barrel of shit, basically. He's knackered. He just needs. I think we just need a refresh. We just need something new.
Yeah. I mean, the trouble is, like I say, although the rumours now just aren't helping. I mean, I'm going to go to a couple of the lads that I've seen a couple of the stars in the chat, so let's go. One with this one, Lee McFarlane. Our XG is now so low, it is XF. Foxy saying, question for Wyn. After did all the coefficient investigations some weeks ago, What do we need to qualify for Europe? Should I now
Look, this
include
one.
what we need to stay up?
Does it go down to
Lol.
17th?
Come on, Wyn. What's the
well,
metrics?
what-
What's the metrics, Wyn?
We're still there. We're still there. Still,
but-
Europe
Yeah,
is still on the
how-
horizon.
Can we still get Champions League?
Champions League is a push now.
Yeah. Lee's got commented on Stevie there. I'm not happy with the result and misses, etc. But my hope meter
Brighton,
went
who will
up a
play
half a notch.
obviously next week, are on 50 points, so we're 8 points behind them, who are currently sitting in a Champions League position.
Yeah.
If Villa win the Europa
Christ.
Cup,
Wyn,
and
give this
Arsenal
up
win
off.
the Champions League.
Well, like I said,
I was-
Eddie Howe hasn't
give
given
this
up
up.
on it yet. So that's why Wyn isn't giving up. Gary Kilvington, he's saying, be careful what you wish for. We get 14 American owners. Don't them moan if games start getting played in America, because all it takes is 14 votes to pass changes in the rules. And that is true as well, isn't it? We've got to be very
Absolutely.
careful
That's true.
that we don't
Game 39,
lose.
bring it on.
Yeah, game 39. Yeah, the free
We'd
hit.
be relegated if there were 39 games at this rate.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah,
to be fair,
definitely.
that was a really interesting call. Somebody made. I know it was on Match of the Day where they said, "Would our Newcastle?" Oh, I know it was. It was Talk Sport. Are Newcastle happy? There's only 4 games left, and I think it was Jim that said it. And I'll be honest with you, I think they are. They are happy, but they can still be
Gary,
cool.
Gary, can I answer that? I've got tickets for the last 2 games of the season at St James's Park, and I'm seriously sitting here thinking, do I really want to go?
Oh, you got to go, Bo.
Do I really want to be part of that?
Yeah, well, what I was
You wanna
about,
see Eddie Howe's
what I was
feet.
about to say was,
As a true fan, you want to be there at the game, so I will go. But there's no passion there from us. There's no sort of I'll cheer the team on as much as I can. I'll try to get to win as many games as we can. But where do I think we are as a team in those 2 games? I don't know.
The likelihood is probably going to be 2 dead rubbers, isn't it, by then? But
Yeah.
that wouldn't be the worst thing if it was by that point.
But hang on, it is a massive issue if we're not winning games
I mean, it's
by.
better than us being still in a scrap. That's what I mean. Is like
I just hate it. I just hate this season.
but
Yeah, there
then
you
so
go.
do I. Boaky, I agree with everything I say.
Indeed.
Was I?
Thank you
I
again.
agree. Was I? You can have the last 5 cans of them Guinness for saying that, mate. I agree with everything you say, mate.
Well, let's get to the moment that killed it. Then.
But hang on.
Oh, go on. No, go on.
Because as Boaky has just hit on there, it ain't fun going to the match anymore.
No.
And that is a horrible indictment. It's back to the days of Ashley when you're drinking your pie. Well, I suppose we better go then.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what it is now.
Ads is in
What
with
I
this one.
saying, Boaky, spoken with true passion, unlike Steady Eddie, who's got no passion. Yeah.
Do you know,
Ads is up there. Look.
It's more like hard to-
Adsy's the best fan I've ever met in the chat, to be fair. He's got so much sense about him that, he's such a great bloke. I love him a bit.
Love it. Okay, let's get to the moment that killed it then. 9th minute, short corner. Nobody tracks Eze. Game over. Top
Great
corner.
finish. I'll give him a
Oh, it was a stunning finish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Poor
Can I
organisation, though.
Gary,
Switch
can I
off
ask you
and
guys,
punish
did
this little
anybody think we'd get back into it at that point? Do you think there was
I
any
don't-
chance
I don't
of
see a
us
goal
getting
scorer,
back
though.
we
into
might
it?
get a point.
That's it.
That's the biggest problem for me. I just don't see a goal scorer. We were talking through the comms, and we were saying, now, we've been a team reliant on the left-hand side to create space and an opening on the right-hand side to try and unhinge teams. And yet you've got Elanga, who seems to want to be inside forward these days, and he drops into spaces that, Miley was driving into and things like that. So we had no outs on the right-hand side. We had no outs on Saturday on the left-hand side because we didn't have a winger as such. We played very heavy midfielders across that 3-2 system. And I don't know whether Eddie was trying to do a box with maybe Willock and Ramsey dropping into the half spaces to try and get closer to Asula. And like I said, if Asula hadn't done their air shot after 20 seconds, then who would have known? And things could have changed. The game could have been so much different. And again, a bit of class from Woltemade and Wissa the misser.
Hang on, no. How many times have said that this season? Yeah. If things had been different,
absolutely. It's a big word, mate.
Yeah, exactly, mate. And it's sort of.
I just think
it's a strange one to go down the line that what if what's and maybes. I'll get my words out. It's been the season that it has because of where we've been. This is where we deserve to be.
It does not alter the fact that yes, you're still talking, believe it or not, fine margins. When you think of the points we've lost from winning positions.
But I think with that
which
goal,
is unheard of for any. I don't know if any team's ever lost as many. I meant to check that out. Actually,
Wyn, who's that down to? Who is that down to? You've got a manager on the bench managing the team.
Yeah, yeah.
Then points down to the loss of points down to.
But nonetheless, and as I say, we're literally just 6 points off potential Champions League. And you look at those 25 points.
Let's part that. But the thing is, like with the goal at the weekend, they just played a very similar short corner routine, hadn't they?
Twice.
And they had the shot. Well, in the second one, they had the shot that went narrowly wide.
Yeah.
It covered. But that's the warning. And then you would think, right, okay, they might do that again. Did it again, scored. So things like that, it shows maybe the players aren't quite, and whether that's down to the manager or whatever, I don't know. But they're not thinking, it's almost like they're too regimented, right? You have to do this. And they're not thinking in the moment. They can't, they're not proactive, like going, okay, we need to, that happened. Don't let that happen a third time. It happened a third time and great strike. But that's the disappointing thing with the goal. Like it was kind of predictable in a way.
Well, let's have a look at this then, because you've brought this on to quite the best time, I suppose. This was the build-up of Manchester United game tonight.
Jamie Carragher.
It's something. That's Jamie Carragher, yeah. That's Carragher. He's analysing the 3 short corners. Now, unfortunately, this clip ends right at the end that I wanted to discuss. But I'm going to show it you anyway, because for me, it shows some points that he's highlighted. And for me, both me and Wyn said, their set-piece guy has done us absolutely big style here. Yeah. And they continue to do it. So have a look at this. See what you guys think. And I want to point out something that you don't see on this video, but we talk about Lewis Hall coming out to Eddie Howe and talking about tactics. There's something that happens in this clip that you don't see, unfortunately, on here that I want to talk about. I want to see what the difference is with you guys. So let me know if you can hear this, guys.
No.
No.
Can you hear it?
No.
We can see the spit out, but we can't hear it.
Oh, bless you. I don't know. Let me just have a look. There you go. I've just seen. I'll put it back on. Yeah, you haven't missed a lot.
Now we see Gamanis. So Gamanis is always already on the way before Zubamendi makes his. He doesn't know Zubamendi's there yet. So that tells me the job of going with the player who goes short is Bruno Gamanis. So his role here to come out when the players go short. But what Arsenal do is that you don't see, and this is the genius of it, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 players coming short. Never seen that before in my life. Normally you will have 1, maybe 2. And you can deal with that. But because 4 players come out, they're almost not quite sure what to do here, the Newcastle players. So Willock ends up almost standing still when we run it on. And also, let's not just forget, there's a lot going on here. It's all about getting space on the edge of the box for Eze and Rice. That's what it's about. You can see that space there. That is the name of the game. But a lot goes into it before we get there. So because Willock doesn't move, he cuts it out initially. And what Arsenal do actually, and in terms of getting the corners, this actual interplay here and the pace of the play here from Arsenal was actually the best piece of play we saw throughout the game. It was quick, it was fast. So, as they're walking back, keep an eye
it's only a couple of minutes
on Willock.
So
we're going to highlight.
He's highlighting Willock again now, right?
Earlier.
So this is your second point.
Now he's pointing. He's pointing to the bench. The reason we know he's pointing to the bench is because all 11 players for Newcastle are in the box. So he knows there's a problem. Should I be going with Odegaard? I've got Eze on the edge of the box. What do I do?
This is
so we
good
see
points,
corner number 2 come in now.
We're talking about, highlighting problems.
Same thing again. Gamares goes out because it's his job to go short. Again, they've got the 4 players out. Willock's caught in between, not quite sure what to do. Gets dragged a little bit closer than he did before because he's aware of the situation that's happening. Ball gets to Eze. As Eze gets the shot, Willock is not far away, but he's got a free shot on his left foot. And again, this is the name of the game, to get space on the edge of the box. But they can't quite move him.
Right, so it does go off, unfortunately, just after this. And the reasons why I've brought this up is you could see the problem that Newcastle had. And literally from that first one, as Carragher mentioned, now I didn't see this in the commentary because obviously you're talking and analysing the play. I didn't actually see it when I rewatched the game afterwards for tonight's show. But what he brings up here, and again, it's in the second part, which unfortunately, like I say, they don't show it on this part, on this clip. It's where you see the second one goes for a corner, right? And you get Bruno then pointing to the bench, and he's asking the question with Willock about who's marking who. Who do you want us to do? Because the way they'd set up Newcastle, we were overloading the back post because that is Arsenal's armour. They, as we've seen with Newcastle this season, they overload the back stick, they run forward to the 6-yard box, and it's who we pick up. And that's what Newcastle had done. They'd overloaded the back stick, they'd got bodies in the 6-yard box waiting for Arsenal to get and overload that 6-yard box, but not prepared for the short. And that's where Arsenal came in. Hold on. After the third corner, which Eze puts away, and it's a worldie, what you then get is Bruno point to the bench. He gives them the 3 fingers, and he goes, "What the F are we doing?" Right? Now, for me, when your captain's calling out the coach, who's been questioned on the first 2 corners that have gone short, what do you want us to do? And there has been nothing come back to them. And again, the third one, they work beautifully amongst themselves, Arsenal. I'm not going to give them or discredit that, and it's a worldie of a goal. But doesn't that just point out that when the captain is screaming on the third one that goes into the goal, that's 3 times we've asked you where you want us to be, and on 3 occasions you haven't given us an answer. So isn't that the same as Hall?
Guys, I completely agree with you on every point of that. The first thing I would say is that Carragher had a lovely cardigan on there. I hope he got that from I'd love to get that.
Yeah, it's from Phoenix.
Yeah, it's from Phoenix. So I'll go to Phoenix. No, but in all seriousness, what did we learn from the first 2 corners? Where were where was the management on the bench shouting out the players saying, this is coming on, we need to change our style? It didn't.
Yeah.
It didn't happen. It stayed the same old, as always. This is the big problem. We never ever see a difference. We never ever see, when we see what's going on the pitch and it's absolutely rubbish, we never ever see a change. We never ever see.
We see it when it's too late.
Changing things up. Exactly. So you're right, the accent. If Hall was on that pitch, Hall would have made a difference. And the reason Hall wasn't, as I've said, is because he was dropped because of personal issues with Eddie Howe, not because he's a bad player, and that's a bad state of play to be in.
What concerns me is if Hall now doesn't play again this season, then what does that say? Because I don't know if you've got any more intel Boaky, but I'd hope that would have been a little one-off thing and not something that we'll see repeated.
Do you know? I think the thing is with Hall, I think it's more of a personal thing where Eddie Howe actually has to apologise to Hall rather than the player having to apologise to him.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm not sitting here saying I'm an expert on insight or anything like that, but in my view, Eddie has to apologise to him.
Yeah, I've just got the little brief from Sky. Sky just went over the 3 short corners Arsenal done against us and shows Bruno, Willock and Tonali asking Howe, what do we do after the second corner? Then showed Bruno after Arsenal scored, saying to Howe and Tyndall, what the F happened? And put 3 fingers up saying, 3 times, guys, and then turned his back on the bench.
These players are starting to get ticked off.
Well, like I said, absolutely. I think they are starting to, starting to call out certain things now, which is really weird. And like I say, if we questioned as Eddie Howe lost the dressing room, he's certainly losing the confidence of players on the field of play. That's what it sounds and looks like to me.
He had an argument with Graham Jones a couple of weeks ago.
He certainly did. A tactical argument, didn't he?
And Graham Jones is renowned for being a very good tactician and stuff.
But that was over Tino, wasn't it? Because obviously Tino was having a problem. Sorry, Boaky.
If I'm honest, Graham Jones stood up 100% for Hall when Hall had his argument with Eddie Howe about when he got subbed last week. Look, I'm not going to release anything that I know, but Hall had an argument with Howe and Jones stood up 100% for Hall. He didn't. He called actually Howe out at that point as well. So I think there is a little bit of unrest in the
like a division almost, doesn't it?
Yeah, in the team.
A couple of super chats was I saying we deserve entertainment. I've said it 1,000 times, and Tony T is now saying Gary's a top guy.
Oh, thank you, mate.
That's true.
You're not bad yourself.
Keep your kinks to yourself.
Gary, can I just say one thing on you, mate? Your commentary is brilliant on this channel. The way you conduct yourself on this channel is brilliant. You're a proper host. You're a proper guy, and I love you to bits. I would never ever. No, I'll never ever come out and call you out. And people on the chat the other day who were saying because of his accent or things like that, he doesn't deserve.
Well, it was only one.
He is absolutely
crap.
He is.
And that's what we said.
He's a great guy. So I'll stand up for Gary 100% on this channel.
And to be fair, the chat did, and that's what I said. It was lovely to have the comrades, if you like. I am all for, like I say, togetherness. Like I say, I can't help the way I speak. I do, like I say, turn into an adopted Geordie when I come up north.
You're a Geordie, Gary, man. You're a Geordie lad.
No, I mean, me slang does start to come back, but I have to be with you guys a hell of a long time for it to be there. So, Boaky, let's have a look then at some of the conversation. How many times do we have to concede the same type of goal before it becomes a coaching issue? Not just a player mistake, because as you've just seen there and witnessed now, that was definitely a question that was thrown towards the coaches.
It's an
I think the worrying thing about that goal on Saturday, right, was that as
I think the worrying thing was, like you said, Boaky and meant win, but never mind, Garam win.
Because what I'm saying is that Carragher got it spot on when he says Arsenal have never ever done that before, and Howe obviously prepared for what Arsenal always do.
Yeah,
but yet, despite twice within the three incidents were all within 5 minutes. They do it once, doesn't quite come off. They do it the second time, Eze gets a shot off and misses, and then they do it the third time, and we're still welded to the original beat set piece FC tactics.
Win, and the actual answer to Gary's question. What again? We've seen this all season. how have we changed things around in that game? How have we managed the game? How have we,
Well, we haven't.
done the game at the we haven't, and it's sad. It's really, really sad. I get why the happy clappers are so upset, because you can't see any change. You cannot see anything changing in games that makes you think we can move this on. And I disagree. Let me be honest. I've heard people on this channel come on and slag Eddie Howe off. Let's not do that. Let's not call him out as a person. But let's be honest. He's reached his level. He's done a great, great job for Newcastle United. We all love him to bits. But let's move on to that next level.
Yeah.
Tony T's just in back in with another super chat saying, just to clarify, he's on about DX subbing for Christina.
Oh, right. Yeah.
with your kinks. Great one from Connor. Let me just throw this at you, because Connor's just had an actual fact. I never even thought of this, because there's a mole at Newcastle, right? We know that. There's a lot of stuff that gets leaked out. Now, I know yours, Boaky, was probably more of a personal contact, doing the shopping type of situation. But if the team sheet was leaked the night before, Arteta has 12 plus hours to adopt something different, right? That's why Eddie Howe on Fridays doesn't mention a lot about his team selection, because no manager, no coach should give the heads up to the opposition manager, stroke coach. So does that have any weight to it, do you think? Having the team leaked as early as it was. I mean, I saw it across X, didn't think much of it. I just thought somebody was putting it out there. But again, I have to give credit where credit's due. Boaky put it out quite early. So did Connor. And it was exactly the team that was mentioned. So is that the problem with Newcastle?
Can I be honest with this one? The leak wasn't anybody in the squad. It wasn't a player. It was not a player in that squad. So that's what I'll say. But everybody on X knew what the team was going to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and
that's what I'm saying.
We knew that from a very, very early point. I mean,
aren't we just shooting ourselves in the foot having this mole?
100%. And the whole thing was, everybody knew from the very start of the game, Hall was not going to start that game. I'm not saying I pretend to be the only person that knew that. I think a lot of people did. But if you're starting to get that sort of issue with the squad, then you've lost it. I'm sorry, but you've lost your team. If you cannot control what's coming out, or you cannot control leaks, then that's a major issue. And as I say, for someone like me, I'm not in the know. I'm not like a journalist or somebody who's around Newcastle a lot. But if I know that, and you guys know how early I released that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's wrong and it's bad. And the fact that I could see Hull would not play that game was disgusting, really. I mean,
it's just strange how Carragher says he's never seen any team, never mind Arsenal, go with 4 players coming short. So that was a complete change to the Arsenal makeup that we've witnessed all season long.
And again, was the point is, was that a result of Arteta getting the same information that was leaked, which was that he's going with height at the back? So they said, right, we'll need to try something different.
Yeah.
And the poor thing for me was the fact that we saw them do it twice and still didn't cotton on. Yeah. And there was someone in the chat there, I've lost it now, but they said, surely, instead of pointing to the bench and saying, surely the player should take some responsibility to counteract it, because they've seen it 3 times as well, by the way.
They have. The problem is, when you're training, and because somebody says, players do become a little bit stagnated. They do become robots. You've been practicing and training all season, defensive unit. You saw Shola drop on that front post, you know. And as Carragher said, you know, Bruno was the one to trigger the press, to put the push if they go short. That's great. But then all of a sudden something different happens and you start to make an inquiry. What we should be doing then is saying, right, if this happens again. Now, the biggest problem with a coach, the last thing you need to be doing or should be doing is taking their minds off the concentration of the game. And this isn't me trying to get into Howe's back pocket. I just know from, you know, I've done it myself. I'm a gobby sod at the best of times. If I see something wrong, the players knew about it. The problem is when they're looking and talking to you, they're not concentrating or looking at the game that's going on in front of them. So I used to make or time, if you like, on the side. And that to me is what Eddie Howe should have done. Either ask one of the lads to go down and then bring somebody on with a piece of paper, as we've seen in the past. It happens. We saw it again the weekend. There's lots of players go down that didn't need to be on the floor. And there's instructions coming backwards and forwards. There's always a time to do it. And I just think, like I said, for me, it was a little bit misguided by the coaching staff not to nullify the effect of what Arsenal were trying to do. Now, listen, you know, Asula's marking nobody. There was three players in that 6-yard box that were marking fresh air.
Just a quick thing on that, Gaz. Where did you see any change at the weekend? Where did you see him bring players on to change things? Where do you see him on the sideline shouting at players to, you know, change things out? You know, you guys push out there, you guys do this. I didn't see any of that.
The first change was the 4-1-4-1 formation. That was the first change. It was very much trying to get, like I say, this box.
No, but actually in the game, where did you see him on the side? I deliberately watch Eddie Howe at times on the sideline. It's not very often you get pictures of a manager, but where did you see him trying to change things up? I didn't see that at all.
Yeah, I mean, RSL saying there, you know, players don't have responsibility in zonal systems. That they follow where the ball's going.
Yeah.
And that is also very evident and true. The biggest problem is when it's happened to you twice, you know, you've got to be on your toes the next time. It's all about starting positions. And, you know, I'm not being funny, but Bruno isn't the quickest to get out and close space down. So maybe he should have changed roles with somebody like Asula and said to Asula, right, I want you on the edge of the 18-yard box. So, you know, keep your space, but just go and sit out there. I'll mark the zone here. It's all about communication at the end of the day. And I just don't think, like I say, the lads to me, are very much a robotic system at the minute. Whatever Eddie Howe says and does on that training ground, they do or try and replicate on the field of play. And as you've seen, I've said a lot of it's lost in translation because they certainly aren't replicating anything.
Do you know what the devastating thing is this season? We were all sat there last season. We watched, we win the cup, we got into the Champions League, and everybody was up for this season. Who anybody on the panel now can say this season's been any sort of success? You know, we were so passionate about this season. We so wanted it. We failed in the Champions League. We failed in every cup competition. We failed in the Premier League.
That's where I slightly disagree. I'm not sure that we failed. I think we got knocked out by Man City twice and Barcelona in the Champions League. I don't think that's... We did okay in the cups. I think the league is where
we failed.
We can look at it. Has been a disaster, but
hang on, lads.
Nobody's going to say this.
But could we not done better in those cup competitions?
Well, we could have won them all, but
against Man City, we were crap. When you watch at home, we were absolutely rubbish against them.
Yeah, in the FA Cup certainly, but I think in the League Cup first leg, it was more a case we missed some chances. It was not a very good game actually. The first leg, it was very bitty, and the second leg, we went for it too early on and we left ourselves exposed at the back, and that kind of caught us out. With Barcelona, we had a mad half hour where just I don't know what went on. Everything capitulated. So
what? Hang on, incoming. What's I saying? Oh my God! I've just agreed with me. I want Howe out now. Wow.
What was that? You're right, mate. Keep agreeing with yourself.
No, listen. Let's not, take everything. We can't just talk about Arsenal's chance, because Newcastle did have 3 chances for me that could have changed the look of this game. You know, Shola after 30 seconds, the fresh air swing, which I missed, unfortunately. Johan Wissa, 6 yards out, over the bar.
That was shocking.
That to me, you know, any part of his body that he makes contact with, he doesn't have to hit it hard.
Guys,
you know what I mean? Sidestep, anything like that, toe poke, and it's past Raya, you know, for me. And then obviously Dan Byrne, the free header that's straight at the keeper.
That's the game. I'll be honest with this, that's football. You have chances, and you have chances to put things away, and you don't at times. This season, it's not down to the fact that we've missed those sort of chances. It's down to the way we've played. So, you know, yes, you'll miss chances. You'll miss a lot of chances, but you'll put away a lot of chances.
Yeah, but when you're not creating those chances.
No, I completely agree with you, Gary, and what you're saying. You know, if we'd done it, we would have scored, but we nowhere near scoring them. We'd be nowhere near doing it. That's the problem.
The one thing that I found that was a positive for me, the one thing I went away from that game that was a positive for me, people say the defence, but I thought Woltemade, when he came on, that's the best I've seen him play in a very long time. In that number 10 role, he was very comfortable there. And I think that's the one thing I can take away from that game and say, please start this guy now for the next 4 games. Give him a go. Like, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Whatever.
And I think Eddie's, to be fair, Eddie's post-match comments about that augur well, because he said, you know, that's what we want to see from Nick. And, you know, he's kind of played himself back into the team. Words to that effect, I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, even if he starts with a super.
Come on, we need to go all out attacking these last few games. It's pointless playing this bloody pendulum football where pass across the back and everything like that. Yeah. Just absolutely go all out attack for the last 4 games. What we've got to lose?
Let's play present football again.
Exactly,
let's go back to the identity.
Exactly.
It'd be interesting to see if is Gordon done now? Is that, like, I don't know. We're not hearing much on that. Hall,
well, apparently he could be back.
Favor now. I don't know. There's a lot. We could have a very strange team out if we keep going like this. I don't know. But I really hope he starts Woltemade. That's good that he said that, and maybe start him behind Shola, just see if that works. Then bring Visser on after an hour if it's not working. Just try something different.
Yeah. That's interesting.
That's the worry. The worry is that despite this run of not just bad results but horrible performances, he still hasn't actually thrown the dice and just tried. So, and now for something completely different.
Yeah, exactly.
It could end up being Monty Python, but let's give it a whirl.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you guys then a bit of a curveball. It's a bit of a spicy one, this one. Is this now officially one of the worst attacking units Newcastle have had in the last decade, considering the money they spent?
No. Joe Linton, Dwight Gale, and Andy Carroll. That's the worst.
Okay. I knew you was going to come up with that.
No, considering the money they've spent 100%. You know, we've spent so much money to get this team together, to get this squad together. Eddie obviously wanted this team. And what the hell's he done with it? You know, he wanted these team of players. And no matter what anybody says, you know, Isaac leaving, yes, it was a disaster. But Eddie got who he wanted as a sort of his choice. So yes, there might not be his first choice. No. He didn't get who he wanted his first choice, but he got who he wanted,
or his second, or his third,
who can sit here and defend these?
Well, what I would say, I don't necessarily think they're bad players. I just think
and Wissa, the injury, of course, didn't help at all.
Wyn and DX. Why has he not developed these players to play with his squad?
Well, that's my worry, is the things that Eddie Howe is renowned for is his man management and his development of players. And once you take those out of the equation and say, which players have improved this season? Lewis Hall, Chow perhaps, but I didn't see him at Milan, so I can't confirm that. So there's not much. Everyone else seems to be going backwards, and so I don't know, that's gone. And then the man management sounds like he's falling out with players. So those are the things that I've always held on to. Like, he's got that, players will get better. And Barnes seems to have gone backwards. Gordon, it's not. The signs aren't great.
No, well, it was an
you
interesting one.
look at the strikeouts we've signed, and not one of them's developed. Not one of them's been good enough to get into this team. You know,
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
the biggest worry I've
agree.
ever had.
I do agree with what Brian's put in the chat there. You know, they were more panic boys because we were coming to that 11th hour.
Exactly.
Panic
and they
feed.
were. Yeah, absolutely. And that is unfortunately, you know, they certainly do not fill you. I mean, listen, I thought Wissa, you know, again, lad who's not been injured, comes to Newcastle and gets injured for months, doesn't help and perform. But you know what? An interesting stat Connor's just sent me. Last season, in kilometres covered, can you remember how many players Newcastle had in the top 10?
Not really. Probably a couple.
Well, Bruno was top.
Gordon must have been in there.
Yeah, so I think there was four players in the top 10. There isn't a single player this season in the top 10. Obviously, Elliot Anderson is the one that's going to hurt everybody. He's top, covering 375 kilometres.
And Sean Longstaff's probably in there, isn't he? Oh, he hasn't played that much.
No, he hasn't played.
Can I just say, if we go into next season with Eddie Howe as manager, are you guys happy with that? Is that exactly where we need to be? Is that where this club needs to be to move forward? So if Eddie Howe's manager, and I've got no doubt there might be a chance of that, is that the right thing to happen?
Well, it's really weird because Boaky, you've been one. I just want to transfer this one a little bit, if I may, because like I said, I'm a Newcastle fan. I do not pick the manager. You know, I have to support Newcastle, whoever's there. If they choose to go with Eddie Howe, it doesn't mean that I won't go to games. You know what I mean? If I get the option to go, I'm still going to be a black and white supporter.
That's not really the question. The question is is Eddie Howe the manager to change this and move things forward?
At this present moment in time, I don't think he is. And like I said, if you listen to the likes of Paul Merson now, who thinks that he will walk into the Chelsea job, do you think Eddie Howe goes south to London to the Chelsea job?
Don't get me wrong, 100% Eddie Howe will get a job after this and he'll be magnificent at job. But my question is to that two panelists is, before he does that, is it right for him to go this transfer window?
Well, you kind of know my answer to that anyway. I think he's done. He's reached the end of his cycle at the club, and I just think like this happens with, like I said, with any manager. Well, most managers, you do get the odd exception to the rule, but I mean, even Sir Bobby Robson at the end, he was selling Nobby Solano for peanuts and doing things that were a bit odd, and you thought, maybe this is starting to lose its way a bit. And I think now with Eddie, he's doing some very straight. The press conference is getting a bit tetchy, and players are getting dropped. And you think, well, why is he dropped? So there's too many things for me now, and too many red flags, if you like. I would definitely look to move him on, and hopefully another club comes in and he'll go, okay, and that's a clean break, like with Pardew. You know, go off to Palace, nice, we get a bit of money. Happy days.
Yeah, I haven't seen the result of tonight because the under-21s are playing, and they've done reasonably well, to be fair, since Andrews have left. And I want to answer this one. What is the point of the under-21s at NUFC? Now, I read an absolutely fabulous article about the academy and everything else. And I like looking at the junior players because they are going to be our future. Like I said, the under-18s is the one that I think that will shine. But unfortunately, this year, as good a work that the previous DOFs have done, Mitchell did an amazing job, to be fair, setting up the academy to where it is today and pulling in some really top young players. The biggest problem we've had a lad who's been the previous coach at the under-21s, who unfortunately has ripped the guts. And you talk about confidence being as bad as it is in the first team. Well, the under-21s is void of everything. And it's taken a while for them to get back on track. And if you look at some of their play now, what we saw pre-season with Park Sue, whatever his name, Sue Young Park, whatever his name is, he is now starting to come back to that level. Sean Neve, obviously, he's just bouncing back. There's some good players there. I think now they're settled, and that's what I said. Every team needs to be settled, and that's why I always worry you. It's not something that we always see on the grass side of things. It's what's going on behind the closed doors that you don't see that can often scupper a lot of what we see as entertainment on the field, which we haven't seen much of in a black and white shirt this season, I must admit. So they are coming good. Like I said, they are playing tonight, and I think it's Swansea they're playing tonight. And like I say, I'll try and get some update on the score as soon as I can for you. But they are doing reasonably well now, and they've got a chance of getting into the playoffs. Now, they were in the bottom sector when Andrews was here. Now he's gone. I'm hoping they can go. Let's get back to, obviously,
Gary,
first.
On that point very quickly,
go on.
What's happened with Salia, the Georgian kid that we signed, the under-21?
Yeah, Salia's had a little bit of a knock. Oh, the under-21s lost 2-0. There you go. There's me bigging them up. The under-21s lost 2-0. I think that was for the playoffs. I might be mistaken. Salia's doing okay, but again, he's had a bit of an indifferent time because it's trying to slot him in. Newcastle don't play with a 10, which is his natural role, right? And what they're trying to do is play him in a system that, again, very much like Woltemade. Where do you put the lad? He's very much an attacking midfielder. His plays just behind in the false 9. So I think he's a little bit lost at the minute, this kid.
That's
great little player.
Let's be honest, though. If you bring a young player in, who at Newcastle United has got any chance of making the first team? Which young player that we've brought in has ever had a chance? That's the big problem.
Yeah, I think that, like I said, the biggest problem we've had at this present moment in time is managers, coaches at grassroots level using Newcastle as a stepping stone. And they've just done it for the CV. I'll be honest with you. They've done it for their own self-worth. Yeah, go for it, guys.
My chat with lads.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Do you want me to put it up? There you go. Boaky Club needs to wake up from this nightmare. There you go. Another bad hamstring injury.
I think you're right, Boaky, but I think that the ones who do well, like the Ayoze Perez's or the Charles Nzogbias, the ones who come straight into the first team, aren't they? Like we buy them and put them in the first team straight away. If they linger around in the under-21s like Garan Qual and people like that, they just don't go anywhere. Yeah. Or the ones who go out on loan. Who's the lad that we sent out on loan? Serbian, I think. We signed him a couple of summers ago. And he's just, I've not heard anything about it. He had a terrible loan spell and now he's come back and...
Well, Cordero's having a terrible loan spell. Yeah. And he's doing absolutely nothing. You know, Salia's got a hamstring injury. Connor's just informed me. He scored 2 in 2. There you go.
Oh, okay.
And then a hamstring injury. But they like I say, they were struggling to get him into the side, but when he come on, he looked very, very good. He looked
that's something. I mean, but a lot of them just.
I think that's part of the problem with this team. Where Eddie Howe, he's got no sort of intuition or sort of, I don't know what you say. This is the word, but he's got nothing about him to let young players.
There's a pathway, is there, between the two?
No, but there's absolutely nothing. There's no
why I wanted to bring this up.
Youngsters into the squad.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring it up, because we've all questioned why we haven't seen any of these young uns. And I think the biggest problem is when your first team's void of confidence. You're bringing young kids that are also void of confidence into a team that aren't gelling, working together. What exposure are you actually giving them? Is it going to be a good experience or a bad experience? And I think maybe Eddie, we know Eddie likes to protect players. Maybe Eddie's been a little bit too overprotective potentially, but I think you may start to see them come on a bit good.
You've got. Sorry, I've got toothache like there's nothing tomorrow. So
I know what that's all about, mate.
But but Eddie's got a chance to give these guys a chance. You know, he's the one. Yeah. You know, we're in the shithouse that we are now, where we are in the sort of the league. Just give the youngsters a chance.
I'd
Yeah,
like to see Shahar get 1 or 2 games, but he seems
I'd
to have
love to see a couple of them.
faded away.
Little bit my time is catching up with us quickly, guys, so I need to crack on. I wanted to ask you guys about the Pope moment, if I can. Obviously, a bit of a surprise for me to see Pope start, even though I didn't think Ramsdale has been excellent between the sticks, I must admit. I think we've got, again, two keepers that aren't excellent in everything. They're average keepers, aren't they?
Yeah,
be honest.
Mid
I think that Pope got the nod because of his shot stopping. I think Eddie Howe was expecting a lot more shots come from Arsenal, I must admit. But obviously the rushing out, he misses everything, to be fair. And he takes the man. Yellow card given. VAR agrees with what the referee on the field have played. There's obviously, I've listened to what Michael was saying. Michael thinks it was a red card. But let's be honest, it was another major error. How many has he done now this season? It becomes a bit of a pattern in my eyes. So how many mistakes, DX, if I can come to you, before you seriously consider dropping Pope? Or is he another one of these untouchables within the Newcastle side? We know he's only just come back into the side. But does he give you confidence going forward in these last 4 very serious games?
No, because I think since he had that shoulder injury against Man United a couple of years ago, he's getting older. Of course, he's 34 now, and he just seems to have lost that bit of pace. He was a very good sweeper keeper. I can't deny that. When he first came in, he's exceptional at that. He did make a mistake against Liverpool, but other than that, pretty much that first season and a half, he was fantastic. I can't criticize him. But then that shoulder injury seemed to set him back, and we've seen against Marseille. I think his brain is still willing, but his body might not be able to quite get out as quickly as he used to. But he did. He actually got to the ball against Arsenal. He just totally air kicked, did an Asula, I guess, missed the ball and then fouled the player. And he does have those rickets in him, doesn't he? I just really hope we can get a goalkeeper. We've been trying for a couple of summers to do this, to get Trafford or somebody, but not Ramsdale, unless he's a backup goalkeeper. To me, Ramsdale, like you said, they're 2 5 out of 10 goalkeepers. We need somebody better. Even Dubravka, for me, is a better goalkeeper now at this point than either of those two. So, and I agree with that one. I would be happy to see the end of Pope now. I think he's done really well, but again, another one who we brought in. We knew it wasn't going to be a long thing. He was in his 30s when we brought him, but I think it's the mistakes are becoming more and more common now, and a goalkeeper or a defender will always be judged on their errors, not on their excellent saves or
excellent saves.
I mean, Tony T saying if Pope didn't come out, would they have got a 1-on-1? Yes, they would. But the point is, if you're gonna come out, and there was no reason at all why you shouldn't have connected with the ball, but for then air shot, and then I agree, the arm going up. To me, it was a red card. If we hadn't been given, if that had happened against us, and we hadn't been given a red card, I would have.
We'd be calling for it.
Livid.
Yeah.
Orange.
Especially when it went to VAR.
Yeah. Here's a quick question for you, lads. Every player that started this season for us across every position, who would you give above a 5? Who's been brilliant this season?
Bruno, Hall, and
Lewis
Chow,
Hall,
probably.
Bruno.
Yeah, I was going to say
about the only 2 I would.
And Chow, probably Chow was 6.
That's Chow. Yeah, I'm going to say Chow's probably been.
Except because he again's had some aberrations.
He's dropped off bad.
He has.
9 out of 10 in the first half.
Which is exactly what the Milan fans were saying when we got him. He's a Titus Bramble. He's a brilliant centre half when he's good, but he's just got that rick in him every game.
Yeah. Is that not just a bit of a sad situation at where we are now?
Probably is, mate. Yeah, because I think, like I say, the pressure's on every single player.
Listen, all the viewers, thanks a lot for tuning in, and it makes they listening. I realise that, but you've just got to tell it like it is.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
is there
a chink of blue sky anywhere? The only slight chink that I said after the Palace game was, Bruno did make a difference, and he certainly made a difference for me on Saturday.
But he's called for help, hasn't he? I mean,
guys, let's face it. You look at the last 4 games, we could win them. You know,
Yeah.
I know.
We could also lose them.
But we could.
We have to
I
pick a
know
lot of
wins-
bogeys to win them.
And I know wins off his head at times when we talk about this, but we could win them last 4 games. So if we do that, then, you know, it's a different season. You know, we've done something okay.
Yeah. Well, absolutely, which is what I keep on homing for, but it's just
but,
blind faith now. Blind
It
faith,
is now.
nothing else.
That's the big problem is who actually thinks we can win them.
I'm
Well, that's the
becoming
trouble.
religious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the
Exactly.
Forest game is going to be hard. They're playing really well now. I think we could get spanked in that one, to be fair.
Well,
Yeah,
except that we've got a tremendous record against Forest.
Well, I don't think I've seen Newcastle play this poorly. That's the problem, if I'm honest with you. And any team that presses us, we seem as though we don't want the ball half the time.
I still don't think it's any coincidence that the really bad run that we've gone on lately, has coincided with Bruno being out of the team.
Yeah, he certainly gives us an injection, I must admit.
Wyn,
I don't Boaky. Boaky, I've got 4.
How many out of the last 4 games do we win? That's the big question. I think that's the question that everyone wants to know. Do we win any of them or none of them?
Yeah, no, but that's because right now the confidence is so low now. You know, the whole ethos of the club is so low that becomes very, very difficult to turn around. And would we have been in that run if Bruno had still been playing? And I think the answer is probably no, it wouldn't.
But no. How many games do we win out of the last 4?
1.
50%.
I reckon we win 1.
Well, I reckon we could have won a couple myself, like, you know. Again, we've been in front
50%.
on 2
Maybe a
again.
win and a draw at Fulham and win against West Ham, something like that.
And
Oh, you're talking about the next 4 to come.
The next 4, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the last 4 that we've lost. How many I thought Boaky was saying how many would we've won if Bruno had been playing.
No. How many will we win to the end of the season?
What do you reckon? Go on, Del.
Ooh. Like I say, I say 50%. I think there's 2 wins in 4. I'm just
I
trying
can only
to
see
think.
1 myself, but 1.
I'm going to say 4. Why not?
No, there you go.
Let's do it.
Of
What about you,
course.
Boaky? You're going to go for
Of
4?
course.
Boaky, how many do you reckon?
None.
No.
You got 0, 1, 2, 4.
None.
Okay.
Yeah, he's struggling. He's struggling to find the way.
I'm struggling to see any way to get myself up for these.
The thing is, like, King
it'll be
Kevin
interesting.
would win all 4, wouldn't he? At 5.
Yeah, exactly. It will be interesting to see.
Hey lads,
if
let's
there's any
be
truth.
honest. Let's
Hold on,
end
hold
on
on,
something.
folks. Hold on, 2
Go on,
seconds, because there's a thing that come out from the whistleblower, and I'll be interested to know what you think. In a development over the weekend, Newcastle United forward Anthony Gordon has been suspended from all football-related activities pending the outcome of an ongoing internal investigation. Sources confirmed the decision in a brief but serious statement, revealing that the 23-year-old winger will not be available for selection until further notice. While specific details surrounding the situation remain undisclosed, the announcement has sparked widespread concern, speculation, and intense reaction from fans and pundits alike. This is a matter we are taking extremely seriously, the club stated. Until the process is complete, the player will not participate in training or
So where's that come
matches.
from?
Well,
That's come from the whistleblower, which, like I said, it's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek.
the fact he said he's a 23-year-old, that's
Yeah, exactly.
So
As
he's
soon
saying
as-
the club has stated, and I'm saying where
which it
have
hasn't.
the club
Which it hasn't.
stated?
Yeah, which it hasn't. Unless, like I said,
Yeah.
unless they've told Boaky and he hasn't told anybody.
Oh yeah, Boaky,
Because
come on, spill the
Boaky
beans.
seems to know everything.
That sounds.
I'll be honest with you. I think that is absolutely BS, because obviously the rumours are in this week's journal stuff that he should be back in training this week.
Yeah,
So
I think
again,
that's-
I was just going to throw that in as a bit of a curveball to you guys to see what reaction you get, especially Wyn, who's a massive Gordon fan.
yeah.
But yeah, I think that's it. It's total.
I'll believe it when I see it.
You've still got hopes
Yeah,
he'll get
exactly.
20 goals this season, haven't you? Win 3 more goals.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'd be happy if he gets 2.
Let's move on to the late team.
Indeed.
Hey,
Hello, folks. Hello.
Late night.
How are you?
Hello.
How are you?
Very good. Are you all doing well?
Same old tune. Knackered as always. But we shall dwell a little bit as well on the witch hunt that continues against Woltemade, that I'm assuming Mighty Wyn is a part of, with Luke Edwards and company. So we shall talk about that. And many more things. Did you hear about Shola Ameobi? It says that we
oh yes, that's a classic. Shola. Yeah,
that's really poor for oh my god! And these people get paid by the club to be there. That's the problem too.
Well, I'll tell you something now. You know what surprised me was Wissa getting 167,000 euros a week for sitting on the bench.
That's right. That is
crazy,
right.
Mate.
Super chat from Ads. Thank you, Ads. Boaky club needs to wake up from this nightmare.
Cheers, Ads. And thank you to all of you guys that have supported the channel tonight and continue to do so with a like too.
That is right. Don't forget to smash that like, folks. Let's get into the late night show right now.
Set up for maximum confrontation and super opinionated debates. The NUFC Late Night Show with Chris the American Man, Derek the Mighty Wyn, and the rest of the panel, Monday through Thursday from 9:30 p.m. UK and UFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Right on. Smash that like button, folks. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We're live all the way until 11 p.m. United Kingdom. Ooh, over there in the Northeast, in the United Kingdom, not very much united in the kingdom, because Toon fans are divided. They are very much divided. All this is brings division, doesn't it? I mean, just the way it is. I mean, some want an immediate action, some want another chance, another opportunity. But one thing that remains this season, ladies and gents, is that number one, win is always going to be diluted. That's not going to change. Number two, the witch hunt against Woltemade, that Mighty Wyn, that DXK, all of them are advocating for, the thrashathon of Newcastle's best center forward continues.
I've been big enough on that.
It continues by the media, and we shall talk about that, of course. Calling them dud strikers. Focus on Woltemade mainly, and then talk about the rest, right? Especially by an article from Luke Edwards, who we've had on this channel before, and but it doesn't matter. I wholeheartedly disagree, and if I disagree, I call it out. I'm not saying I'm right, but I think I am anyway. I'm just saying. And Woltemade, why do we talk about Woltemade? That's my point. My point is, why do we talk about players that we shouldn't even be talking about? The dude literally played 5 minutes. Well, more than 5 minutes. The intention was 5 minutes, and of course, the referee ended up giving 7 extra minutes, so played more than that. But regardless, he probably created the best play for Newcastle in that game. And
what does Luke Edwards said exactly?
For starters, call him a dud. He's one of the dud strikers that Newcastle got. So, and Newcastle are going to, according to him, get more strikers, or look to get strikers in the summer. And which is crazy to me. We got other fish got bigger fish to fry, like Toon Army leaving. If he leaves, we need a replacement. But we'll get into that, of course. We'll get into that. James is in the house. Kevin is in the house, and DX, of course, and Mighty Wyn. We're gonna be. We gotta talk about Ameobi. This dude gets paid by the club and comes out. No, and this is a Geordie, by the way. It's a Geordie. Ameobi is a Geordie, and he comes out not reading the room and says we're having a good season. I actually think we're having a good season. Can you believe that? That a Geordie would say that? I mean, he only, he only really. I mean, I know it's easy to forget now. But he only played good against the Mackhams, which is it's a good thing. But he forgot about the other games that were in the season. I remember that part. You guys didn't remember that part? When you forgot about that?
What, Woltemade bullet header?
No. Oh, here we go. See, Woltemade lives in his head, rent free. He doesn't even have to pay. We're talking about Shola Ameobi only playing good against the Mackhams, and all of a sudden
Oh,
has
the
a
Mackham
PS4.
Slayer. Shola, the Mackham
And
Slayer.
all of a sudden he has
I
the.
thought we were talking about Woltemade.
Well, you're not following because I know the agenda, and I know, man, I get it. You're going to get your opportunity to do the propaganda. Don't you worry. To do the hate along against Woltemade. You'll have your moment to do that. But anyway, we'll talk about about Shola Ameobi as well. But how are you, fellas? All good in the neighborhood?
Good.
Sadly not.
Prove that.
Yeah, man. I mean, what? But listen,
Yeah, the Midland.
we probably played Jamie. Let me start with the bottom, which you shouldn't be at the bottom, man. You should be above Wyn, but it's whatever. We played probably our best game.
Relegated.
Well, not all season, but yeah, there you go. Relegated with. There you go. That's the Woltemade hate along club down there.
Oh no, I've been picking him up all night.
And they want Tonali out as well. They want all the good players out. They want to keep Murphy. They want to bring back Callum Wilson. You know, they want to all those players. Jamie, we probably played our best game in the last probably 3 months, and still not good enough. So I don't know whether to cry or what to do.
I think that's fair, isn't it? Probably the best game since we beat Chelsea. And it was kind of, when we came on last night, I was thinking, I've not got that same hollow, gutted feeling as we. Partly it was because they played well, and because he did a couple of things a bit different, bringing Wissam Woltemade on a bit earlier. Partly because you go away to Arsenal, and even if you're doing good, your expectations are a little bit tempered, aren't they? It's not a game you go there expecting to get much from. But also I think it's partly because the season just feels like a bit of a dud now, and there's not a lot. There's no more disappointment they can thrust upon you, is there? Although let's see what they can do against Brighton. But yeah, I think that's fair to say. There was some bright moments. You've got to caveat that though, in that Arsenal, man, they were bricking it, weren't they? They were just waiting for things to go against them. If they don't bottle that, I'll be very surprised. And I said last night that Wissa shot that you mentioned earlier with fantastic ball through for Woltemade. And I think Wissa maybe got antsy that he was offside when he wasn't. If he'd have buried that, I wouldn't have been shocked if Newcastle went on to win the game, which would have been brilliant and hilarious. What we did, and maybe, I don't know, I maybe feel a bit less sick at the thought of going to the Brighton game next Saturday, because there's a few shoots shown through. Bruno being back's massive. One guy, but makes a big change, drives us forward. So yeah, don't feel as gutted as I normally do.
Yeah. Right. Kevin, what did you make of this game over the weekend?
It was, we've seen this how many times we've seen this story in terms of we've looked all right. I mean, not recently we've been dire, but I'm saying before Christmas where we've had lots of a ball, looked pretty good, but been a bit toothless in attack, really missing, unfortunately. I don't want to say his name, but our top scorer from the last 2 seasons. And it links to the Woltemade thing you're saying, Chris, in terms of it wasn't desperation, because I think he's a very good player, but the style is so different, and it was always going to, like that last week of the window when the season had already started, even though he came in and had a bit of a purple patch, it was always going to be difficult. But I thought we were decent on the ball. Defensively, we still looked very shaky, even though their goal was just a wonder strike. Like a really, really good strike. I've actually seen some idiots blaming Nick Pope for that, which, I mean, no sensible fan can blame Nick Pope for that goal. But yeah, we're so toothless, aren't we? We just don't look like a dangerous team. It's like we need 3 or 4 chances. And even when Wissa gets a golden chance, we still don't put that one away. I'm not trying to defend Wissa, but he almost hit it too clean. I mean, you always go to hit the ball clean, but if he just like scuffed it into the ground, it probably would have went in. Or if he scuffed it up in the air, like it would have been a chip. So it's difficult. It's not our season. It hasn't been for a while now, unfortunately. But look, hopefully the next couple of games, like Brighton, West Ham, and I've completely put my away game at Fulham, I think. Is that right?
Fulham, yeah.
Forest?
Forest.
hopefully these games are games where players who really, really want to be there and want to be part of a so-called rebuild show that don't get rid of me, don't put me up for sale, don't try and cash in on me. I genuinely want to be part of the Newcastle 2.0, so to speak. So trying to be as positive as possible, but again, defensively all season not being good enough and being toothless in attack, unfortunately.
Not a good recipe, is it? No good up front. Poor in
Terrible
defense.
at the back and the goalkeeper's dodgy, yeah.
And then having a dodgy goal.
Can't bat, can't bowl, can't field.
Just out of interest, where do we all stand on the Pope incident? Do we think it was yellow or red?
It was definitely yellow. Not only was Malik Chow there, he practically had his foot on the ball by the time Pope initiated the contact, which was a bit of a follow-through. And I would have loved it. Do you mind at the end when Pope went up for a free kick at the 97th minute? And I so wanted him to score because the Arteta meltdown would have just
would have been beautiful. Would have been beautiful to see.
But here's the thing with that, though. I mean, I get a lot of people are talking about it, and that's like a talking point. But it's irrelevant to the game. It doesn't do anything. So I know when you're out in the reaction, that's you brought it up, and I didn't even know what you were talking about because, it's another stupid Pope play, but it doesn't cost you anything. So I don't know. I mean, we know what Pope is, but that's the thing. You don't want to attribute any criticism to Eddie Howe, relevant criticism at least, without backtracking the next day. So he plays him. He plays Pope. So at some point, I can't get mad at you, Wyn, for being deluded. I have to blame myself because I put you here. So it's at some point I can't blame you. You are you, my brother. There's nothing can change you. You show up knackered after you don't even show up after St. George's Day. I know that. I know you're gonna be destroyed. But so it's not me. I'm sorry, it's not you. It's me. My fault. So how long are you gonna keep blaming Pope for doing these things? Who he does? Well, he does. This is Pope. So
I'm just saying on the incident generally, and again because it went to VAR, and I thought VAR made it perfectly clear red, but Jamie's saying yellow, so it just goes to show it's still opinions, isn't it?
I think whichever one the ref gave, VAR was going to stick with. I didn't think we were good. I think we were just, no matter what the ref give, if it give red, they would have stuck with it. I don't think they would have overturned it and the ref give yellow. And I think we're probably like, we'll just stick with that. It's like an orange card, if anything. But
here's the thing. The only reason why it wasn't a red is because Chow was behind him. So that's really it. I mean, in the great scheme of things, you're probably right. It should have been a red simply because, not because of what happened. Like Pope still made that mistake. So if Chow would have been in front of him by a foot, then it would have been a red. So I mean, I think that we got so many problems, man. And I was wrong, by the way. Woltemade didn't come in for 5 minutes. He came in close to the 80th minute, right? So about 10 minutes plus 20 odd. 70. So I was wrong in that. But even a lot of people were saying that was a late sub. So I mean,
came on 75.
But look, it was the most positive thing in the whole match for me. His little cameo. Ooh. I thought just to see him come on and
I think that's the best he's played.
That's the best I've seen him play in a while. He played in a number 10 role, so I think it was better for him with Visser or with Asula. I think it's a better role for him. I was happy about it. Yeah, but I slightly disagree with Jamie on the match because I think. Last season we did this against Arsenal. We turned up in a fantastic performance. Unlucky 1-0. Declan Rice scored a wonder goal. Pretty much the same story. Then we go in the home game against Everton, and we don't turn up. And that's my worry with this team is they can do it against Chelsea, Man United, Man City. They've done it again and again. 10 men against Liverpool, great performance. Then they turn up against Brighton, Fulham, Forest. I'm expecting nothing from those games. My only hope is. Maybe one of the games we get a win, Fulham perhaps, because they're on a bit of a free fall at the moment. But I've lost faith in the manager at this point. That's really sad because I've been one of the guys in his corner. So, and I didn't mean to offend you, Jamie, but no, I've been one of the guys in his corner. But I'm disappointed. I just think it was a bit. The Brighton game worries me more than the Arsenal game in a weird kind of perverse way. I don't know why. Well, I know why. It's the bogey team thing. 3 of these teams are bogey teams that we're playing now. That's not good.
Well, Brighton, right neck, right coming up. I mean, that's anybody. I mean, it's at home too. You know, it's. I mean,
Our record at home
guess-
is worse than our record away recently.
It's a 6-pointer.
But
I don't know if it's
win, whatever, man. You know,
No, it is for Brighton. For Brighton getting into Europe and for us keeping
they're
away
8
from
points
relegation.
above us. They're 8 points above. Well, yeah, it gets us away from
That
relegation.
is so not what a 6-pointer is.
yeah, I don't know. Wyn, explain what a 6-pointer is, man. Here in the country,
Well,
6-pointer is a deer with 6 antlers.
It's
with 6 points,
swing, isn't it?
Well, you like swinging, and we know that, but what's that got to do with football, man?
You're out your mind.
Right.
The difference between us being 5 points behind Brighton and 8 points.
Love it.
Wait, man, come on, man.
10 points, 13 points behind them. That's why it's 6 points, man.
There's being positive and there's being delusional. Let's be honest.
Wait, listen,
3
man.
points at stake, but 6 points swing.
I do want to show, just because
rattling out a bewildering array of numbers here.
this dude is that he's
we're
not
8
stopping,
points
man.
behind them, and we're 9.5 behind Liverpool, and
Man,
we're
let me tell you something.
14.
It can't be 9.5 behind
Scott
anybody.
Steiner maths if anyone watched WWE. Jeez.
When you guys do too much arithmetic and trigonometry to talk about football, man, that's when you know
We are knackered.
Come on, man. This is too much, man. What's going on? Look, I got a question for you guys because you guys don't seem to be on the very well. Certainly, speaking of Jamie, DX now he's lost face in the manager, but like you guys are even Jamie and DX are not on the ultra Eddie Howe is Satan camp, which some people need to think that way. And Wyn, of course, he's on the other side of things, and King Cave's still a happy clapper. So, but over the weekend,
I'm balanced. I'm going to defend that.
No, you're a happy clapper.
What anyone says. I criticized him loads on my last show.
Over the weekend, Jefferson called in on the phone line, and he had a go at some fans who seemed to not get it at this point. Wyn didn't do much to defend fans that he was attacking, so to speak. And but I want to know your opinion because the fan base is very much divided. So let's look at this clip. That Michael Graham. So by the way, great job putting up shorts. Let's see what you because he called everybody mindless zombies. Let's take a listen.
What is going on with everyone? People that are still backing Howe. I can't even call you lot culties anymore. You're mindless zombies who are willing to go down with the Titanic. We have seen this happen at Bournemouth.
Right.
And even the Bournemouth fans are saying they would not want Eddie back. What is wrong with people?
So anybody who doesn't agree with you is a mindless zombie. Well, that says it all, Jeff.
Right now, yeah, that's how I feel. Because it's frustrating.
Yeah, that's how you feel.
Like,
Well, I'll not tell you how I feel about that comment.
There you go. So that was it's going nuts, by the way, on social media. NUFC Talk TV. So DX, you got to go because you can't face the music. As soon as Jefferson speaks, so you got to go now. So you have the last say then. You believe it's performative. You believe he's doing it just for the clicks.
Yeah, I think he's it's good. It gets attention. It's interesting, but I feel like no one would phone up and suddenly be like, Eddie Howe. Nobody does that in real life. So
well, the match reaction. To be fair, the instant match reaction is very raw, very
I don't know. It just felt a bit. But I like Jeff. He's funny. He's interesting. But I think that was a bit. It was good though. It was a good clip. I liked it. And I like the way you guys reacted, and especially Mighty Wyn.
Well, Mighty Wyn is knackered. I mean, like you gotta fight. You gotta argue the point, man.
From knackered,
you gotta argue the point, man. You gotta argue the point. Jamie and King Cave, do you guys feel like you are delusional? What do you say?
Mindless zombies.
Mindless zombies. If you were to, well, I don't think you guys are backing Eddie Howe blindly, I guess. But if you were, I guess I don't know.
Well, yeah. Anybody who's backing Eddie Howe now is virtually.
Oh, now King Kev is going to have something to say about that.
And I'll wear that badge. I don't mind wearing that badge.
No, he's right about that. Yeah, absolutely.
So Jamie, go on then. Attack.
Oh, I was going to let Kev go there, but the thing I've got is I don't know what the answer is. I think I can see them keeping Eddie Howe and it being a bit of a disaster. I can see them keeping Eddie Howe and potentially it turning around. I can see them getting a new manager in and either of those outcomes happening. The only thing that I completely disagree with is that changing the manager is a silver bullet, and you get rid of him and people think you can spend loads of money. You can't. You're still going to be bound by those rules. That's going to put a lot of new managers off. So there's been so much gone wrong, and it's been so depressing these last few weeks. I agree with that comment. If you're completely 100% behind Howe, it's just blind faith now. He looks like a beaten man. Whatever happens in the last 4 games, never underestimate the possibility of how fickle people are for something to turn their minds. But for me, it isn't going to make a huge deal of difference. All I want is for there to be a plan, and it to be a fast-acting plan for the summer. And given what Eddie Howe's done in the past, I'm not going to lose me flipping stuff if he stays as manager, because sometimes the grass isn't greener. But every passing week, and maybe not including this week, because as you said, Chris, there was some encouragement, but with every passing week, it just looks more and more desperate, doesn't it?
That's the worry.
King Kev, you might fall into the mindless zombie category, mate. So you defend yourself.
I definitely wouldn't say I'm a mindless zombie. I think I try and back up almost everything I say. I am obviously a massive...
I didn't call you that, by the way. It was as you know, Jefferson.
I've obviously said I'm a massive Hull fan, but I think, look, this season hasn't been good enough, and it's right that he's questioned, and he understands, everybody understands that comes with the job. But in terms of wanting Howe, like I have said before, I'd rather sack the players than Howe, because we've seen what the ceiling is with Howe, when there's structure above him, when, I know it was a while ago, but when Stavely was there and things were kind of going well and the signings were good, it worked. And also, we've got to remember, the signings he brought in were to get us out of a relegation scrap. Yes, this window just gone wasn't that, but a lot of the window just gone was desperation, because our best player went on strike and refused to play for the club. And then we were left scratching around because we got turned down so many times. So there's always context, and I feel like football fans are very quick to forget context. Another reason why I would say it's not blindly following is because managing Newcastle isn't like managing most clubs. How many of us on here have seen a successful Newcastle manager? I don't just mean winning a trophy. I would class Bobby and Kevin Keegan as successful managers. But we've seen managers like Dalglish, who did he win the league at Blackburn, came to Newcastle, completely flopped. Hullert, who had a great reputation, was a mile off it. Souness, who did very well again at Blackburn, previously got him into UEFA Cup and stuff in an era where it was almost impossible for Blackburn to kind of get back to where it was. He came in at Newcastle and failed because the media scrutiny, the intensity of the fan base, the expectations on another level. And we've seen that Howe can do that. I'm not defending this season when I'm saying this, but it's very realistic in terms of where we're at. I don't agree that he's taken us as far as he can. The structure, like I say, for me, structure above, how many windows has he had where it's been like calm? Newcastle's never calm. It's always drama. There's always something happening. Christ, they made a movie for Goal, and they picked Newcastle probably because it was a goldfish bowl and it was just so much drama. So, look, Eddie Howe hasn't been good enough this season, and I'm not going to come on here and defend him and say he's been fantastic this season. He's made loads of mistakes, as have loads of the players. But for me, it doesn't mean that you just turn on... I'm going to call him one of our own. I know he's not from the area, but in terms of what he's done for us, I see him as one of our own. And I think there's nothing wrong with having loyalty to somebody who has given you the best footballing memories of my life. So I'm not blindly following him. I accept the criticism. I accept the subs sometimes come too late. I accept that he's been a little bit stubborn, and that's absolutely okay. I don't agree that it has to be black or white. I think the problem for most Newcastle fans is this is tugging on our heartstrings a little bit, because deep down we all loved them, and it's a little bit grey. And when life's grey, it's very, very difficult to tell, where you are and what you feel. But for me, Gary Neville summed it up perfectly before the Newcastle-Arsenal game. He said he would keep Eddie Howe because he knows what he can do, and he hopes Newcastle are sitting down with Eddie Howe and saying which players do you need to get rid of and which players need to come in. It was on Sky Sports, so I probably agree with Gary Neville in terms of that. But look...
But the thing is... Go ahead, finish the point.
No, go on. I was just going to say it doesn't mean we don't have to like not criticize him and blindly back him. We can criticize him, but also want him to succeed. I don't know why. Again, look, it is what it is. I'm not if a manager changes, I support the club absolutely no matter what. But for me, I've said it multiple times, and it doesn't happen with these panelists, but the disrespect shown towards Howe sometimes is like absolutely horrendous. People call him an idiot. People call him like his family sees that and he thinks we've give 4 or 5 years of our life to this club and he's a workaholic. And I just don't like
come on, man.
But you're advocating.
Hold on. I understand that, but like, he ain't doing it. He didn't choose Newcastle to save it. You know, this is not a charity work, man. He's getting paid a lot of money. One of the few jobs in the world.
He took the job when didn't Emery want to wait until the end of the season to see if
but it was Eddie Howe though. Eddie Howe was nobody when he came to Newcastle.
He wasn't nobody.
Let's call it what it is, man.
Granted, in the Premier League, not a nobody. He was known. But look what he did at Bournemouth. Like honestly, is one of the greatest achievements in English football. Minus 17 points, Chris. Minus 17 points.
He only had
in League Two.
The
club is about to go bust. He doesn't just keep them up. Yes, there's a time of burning. He takes them into the Premier League for 6 consistent years. You can't say that's nothing.
I understand it, but to each their own. But I think one of the greatest accomplishments in English football could have been what Ferguson did for Man United, just to say the least. You know, I mean, there. I think
it's better.
Listen, you can have your opinion on how I agree with the disrespect. I disagree with it. I agree with you, but you also don't have to go the other way, where it feels like Eddie Howe came here and he was a martyr of the Toon, and he decided to come to Newcastle to save the poor old Newcastle. He was one of the jobs available for him. How many other jobs who were we competing against to get Eddie Howe?
I'll just quickly go to that Colton Connor comment. He's right. We're not Bournemouth, we're Newcastle, but managing Newcastle is extremely difficult. Name me 5 successful Newcastle managers in the last 25 years.
50 years.
But that could also be decision making from the
because
board.
It's like a goldfish bowl. The scrutiny from fans and media is absolutely. I'm not saying the fans are to blame. I'm not saying the media is to blame. But managing here, Gary Speed said it best. Gary Speed said you don't have to be a good football player to be successful at Newcastle. You need to be able to manage the expectation playing for Newcastle.
There you go.
Exactly. So this is the
expectation that Wyn says. Oh no, but this is the expectation that Wyn says only came up with the plastic fans. Over the takeover. Which one is it? Yeah, you did. You basically said now that the expectation now is going way beyond what it should be.
That. I didn't say anything about plastic
Kevin is saying
fans.
this is the expectation. No. But Kevin is saying this is the expectation of Newcastle forever, and I agree with him because we're a big club, whether we like to admit it or not.
But we're not a big club.
But we are, though.
We're a big club.
Managing Newcastle is not the same as managing Bournemouth or Brighton or any of these clubs.
Correct.
That's just the bottom line.
I just think all the signs are there now of a toxic things are starting to the train's starting to come off the tracks, and you can see there's too many red flags. There's too many things. Like I know that sounds very negative, but it's true. Like if it was one little thing and you go, well, the results have gone off a bit. It's just the patterns. It's repetitive, and we're seeing the same things happen. Players getting dropped onto the bench. Hall, it makes no sense. Lewis Hall suddenly being on the bench. You can say, well, for the height and all that, but he's taken off at half time. Why wasn't Tino taken off, or just don't change it or do something different? There's lots of Woltemade can't start a game. There's too many things now for me where it's like there's obviously unrest in the camp. Gordon, that might have happened anyway. He's a bit of a prima donna by the sounds of it, but I just think there's too many things going on that. Just one thing Kev said we should sack the players rather than the manager. But the thing is, if we do that, tongue in cheek, but if we got rid of all those players, let's say we got rid of all the ones who just aren't in favour, so Woltemade, Tonali, this. Tonali's in favour, but he wants to go maybe. Then we're going to end up having to buy 15 players to replace all these guys.
Awesome.
I think the simple choice is really we've got to see the writing on the wall. We can still admire Eddie Howe, and in a couple of years he gets a statue and all that because he brought a trophy to the club. Yeah. Fantastic icon. We look back at Pardew now. At the time, people were like, get rid of him. He's Pardewed all these players. He's now looked at as he was a good manager for us. So what's Eddie going to be looked back at? His legacy's there. But I think the longer this goes on, the more he harms that. So for me, end of the season, good man, take care.
I think it's a fair comment. Oh, go on, super chat.
Super chat from ads. Club will only truly wake up without steady Eddie. Go on.
just to go back to what DX said there, I don't think you need 15. It's big so we've got, I think, I've said it before, I think Volta, Ramsey, Chow can be part of kind of the 2.0. So there's 3 key players. If you go and sign 5 first teamers, granted, very unlikely, difficult with the squad cost ratio rules coming in. And I mean, I guess if you sell Gordon and Toon Army, not that we want to see them leave, but you get money to spend by doing that. You could sign 4 first team players, then you've got 7 outfield players out of 10 who are new, buying back into the model. Look, I'm not saying that Eddie is like the only answer. I think I've said it to you before, Chris, where if we get in like an Ancelotti or a Pep, that's never going to happen, but a Klopp or somebody like that, then sometimes you've got to make that ruthless decision as a football club who wants to be the best.
I agree with that.
Unfortunately, somebody's available. But like I say, I think it's a case of careful what you wish for. I'm not saying that it wouldn't go well, but again, people say he spent loads of money, but the first round of money spent was to keep us in the league. And actually, that money wasn't even there to challenge Champions League. It was a miracle that he overachieved. And I think, just to go back to what Mighty Wyn said about the expectation from the Glory fans, I disagree, because, again, with Chris, that expectation's always been there. However, how is the victim of his own success? I've said it loads of times. If he finished 17th in his first season, just kept us up, then finished 11th, then finished 8th, then finished 5th, and then we had this season, people would be, it's still a very slow process. It's because he went from relegation zone to 11th, then 4th, then 7th, then 5th. The expectation is a little bit higher, probably rightly so, because people have seen what Howe can do. That's why the expectation is there, because we've had 2 Champions League campaigns in the last 4 years with Jacob Murphy and Fabian Shaw and Joe Linton, and players who looked like they couldn't kick a ball when he first came to the club. Well, Shaw could kick a ball, but he was terrible defensively. Murphy was on the way out. Joe Linton was kicking the ball off his own face. We had, again, Nick Pope was a relegation signing. We've overachieved, and I think we just need a little bit of calmness. But unfortunately for Eddie and the fans involved with the club, we are the least calm club in the world.
Yeah, but that pattern of improving players seems to be not so
seems
much.
to be knackered at the moment. Jamie,
struggled, yeah. Right.
Let me switch to you with this question. One of the questions that Brian Penny has put up for us, because Wyn was talking about, something, I don't know what he was saying, but basically he countered him with saying, go in the stadium and feel the noise at Howe. Actually, I didn't even pay attention to any noise from the away fans of the weekend, but other than they were singing, but nothing negative, I don't think. But it's interesting to have you guys, season ticket holders, to give us your perspective, I guess, on this thing, how what the temperature is inside the stadium. But Jamie, let me go with you. I don't know if you want to chime in on that conversation earlier on, or
in the ground. I think it seems like the crowd is still with him. Now, I wonder if that's just a balanced approach to think the people in the ground know that it does nobody any good to start getting on people's backs from minute one. But there's a concerted effort from the singing corner to always start Eddie Howe's Black and White Army going throughout the games, right up until the Bournemouth game. And there's been boos at the end of the last couple of games. We lost to Derby, and you'd expect that, and they deserved that. But I think it's very measured in the ground. What you said earlier is a good point. When there's a defeat, everything comes out like Jeff over there, and everyone says things like, I'm not going back, and people punch holes in walls and say quite vitriolic things online, and then you sleep on it, and the next day you maybe take it down a notch. And from Kev's point about how you can you have to gradually build up, I totally take that. But this season has just smacked of going off the edge of a cliff. I think if you could sit here and say we had all those extra games and they just looked tired, or we had injuries here and there, and that was the reason. But I think there are more excuses. And if you look at throwing those leads away, throwing all those points away, the fact that they just and this was something that was great about Saturday's game. They had a few shots because normally they just don't attack the goal; they just pass it sideways. The attacking play in the final third is terrible. Some of the goals we let in, man. If you had to sit and watch every goal we've let in this year, you'd be going like, well, that's a disgrace. That's a disgrace. Then, as he planted one in the postage stamp the other day, but how often does that happen? They've normally been comedies of errors where Chow's fell over or Ramsdale's missed one that's straight at him or whatever. And it all just smacks of gradually going downhill. I think it's not just being 14th in the table, it's the way that results are churning out. I look back on this season, right, and I've got maybe 4 or 5 really good memories. One of those is because I went to Paris and it was great. I happened to go to Everton, which I think might have been the only time this season we've won by more than 2 goals. And that was great. And beating Man United in the last minute was legendary. And beyond that, it's been either okay, the games we've won, or it's been really bloody depressing and frustrating, and you've went home annoyed.
4-3 Leeds was up there, Jamie. That was a belt of 4. I know it's still been a crap season, but
I know, and that was like a really good game if you were sitting down to watch a game of football.
Yeah.
But we let Leeds take control of the game from a winning position, didn't we?
Like like Liam's when we scored that goal. Like I've seen, like when we beat PSG 4-1 and stuff, I've seen like carnage. But something about that Leeds game is because Leeds were time wasting for donkeys. Like it was like my last kick of a game, and it was just perfect. I remember like people were running along the stanchion behind the goal.
You know what my highlight of the season is? Believe it or not, probably Liverpool. You know, we got beaten the last minute.
And we came back at 2-2 was
your highlight a loss, a defeat. No way. I mean,
a last
I would have
minute
never
defeat.
guessed.
Oh, I'm on about.
I would have never guessed that.
The atmosphere, you know, when that 11 minutes extra time came up, the whole crowd went.
Man.
We thought we were going to win it with 10 men. I mean, we did
we
against
thought
Man
we were
U,
going to
but
win it with
there was
10
a
men.
genuine feeling. We were like, we're going to do Liverpool with 10 men.
Better with 10 men. We played better football.
Yeah,
this dude thrives on mediocrity, man. I'm telling you.
Maybe that's what we should do. We should like play the first 5 minutes, and everyone in the crowd has a little buzzer, like on the X Factor, and you vote for who they take off, and we play the rest of the game with 10 men. And
yeah,
that'll be a belter. Well, if people take Pope off.
Oh, we're not. Yeah, Tony has a question for us. Tony has a question for me. Genuine Chris, do you really think Woltemade has been good since November? If so, how? Here's the thing, right, about Woltemade. And he should be Newcastle United center forward. It shouldn't even be a discussion. And the problem is that we talk about, has he been good since November, whatever, right? Why? He has no sample size worth analyzing, because the vast majority since then he's played in midfield. So how can you analyze a striker on that? You know, it's how many times, who is our top goal scorer striker right now after maybe since November that he hasn't even played as a striker at all. So maybe last or this weekend he did. I can't remember. Maybe another game. You know, is he still our top striker this season? So you tell me,
Gordon is a striker.
How can I? He got brought as a striker. How can I judge a player like that? You know, how can I? And specifically, how can media outlets, journalists, fans use him? Use that to attack him, and for what? There are other things that we could be talking about first before we even get to Woltemade. So that is my take on that. I'm not saying he's been great because there's no sample size good enough to say he's been great or bad. To me, he's been a success based on the whole season and taking into account everything else that's been going on. I think it's a success. Just like I think everybody that we sign is pretty much a success, except probably Ilanga. Other than that, I think everybody else is a success.
Wissa, come on. Wissa.
Well, sorry about that. Wissa, well, you can argue Wissa. Again, Wissa can also say, how many times have I played? There may be an internal thing, internal attitude that we haven't, that we don't know, that we may be rumored, that's rumored really, but we don't know if it's true or not. To put it into the analysis is what I'm trying to say. But he could argue that he hasn't played enough, and so I don't, but he also doesn't have the amount of goals that Woltemade created. He hasn't given us the quality sample that we've seen from Woltemade to say this guy is great. And at the end of the day, if it's a 4-3-3 and you have to choose one, I'm going to have to choose Woltemade all the time. But I think the issue comes that we don't adjust. The 4-3-3, he needs to. I agree that I don't know who said it. He played great with Wissa.
Number 10, yeah.
But that needs to. I don't necessarily think that he should be a number 10. I think with maybe two center forwards, we'll be better. Maybe they'll just interchange and they'll play off each other. But that is to me what needs to be done, as opposed to just staying the same and blaming him for some reason for the disaster that's been this season. That's my take on him. But that's that. I don't know if anybody wants to jump in on the Woltemade, which we should talk about actually, because it's one of the main topics of discussion tonight.
I don't think he can lead the line. No. I disagree with what you said earlier about a striker not being a priority. I think what would be really, really good is if that little bit of link up between him and Wissa, if they played it for the last few games and it looked like it was working. And you need to sell a Shola because he's not up to it. Sell him in the summer. And then I think they need to buy a new number 9 who can play with Woltemade.
But don't you think that Asula's shown more really over the season than Wissa? And he's 7. Is he 7 years younger? Do you think it's worth maybe working with him, persevering with him, and then just getting rid of Wissa? Well, we won't get much money back for him, but loan him out or something.
That's the issue, isn't it? The money you spent on Wissa, you're kind of duty bound to try and make it work. Whereas you could turn a bit of a profit on Shola, and that maybe helps pay for the new striker.
I just think
going to be 11 million
for
a year.
What's that?
I think Wissa can still work.
Well, he can, yeah. I mean, he's
I think we're underestimating the except for what's apparently going on behind the scenes, of course.
Well, he was AFCON Player of the Year 2023, wasn't he? And he was 20 goals last season. There's something there, but he just hasn't shown it for us at all. So, but I would I agree with Chris. I think if you play them together for these last 4 games, just see how it goes. There's almost nothing to lose now. Let's be realistic. We shouldn't get sucked into a relegation.
Well, the one thing that I can't accept now is for Eddie to go same again, i.e. without Woltemade and Wissa for the next 4 games.
I think every fan,
because it's the old definition of insanity to try the same thing time and time again and expect it to have a different outcome is the definition of madness. Although, to be fair, that's exactly what Arsenal did on Saturday.
But do you?
It came up.
Well, no. That's not the same thing. I told you already in the reaction. Man, that's not the definition of insanity. Because if it works, you keep doing what works. If it's not working, that's the definition of insanity, to change things up and not do the same thing. Now, I don't think we've seen enough to say that these strikers don't work. So my issue is forgetting what was said or forgetting how we did things in the summer, and forgetting what you did in the summer, which is spend all this money on these strikers. All of a sudden now it's easy to say they don't work. Let's just buy other strikers. And we are hamster in a wheel right now. We ain't going nowhere because now we got to replace these strikers that they don't work. So we're gonna have to spend all that money that we would probably have to spend on strikers. Nothing else. What if Tonali leaves?
You need one.
One
in, one out.
But that's 80 million or above.
We don't have to pay that much though. We surely can find someone.
I'm sorry. Who are you going to come to bring to be the number 1? Supposedly now a replacement of Isak, since we didn't buy any of them. Since none of the ones that we bought worked. Now you got to replace Isak, right? You still got to replace him. And that's not going to happen at 40 or at 30.
Punt on a player from overseas and just see if they're like someone with a high ceiling and see if you can develop them into something and just hope that Wissa and Woltemade or Asula and Woltemade.
I think Volta can still come good. He needs the right players around him.
He's the one you would certainly keep, right? Yeah. Out of 3.
For me, I'm with Jamie in terms of I think in an ideal world, if we didn't have to make a profit, you would probably keep Asula as third choice because he'd be happier being third choice coming in, maybe developing. But we can't really make a profit on Wissa after what's happened. So it unfortunately means Asula becomes the fall guy business-wise. And if you, was it 25 million bid? That's £10 million profit.
30 million from Frankfurt, apparently.
Yeah. So could be double.
And we turn it down.
Could be double if it's 30. But again, context is important. Like when Wissa came, I was buzzing, thinking he was going to be great. And obviously he got injured. And also we were desperate. If we didn't sign Wissa, there was nobody else. Everybody else had turned us down unless we went abroad and got a gamble, which it looks like Wissa was a gamble, but it looked like Wissa was a dead cert after the season he was on the back of with Brentford. It looked like we overpaid because his contract was coming to an end, but it did stink of desperation because of the whole Isaac situation. And we were like, look, we need goals. He got the most goals from open play or something only last season. So it looked like it was going to be a match made in heaven, but then again, injury was a nightmare when he came back. My issue with Wissa is when you play as a striker and the ball comes across the box, the ball's out right. You've either got to run near post and bring a defender out so that the space behind you for a midfielder or the winger, or you've got to stay in between the centre halves, and if a cross beats the first man, you're next in line to get it. When I've watched Wissa live at St James's, when the ball's out wide, he goes behind both defenders. It's like, well, you are seriously limiting the odds of you getting that ball, because unless that cross is Beckham-esque, you're not going to get there. And I think that's a confidence thing after his injury. And I think, again, there's loads of players with a lack of confidence at the minute. But I hope it's a confidence thing. I hope next season he comes in and is amazing. But I can't see it from what I've seen in person at St James's Park. Walter, I think, will come good. But I agree, we probably do need another striker.
Yeah, but I think we all kind of agreed here that Woltemade is the one to keep, and then work either or with the other two. But one probably has to go. But it would make more sense, like Jamie said, Asula, because then you can have a bit of PSL wiggle room and maybe look to bring someone else in to support those two.
And you speak about the money. I'm assuming that Anthony Gordon will leave for 75, 80 million pounds.
Yeah, but now you got to replace the left wing. You see, we're a hamster, man. We ain't go.
But that's
well, we
so
could,
you tell him and Shola, give Bobby
Fox
Barnes more of
Russo.
a head, which is what you wanted a lot of the time, and maybe the guy who you buy to replace as the left attacker. So you sell Joe Willock, Anthony Gordon, and Shola. With what you get from them, you buy a striker for Woltemade to play with, and a left-sided attacker who's maybe younger, hungrier, and you've got Barnes as your starter next year.
We've also got somebody who played left wing a lot in the season we finished fourth, who was insane, kind of dovetailing with Willock. Joe Linton played left wing loads and was massively effective in that season. I'm not saying he's the full-time replacement, because that would obviously go to Barnes. But Joe Linton can do a job there. I mean, if you're going to go 4-4-2, Joe Linton would be a perfect left midfielder, because his engine is unbelievable and he can come in to kind of make a 3 if they're attacking down our right. So he can make it a little bit more narrow, but he could play a 4-2-3-1 as well.
Do you think you can rely on Joe Linton as a starter next year?
Not with his injuries. I'm just saying in terms of, I agree with what you said with Barnes. Barnes will be the main guy. But if you need somebody to come in, obviously you would hopefully sign a young left winger who's got loads of ability and gets us on the edge of our seat. But if you get desperate through injury and Joe Linton's fully fit and raring to go, he can do a job there. He's not a long-term answer. Of course, he's not. He's coming up 30, but he's somebody else who's done it before for Newcastle. It's obviously long forgotten now because there's been so much happened since then, and this season's been dire. But you can do a job there. You don't have to necessarily buy a first-team left winger to replace Gordon. With Gordon money, I agree, could go on a striker.
Well, apparently, there was a rumor that we were after Nicholas Jackson. And Luke Edwards says that that's not a thing, that, according to his information, that Newcastle haven't even brought up his name. And, but I don't know what you guys think about that, because I do got a question for Jamie, very specific. But anybody, Jackson, I mean...
Not Jackson, not for me.
No, I don't. We've got to stop. If that's, I don't think we're interested. But I think we've got to stop going for these really high-end... He would cost a lot, Jackson. Can't we just try and do a Bournemouth for one summer and try and get a couple of 20 million players? That's what I'd like to see.
So when I was speaking about a striker, then you guys don't think that we should go for a proper striker. You guys want a gamble, which is fine. But then, yeah, again, but you're not saying that we're replacing Woltemade or we're replacing.
I don't replace Woltemade.
Okay, so, or Isak, for that. What I'm trying to say is you wouldn't go out there and spend real good money for an established center forward. Then you would just try to go and.
He's not an established center forward. He didn't.
No, I'm not speaking of Jackson, man.
I
don't know, man. Stats ain't too bad, by the way.
They're thin on the ground, aren't they? I can't think of too many really good strikers. Harry Kane wouldn't come to us, so I can't think of too many good ones.
Yeah, saying that, I think we could have got Harry Kane last season.
Could have, should have, would have.
I mean, that would be the dream.
5 million buyout clause and pay him his wages. Come here,
5 million.
Wages are 300K, man. Give up, man.
Yeah, I think that's a push. Gone.
300K a week. You think we can pay that?
Are you kidding me? That money's on $500,000 a week.
So, and you want us to pay that?
25 mil.
And you think Newcastle United can pay $500,000 a week?
Especially not for a 33-year-old or however old he is.
Yeah, but his age is.
I think he's scoring goals.
That would have cost us 100 million last season. Wages under 65, 90 million. It would have cost
100 million. Man.
And what would Harry Kane have done this season? I'm telling you, he was still got.
Let me tell you something, folks. No. He would have done nothing. He probably would have got 5 more goals than Woltemade or something. He would have done nothing because it's not a striker problem, fellas.
No, but he's different. He's the one anomaly because he had a season at Tottenham where Son was terrible and all the players, and they came 6th and it was 5th, and it was only Harry Kane scored 30 goals. The rest of them were terrible. On his own, most of the goals were just him making goals or winning penalties. Like he's a different one. There's 2 or 3 in the world that can do it. But
I agree with Geordie then right there. Harry Kane's the same profile as Woltemade, man.
He's a different.
He's the same profile. He's the same.
You can't
great vision, great. You just got to play for him. Harry Kane, he ain't got to worry about a ball coming to him because he knows there'll be $1 trillion per game. Woltemade has to find a drink in the Sahara Desert.
Woltemade is a really talented player, but he's not on the same world.
Now, I do got a question for Jamie Smith. I got a question for Jamie Smith. So you agree with Luke Edwards then that says basically labels our strikers as duds, and he says he likes Woltemade. Just like it's the same rhetoric as Mighty Wyn. He likes him, he loves him, he adores him, and then he's about to annihilate him on the next phrase. I like Woltemade, but he's not able to play as a lone center forward in the Premier League as things stand. And for his fanboys and girls, read this statistic. So he's calling people that appreciate Woltemade fanboys. You included, King Kev. The German has not scored in the league since December, managing only 31 shots on goal in 30 league appearances this season, with only 12 on target, right? Of his 7 goals, 1 was a penalty. He doesn't use that. These fanboys here, because they're the fanboys, Edwards and Wyn, they don't want to talk about Gordon's penalties, but they want to talk about Woltemade's 1 penalty. That's how they work. That's how their agenda, that's how they operate. But let me ask you, Jamie Smith, do you agree with that? I'm sure you do, but I want to give you a stat so you can redeem yourself. Because although he's mentioned all those appearances that Woltemade was rubbish, that he didn't score, all those shots on target, he not once mentioned that he played center forward one time. Center back one time. But the damning stat is
he played center forward for every game up until
the damning stat is actually that, let me see, NUFC at home in the Premier League with Woltemade as a striker. 9 games, we got 20 points. And without him in the Premier League, 8 games, 6 points.
But he's played more than
that. Now that, and I'm talking about the Premier League, let's do, Premier League. That is a damning stat, because if you want to know if he's quality or nice as center forward, you got to judge him as a center forward, and without him as a center forward.
Well, you're picking the games, aren't
you? He hasn't played 9 games as a centre forward. He's played about 25.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, we're talking in the Premier League.
There's another stat.
In the Premier League.
There's another stat that was doing the rounds, and we talked about it on this show. Nick Woltemade had something like 6 goals from 6 shots on target, and the talk at that point was that is not a sustainable return. And that's, I know you can see it's because he's not getting a service, which is right. The whole team doesn't work, but with him as a striker, that's a contributing factor to that team. they need to find a way to make him work because he's a great player, but he is not a striker. He's not someone who can lead the line. His natural instinct is to drop to the penalty box. And he create things like that little back heel that he did to play somebody in the other week, like that ball he played over the top for Wissa. He's a great number 10. And I think the goals that we saw him score against Wolves and Arsenal, where he got on the end of crosses, or even though he's a big lanky thing, they're a bit of a rarity piece for him. So
we know that
he's a
from
great
his
forward, but he
Bundesliga
needs
days.
someone up there with him.
4 headed goals out of 32 in total.
Yeah, he brings a lot of qualities to the team, but I do agree. I think he's like that perfect second striker. And that for me, that's where
I think the only way to judge Woltemade is if the team is playing good and they're providing for him and he's missing every one of them. And then I will be the first one telling you he needs to be sold in the first window coming up.
But he hasn't
because
got
it's
the
not gonna work.
mobility to get
That's
the
wrong.
It is pointless. It is pointless that mobility thing is pointless. Botman has no mobility. Byrne has no mobility.
If you're
you
missing,
can argue whether they're not good
they're
enough
not
when they're
forwards.
It doesn't matter.
If you're missing, you're getting into position to miss. Like you could probably pull together a decent
How many times has he missed?
a decent set of clips of where kind of people knock the ball across the box and Woltemade is at the edge of the box. Whereas any striker, Callum Wilson, Isaac, Dominic Calvert-Lewin, Wissa, when he's on his game, would be in there sniffing, trying to put that in. We don't score crappy
That's
little
the point.
goals. that
Wissa
someone
is
bundles in.
missing chances, but at least he's there to get the chances.
Wissa ain't missing chances with an S, man. He missed one chance that Woltemade gave him the ball.
No, I know.
That's the thing.
When he first came back from
Come
injury,
on.
before he got injured again, he missed 2 backboard
we haven't
headers
seen
by
Wissa.
Whisker.
We haven't seen
missed
Wissa.
he had an air shot and he hit it against the keeper when he should have scored.
I think we're poor. I think we're a poor team, and that's the problem in my opinion. But King Kev, you want to jump in on that?
I mean, I like Woltemade as a player. I think he's really good, but I think there's again probably something deeper placed. One of two things. I think when Eddie normally signs a new player, he likes to have him on the bench. I mean, Lewis Hall, it frustrated the life out of some fans, but his first season when he was on loan, he didn't play as much as he wanted. Granted, he was a lot younger. I think when Woltemade came in, we were probably planning on either Wissa or whichever striker we got to play a lot and to kind of, I know it was a lot of money for Woltemade, so it might have been a little bit different, but to almost kind of breed him into a nice, positive environment, but we had to throw him in and rely on him, and he had a purple patch, which was great for us. That's what made me kind of really like the player. And I think then 2 things have either happened. I think one, there's been a disagreement with Howe, and there's a little bit of a I'm a manager, you won't play. Same, not attitude-wise, but maybe just a bit of an argument. We don't know. I'm making this theory up, of course. Whistler's probably an attitude thing, and Bolton might have been an argument. Or there was the last couple of games that Jamie might agree. I don't know. I can't speak for Jamie, but I'm sure I kind of want him to jump in. Bolton, when he was in that purple patch, was flying, and like Jamie said, it was 6 goals from 6 shots. But towards the back end of when he was playing as a striker, even though I'm a big fan of him, I was starting to get really frustrated. It was a little bit too slow. He wasn't really releasing the ball quick like he did early on. He was starting to question himself. Now, I think something which might have happened is Howe's thought, I really want to protect this player because I don't want him to go on runs. Now, when I say protect, I mean as a striker. He's had to then play him in midfield because of the injuries to Willock, Miley, Bruno, Tonali were all injured at the same time at one point, and it was almost like the only player I trust to go into midfield and have the technical ability to do what I need him to do is Woltemade. So I think when he stopped playing him as a striker early on and benched him, not when he went straight into midfield, by the way, I think he was potentially trying to protect him because his form did start to fall a little bit as a striker. Now, I think he's great, but I think that could have been something which happened, or it went the other way and there was an argument, but I'm not sure.
He also, for me, he towards the back end, like the last at least half dozen games that he played up top, when a ball was going through into the half space, just on the edge of the box, there was loads of balls going, and he didn't win one of them.
But that's not his game. Why do you want to force?
No, but that's what you get in the Prem. You get the 2 centre halves on you, and he couldn't handle that.
No. What are you talking about, man? Why do you want him? How many Isak did Isak win? Isak wasn't good with his head at all. That wasn't his thing. So why are you trying to force somebody to be like they're not? If you buy a center forward,
Isak, it would stick.
Nah, yeah, okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's just assumptions, man. He scored one header. The only header I remember from Isak is one that Gordon crossed, an unbelievable cross that we keep talking about. Gordon, how he can play on the right, and that's the only one. So no other one. He wasn't a header of the ball type striker. So strikers are how they are.
And then when I looked up the stats, I was amazed to say that Isak got about 7 headed goals in that one season.
I don't know about that. We had to fact check you on that, man, because yeah. But here's the thing.
What Isak used to do when they played the ball into him on the edge of the box, he'd take a touch and he'd go bang. And you could put a highlight reel of about 20, 30 goals he scored like that. And they're still playing like that. When Woltemade gets the ball there on the edge of the box, he looks to kind of do a little bit of trickery and get round the man or give it to somebody else.
That was starting to happen, yeah.
That to me, and the attack breaks down. That to me is where he needs somebody off him who we can quickly play that ball to, because his vision is just amazing.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. I think there was an element of trying to protect him or an argument, but I'm not sure which one. But I'm completely mad. But did you see that, Jamie? Do you know when you were at the back end of when he was playing as a striker? Did you see like the frustration of not just Howe, but the players around him towards the back end of his run as a striker when the goals dried up slightly? Did you see that, or was it just kind of me watching? I always watch a striker anyway.
The thing I think is because he wasn't in the box, and like a ball would be played across, and they'd be like, "Where are you? Where's your position?" Now, what I'd say is Howe needed to find a system that got the best out of him, and instead, we got him in midfield, and then we got him out of the team.
There you go. And here's the thing, man. I keep thinking it's a team problem. That's the way I think about it right now. But, how come, this is the same argument all the time. Sean says, why is he not a striker for the Premier League, but he's for the national team? Why?
Get his stats up for the national team.
They're not that great.
He's got less than 10 caps.
Okay, then. But he plays as a striker. So it's easier actually to say, you know what, this young twat he doesn't strike it. Chuck him on the bench. Let me play a proper striker. Nichols man could say, let me play a proper striker, because if I don't win, I get sacked. Because Germany, in the great scheme of things, is probably more important than most clubs. And so why would he want to gamble on his career, Nagelsmann? He comes out and he says he's a center forward when he's asked about where Woltemade is going to play. So
I like
explain,
but
help me.
I like Volta, but can you name another German striker?
What, the current one?
Oh, so he's just one of the worst. Okay.
No, I'm not saying. No. I like Volta.
I have
I don't know if there's much competition other than what was the guy who played for West Ham? Fulkrug.
Havertz. Fulkrug. Germany.
Well,
he's on there, by the way.
I'll tell you what, Germany. What Germany have got is they've got Florian Wirtz. He drives it back, right?
Well, then that's the problem, Jamie. Not Woltemade, man.
So, Woltemade, I think it's not a team where he's the focal point. And I mean, I don't know. Let's have a look. Who's he been? And I'm not having a go here because, like, I really like Woltemade and I think he can work. But I think people have got to accept, if everybody out there really thinks a Newcastle team with Nick Woltemade, with on his own as a striker, and you changed all the other players, if you think that would be Dory, you haven't been watching this season.
No, but I think you're being dismissive, man, of Woltemade, and he won't take a picture with you when he's out around taking pictures with nature, which is fine. You got your favorites anyway. But this is the map. This is the map of Harry Kane this season with Woltemade this season. It is. I mean, the fact that Harry Kane has played more games, obviously, because Woltemade, he's been. How many times has Harry Kane been playing in midfield? Look at the heat map, man. It's incredible how much Harry Kane drops deep, because that's the way they play. That's their game. Look at Harry Kane's below the halfway mark. How heavy it is compared to Woltemade, right? And I know some of you won't want to change your opinion. That's fine. But the fact of the matter is, Harry Kane is a creator. He creates football plays. He's also a lethal striker because he gets the ball all the time. He's the focal point. And you made my point, Jamie, because you're talking about in Germany he has Wirtz, and he's not the focal point, you said, at Newcastle United. Well, that's the problem. Not Woltemade. We need to play for him.
We need to sign Wirtz.
So you know, it's,
how did that work for Liverpool?
Any striker who gets more service will arguably score more. We've got to remember when we're comparing Isak when he first joined Newcastle was very raw and wasn't fantastic with his back towards goal, didn't always take that touch.
First season
he developed, and we saw him develop, and he turned into a really good striker. But still, I like Woltemade. I want to see Woltemade as a striker with another striker next to him, personally, for Newcastle next season. That's what I want to see. So I'm just going to put that out there because I'm not criticising Woltemade here. However, nobody's named another proper striker for Germany.
Yeah, that's
look at this graphic.
You've got Kai Havertz, who was naturally a 10 or a winger. There's no other striker.
Go on, Jamie. Now you had
look at the
10 minutes to
6-yard
think.
box. Look at the front post and the back post where Harry Kane is. That's where
natural
he's
instinct
scoring
which Kane
goals.
has. Yeah.
Okay, but he's
on
clearly had more
Woltemade's map, it's
chances.
green.
He's clearly had more chances to score. But the
it's
maps
a
are
heat
almost
map. It's where
identical,
he's
man.
spending time.
He's getting in positions, isn't he? In the heat?
No. But Jamie, I know that you're making your voice stuttery, so you can think you can deceive us to think you have bad signal, but you're not going to, man. You know, we know you got perfect signal over there. You don't want to talk about the fact that all of a sudden this season in the world of football, a center forward dropping deep is a problem. Well, Harry Kane here, one of the most lethal center forwards of our generation.
He drops deep to get the ball, but he knows when to be on the back post. That graphic is telling you, I would say in black and white, but it's red and green, that Woltemade is not dropping to the back post or the front post. That little bit over to the right of the 6-yard box, that's where Harry Kane drops off and puts.
Look at the reds in the box and on the edge.
But could that not be because he's not giving the ball as much?
No,
as
that's
Harry
because
Kane?
Harry Kane's a number 9 and Nick Woltemade is not. Nick Woltemade's natural position is around the edge of the box, around the penalty spot, and that backs it up.
Clearly this season, Harry Kane's played probably every game for Bayern Munich, and Woltemade hasn't. And the ones that he's played in other positions. So it could be, I could take that as well and put it into the equation, but you don't want to do that. You also want to not talk about how Harry Kane is literally all terrain. He's all over deeper than Woltemade this season.
No, man.
Look at the heat map. Look at the heat map this season.
Right.
Harry Kane deeper.
Look at the heat map exactly.
Right. Hang on. Quick
one thing,
thing, right?
Harry Kane works a lot harder than Woltemade.
If you put Woltemade, put Woltemade in Bayern's team, he has less goals than Harry Kane. And if you put Kane in Newcastle's team, he has more goals than Woltemade.
Yeah, of course.
So that is obvious for Kane is a better striker than Woltemade. And I think Kane
come on. We're not saying that, though.
No, listen. Kane is a level above. You look at his history, look at what he's achieved. I'm not a massive Harry Kane fan at all. Not just more of a personal thing, if I'm honest. But as a football player, he's very, very, very good, been very successful. I love Woltemade, and I think he's got great feet, fantastic technical player. I love maverick football players who can beat a man in a tight situation or pull off something magical you remember for the rest of the time. But we all agree that Kane is a level above than Woltemade. However, we paid 67 million for Woltemade to try and develop him.
The low blows on this channel against the American mag is incredible. Nobody here has said, I have never said that Harry Kane is not better than Woltemade or Woltemade is better than Kane. I've never said. No, I'm comparing the two skills, the way they are as center forward.
Comparison, man.
Of course, Harry Kane is established one of the all-time greats, probably in England as well. But Woltemade is a young lad. We're talking about where they play the game. And all of a sudden, when it comes to Woltemade, it's an issue. But when it comes to Harry Kane, he is idolized. That's the only thing.
Chris, can you just respond to what I keep saying, that Nick Woltemade does not spend enough time in the 6-yard box?
I agree that this season he hasn't. But I don't agree with you that he hasn't done that because he's just a numpty. He hasn't done that because the team is wank. Plain and simple. It's plain and simple, man. You can't look at Bayern Munich, and Newcastle United. I think you don't think that Woltemade would have scored a lot more goals for Bayern Munich this season than Newcastle United?
You would have not as many as Kane.
I'm not. See, again, you guys are keep comparing him with the legend of Harry Kane. I'm not doing that.
Well, you're the
all
one
I'm
that
saying
put
you put up the heat
no,
map.
no.
Yeah, but if you put
all I'm saying because
the comparison of Harry Kane and Nick Woltemade.
I didn't say that Woltemade was a better center forward. No. I didn't say that Woltemade is a better center forward. I'm saying that they're both they're similar players, but one gets judged for dropping deep, and the other one is idolized. That's all I'm saying.
No, but one's winning the league, and one's going to be under more scrutiny.
And Jamie's comeback is to tell me that Germany has Wirtz and has players that play for him, and that's not an argument, man. That's simply the team being rubbish.
Those players, he's only scored against Northern Ireland off his shoulder, 2 against Luxembourg, and 1 against Slovakia.
And you worship Gordon, who scored against Malta, who to me is a beer. Come on, man, get out of here, man.
I can't remember the last time.
Well, that's a different comparison.
Give out, man. So that's a proper
comparison. Harry Kane scored lots of goals against Malta and
Chris.
other teams.
But he's also won World Cup goals.
What do you think?
I remember
Should happen to get the best out of Nick Woltemade next year? Because I don't think he'll get 10 goals if he plays as a number 9 because he's not a number 9. I think,
Jamie, thank you for giving me the floor, man. I appreciate that, first and foremost. Second of all, I think that Woltemade needs to be given the opportunity to be Newcastle center forward. I think it should be a 4-2-3-1. Somebody that he can play behind him. Could be Barnes, but if Gordon leaves, now you're going to have to put Barnes on the left. Could be Wissa. If you want a Shola, whatever, I don't care. But somebody proper behind him, like Wirtz, to play
I'll go along with a 4-2-3-1.
To force him to... I'm sorry, I'm not done yet. Thank you for giving me the floor, Jamie. And whoever is being rude and disrespectful to cut me off, watch yourself. So I think that if you put a 10 behind him or a center or a striker behind him, you force Woltemade to not drop as deep as you guys hate him to do. I don't really care, but and give him that chance, give him the opportunity. After that, if you're right that we're a great team and we provide for him, and the numpty's not there to score the goals, and he's not doing it for the first 10 games, 10, then I tell you you're right. Play him as a 10 now, and if that doesn't work, then sack him or sell him, whatever. But he's not given the opportunity, and Jamie, Mighty Wyn, and DXK until today. Now you're all, and now even Kevin jumping in. You guys are anti-football, and I have an issue with it. You guys are Simeone, pragmatic.
4-2-3-1.
I said I didn't want Mourinho because of the style of play.
Yeah, I still think he's the number 10. I just think he's not naturally the focal point.
He's not fast enough. Doesn't think fast enough.
Why are you wanting athleticism in? Why do you care about that? Again, nowadays, Mark Gahey is Excuse me, let me speak. Mark Gahey is the epitome of a modern center back now. Shorter, fast, like a puma. I don't hear you arguing Botman to be sold, or for that reason, or even Burn on the left, who is slower. And I said that I'm not going to speak of Dan Burn ever again because I met his dad and we had a good conversation with Jamie side to side, and I would never speak of Burn. And I'm not speaking ill of him. I'm just saying he's not as fast as Hall. But Hall doesn't play most times or sometimes because of Burn. You don't argue speed then when you actually need speed to perform.
That's what talking about strikers, not defenders.
I wish for players, the Ronaldinho's, JJ Kochers, the Kakas, I wish them type of players would come back and it was less about athleticism. I genuinely hope that happens. I love Ryan Cherky, or Shirky, however you see his name.
The Mavericks are being slowly...
I love what Ronaldinho was my favorite player to watch. I'll still argue he's the greatest dribbler ever.
Of course.
How much I loved that Maverick type player. However, modern football now is more athleticism than ever. Unfortunately, I don't want it to be that way. Yeah. I want the Shirkies and the Kochers and the Ronaldinhos and the Kakas and the Zidans and the Ben Arthurs and the Janolas and with Rob Burns. I want them players to come back
just
into
gotta put 'em
fashion.
on.
But right now, how many dribblers actually exist? Like Dembele is not a dribbler. He's pace, he's speed, he's athleticism. Doku has got good feet, but mostly he's pace. The only dribbler really I can think of is Kvaratskhelia at PSG and potentially Shirky, and maybe ever so slightly like Bradley Barcola also at PSG is a bit of a dribbler, less athleticism. Now football is athleticism. Now I'm not saying that should go against Volta, but if you're going to play Volta, I believe you've got to surround him with athleticism because he can then show his natural quality. So when Bellingham first joined Real Madrid, he played as a false nine, but almost played without a striker. And when they got the ball, the two wingers who were in the 4-3-3 with Bellingham as a false nine, came in as two strikers, and Bellingham then became a 10. I'm not saying that might be the answer for Voltemade, because I'd love to see him as a number 9. I'd love to see him as number 9 alongside another striker. But
you just mentioned a player that's not fast like Bellingham that thinks the game is a proper footballer, and all of a sudden there's no new ones. Yeah. So it's a team problem, man. It's not one.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. It's a team problem.
I agree with Geordie. Dan doesn't think fast enough. He was thinking. His thinking almost got us the bloody goal that Missa couldn't finish his dinner. Even Wissa didn't even know what hit him. That was so fast. So again, a little double standards here. But I'll give you guys. I'll let you go on this one. Like I'll change to the next subject. I don't want to keep thrashing you with this subject here. And DX, of course, he's shaking his head at me. Listen, man.
I'm not shaking my head.
You were a little 2 minutes ago.
I'm shaking my head.
Well, I didn't agree with the Harry Kane, but anyway, that's a different thing. I just didn't.
So I'm just saying, man. Sometimes you just gotta take an L. And Jamie, shame on you, man. I thought you were different. I thought you were built different, but never mind.
I still think Voltemade.
I like Woltemade. He just needs another striker.
I hate for you to hate him. I hate for you guys to hate him if you like him.
He'd be a great number 10. I think you're too defensive about Voltemade a little bit.
No, I am a fair person. That's
like,
it. I'm just trying to be fair.
Yeah, but I think sometimes
your bonnet, you're
a bit like me with Lewis Hall. Like I admit that, I sometimes get a bit over defensive, and you do with him.
No. I haven't even talked about Woltemade until the media decided to attack him.
Mighty Wyn with Dan Burn. We all have our favourites.
No. Don't put me in that category.
Jamie with Fab.
Yeah.
No. It don't work like that. No. I didn't even mention Woltemade until the media destroyed him. The media decided to go at it. All I'm saying is give him time. Now we got a lot of comments to go through, but also quickly, maybe 5 minutes or so to discuss Shola Ameobi not reading the room, quoted by the Chronicle here, who are clickbaity, of course, but you can't quote unless it's true. I mean, that's just the bottom line. Unless you wouldn't be in trouble. He says he's analyzed the whole league, right? He's analyzed the whole league. Even though we're sitting 14th, Shola claims that ultimately it's been a good season. Now, Shola Ameobi is, the Macam Slayer. The Macam Slayer, he's been of course he's Nigerian, but he brought up in Newcastle. He's a Geordie. His brother, I think his brother was better, but, anyway.
You can't say Sammy was better than Shola.
No.
Hey, man, Sammy. And let me tell you, overall, Shola only played good against the Macos, man. And trust me, we always got beat by them.
Championship, he had a great season. Sammy couldn't even do it. Sammy couldn't even do it in the championship.
I don't count that. I'm talking about skill wise. I don't know. Hey, listen, I think that what's my boy's name? Chopra is better than Shola Ameobi, but Shola Ameobi always played. So Chopra better than Ameobi. But if you don't agree with that, DX, me and you had to part ways.
But he never scored goals in the Premier League. He was champion.
No, but I'm talking about skills wise, man. That's what I'm talking about. Skills. Chopra, who is I think he's Indian descent. I think probably the only Indian that played for us. Well, he's a Geordie, of course, but Indian descent.
Good lower league.
His dad's Indian. Goes for flat. Minty.
There you go. So he's proper Indian. So you can say he's like what, the only Indian Geordie we ever had play for us. Maybe I can't think of any other one.
I think he was the first Asian player to play in the
Asian
Premier
could
League.
be as well. Yeah, that's right. So proper and he played. No, don't put in Gosford into this, man. Gosford got nothing to do with this. This is Newcastle. So great, and he had more skills than Ameobi. No, that's fine, but it's irrelevant to this guy. He's a Geordie. Just don't try to put in Gosford into everything, man. It's not, what's the point?
It's where he's from.
I tried Gosford. I tried Asian food in Gosford, and it wasn't any good.
The same street, the same everything as Alan Shearer.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Yeah.
And twice.
Well, he was decent.
They both played on the same bit of green grass.
Oh man. But he was good, but he didn't even sniff the grass. Do you agree with that, Wyn?
Because
you agree with me?
Robson wouldn't pick him because Shola made his way through the ends better than Chopra did because he was 6 foot tall.
Right, there you go.
But also, Chopra got the game.
He did play for Sunderland. He did play in the Premier League for Sunderland.
Yeah, but that's before. No, but that's after that though.
Yeah,
to his credit.
He also purposely passed when he should have shot against Newcastle.
Exactly. To his credit.
To be fair to Chopra.
No, but he scored. To be fair, he scored a lot of goals for them though. He scored a lot of goals for
Sunderland. Not for Sunderland.
Yeah, I'm saying he didn't get a game for us, man.
No, for us he didn't, of course. Now, again.
I had a game once, right? I used to play football with his cousin, with hi to Jay if he's listening. And we were having
name drop
kick about and we were warming up and Michael came down to see Jay and the other team was looking at him. He was in like a tracksuit and stuff. And they were like, he's not playing. You're not having him in as a ringer. And we're like, it's all right. He's just come down to say hello. And then I said to Jay, any chance we can get 10 minutes out of him at the end? But he didn't want to know.
Right. So let me give you the quote so we can touch on this because we got comments to do before we go. He says, ultimately, you can't win every season. Same old Cappy Clapping excuses. Every competition is difficult to continue to win it. Everyone's getting better around you. Man. Ultimately, we've been in a lot of competitions this year. Champions League, traveling, all those things can affect the team. Obviously, injuries as well have a big impact. On paper, it might not look like we're where we want to be, but ultimately, it's been a good season. Farthest we've been in Europe. Man, I literally want to lose my mind, which is a massive achievement, he says. So, Wyn, I'm assuming you're going to agree with him, which is fine because you always do.
I think he's used every possible excuse there. Injuries, too many games, this guy.
Yeah, man, come on. Farthest we've been in Champions League group stages, man. Just because we break our own records don't mean that it's been some massive. Jamie, come on, man. You can't even defend this.
We've got knocked out the cup competitions by two of the biggest teams in Europe. End of.
The cups are okay.
I was kind of waiting there for some kind of context whereby he'd been misquoted or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or, and those quotes are just mind-boggling, aren't they?
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
Like, as you said, it's every excuse in the book. Yeah, we've had a lot of games. Yeah, Champions League was okay, but there's no way you can't say that this has been a terribly disappointing season.
Mm.
Yeah, we went out to big teams in the Cups. None of them were particularly shameful, but it might be controversial, but I would put the Man City FA Cup game down as one of the most disappointing performances because once again, they took the lead and it was a Man City second 11, wasn't it? They made something like 10 changes. And that was a great chance to kick on in the FA Cup. I guess they played Liverpool next, didn't they? But it's been blow after blow this season, and I don't know how you can dress it up like that. Like I say, I was waiting for him to have been taken out of context.
Yeah,
he's in a tough position when he works for the club.
No. But he doesn't have to go that extra mile, though, Kev. He doesn't have to go that. It's been a good season. Actually, it's been come on, man.
I agree. It's not true, but I mean, again, he works for the club and he's not the manager. So, like, how can come out and say it's not been a good season, and the players can come out and say it, but like, he is literally going to walk back into work tomorrow after. I mean, I know he's not going to slag him off, and he could have just said it hasn't been great. Of course, it hasn't. We want to get better, but he's probably being put on the spot and thinking, well, I can't possibly stand here and criticise. It'll be all over.
No, he doesn't have to criticise.
He probably regrets his decision and what he said. He probably
and the cherry on top. I didn't even tell you about this one. The cherry on top, but Jamie just passed out in the hotel with no No help. He says there's still games left. Let's see where the team finishes at the end of the season. Come on, man. You got. I mean, it is criminal, and we can all agree on this. I don't buy the Geordie, the Geordie, but this is not a Geordie answer, man. Come on, man. This is not, because you're taking the piss, man. Any fan that's listening to this, it's like, yo, it's criminal.
Chris, just a sec. Can I just contrast that? Because, Kev, you're saying about going into work. This is what Bruno said on his Instagram after
different for a player.
There you go.
We know we haven't been good enough this season, and that's something that really frustrates us and something we should have improved a long time ago. 4 games left for us to finish as best as possible.
He's had time to think. He's had time to think about it. He's had time to post it. Shola's a loan manager. Bruno's the captain of the club. Like, Bruno has a little bit more clout to kind of come out and say things.
Eddie Howe can't drop Shola.
I guess I was wrong there.
No, I mean, exactly. I mean, you're not going to tell me though.
Shola's probably sat there now thinking, why on earth did I say that? What an idiot response.
Well, he probably doesn't want to get sacked anyway.
He probably just thought, oh, Christ, panic, answer, been a good season, and then walked away and thought, what have I just said there? Like, he probably would agree with it. If you could get him on here now, he'd probably say like, it hasn't been a
He wouldn't come.
I just said it because of this, and this. He was watching me play paddle a couple of weeks ago, Shola.
Do you think that
he's always there?
Had a good convo with him, He's always at the paddle.
All I'm thinking, look, forget the American fan, forget the new fan, forget the plastic, forget all that. I'm thinking of the old, not Wyn, by the way, he's knackered, but an old fan sitting in his rocking chair, drinking a bottle of brew, listening or watching or reading that stuff. He's seething right now.
Yeah, he probably thinks what an idiot and moves on with his life, probably.
Yeah. Well, Kevin, he's Shola's that self-aware that he would walk away and go, "Oh God, I shouldn't have said that."
he probably didn't want to. Yeah, he probably didn't want to comment, but he's then thought, "Oh, I'll try or whatever." But then, like, it's difficult. Like, Bruno's, I'm not defending the comment. Like, it's a stupid comment. I completely agree.
But he doesn't have to.
We've got to put it into context in terms of his position at the club. Who pays him?
No. Because he could have said it's been a challenging season. I think you could be right in the sense that he's looking after him. Well, you don't think you said that, but I think he's looking after himself because he doesn't want any attention to him right now because he knows if you judge him as a loan manager, I mean, it's incredible. Now he's created attention for him right now, so I'm not sure that it worked. Jim, you want to have last words on that before we go to comments?
I think that you can be like euphemistic, can't you? He doesn't have to say this system's been a gigantic. This season has been a gigantic rolling bin fire, and if I see Eddie Howe, I'm going to kick him in the shit box tomorrow. You've just got to say, you've got to use words like we'd have hoped for better, and it's been disappointing, and everybody would have thought we could have done something, and then you can caveat that with saying we did all right in the Champions League, maybe, but you can't. Whittle on people's head and tell them it's raining, right, kids?
I agree.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Wyn agrees with him, so she's not going to comment on everything. Wyn you agree.
Pile on Wyn, I'll take it all, man. Pile on Wyn, I'll take it all. It's not a problem.
Do you agree with Shola, yes or no?
This season has been a disaster. Let's all agree that.
Do you agree with Shola, yes or no? That's the question.
Of course I don't agree with Shola.
There you go.
That's a start.
There you go.
Good job.
In your recovery, my friend.
There you go. I tell you what, let's go with the comments because we got to go. We're running late. Sefton Mag, can you do a shout out for our 31st wedding anniversary tomorrow? My darling wife is a Liverpool fan. And so, but anyway, well, at least somebody's done some winning in the household. But shout out to you, mate. Appreciate you very much. And of course, congrats to you and your wife and your 31st, man. That's whew. Wyn could only wish. Wyn could only wish it lasted that long.
Some of us can't get a text back. 31 years married.
We are knackered.
Knackered, man.
Over 17, that's it.
Wyn's got 31st anniversary coming up with the. Yeah, Wyn's got his 31st anniversary with the Thai Girls Club coming up. He's going to be celebrating, in style, man. In style. Gary says, if you're a Liverpool fan, if you're a Liverpool fan, you'd expect the challenge for a title or on money they spend. In squad, they have chalk and cheese compared to Newcastle.
I'd
RSL
expect a challenge for the mission to Mars on the money they've spent.
Wyn still frightened of Germans due to the war, says, so that's why he doesn't he doesn't get.
What are you talking about? We'll whop them.
And by the way, he should be backing. He speaks German. He likes Germany and all that crap. And he doesn't back Woltemade. It's shameful, man. Shameful.
I'll back Woltemade all day long, but not as a striker.
Yeah, it's a midfielder. I understand.
As a number 10.
Adds, if we sell Woltemade, it would be the biggest mistake. But if Eddie is still here, he would probably swap him for the lap. Then we are well and truly screwed, says Ads. Gary says, Isaac is to Newcastle what Kane was to Spurs. Look what's happened to them since he left. They never recovered. You can't deny influence top strikers have on a team's season. Well, he's knackered too, so I don't know. Maybe the influence was mutual. Can I believe people giving Eddie praise for bringing Walter on? He literally had no choice when Bruno was knackered because he was playing our CMs as a right back and left wing and Nana on the bench. Something going on with Lewis Hall, by the way. What's going on there? I don't know. David Beach, Pope only 34. We can easily get another 6 years out of Oh, man. That's the fans. Ironic comments. Becca, my dad had full-on rant on the phone today about Eddie. I was at work, too. It was X-rated language, and he was Eddie's biggest fan. When
we can't hear it.
Yeah. Brian Penny, go in the stadium and feel the noise at Howe. Michael, we've learned a lot about the players this season. Stick with Eddie, and we will push top 6 next season. Niall, Wyn can't defend mediocrity. Another question from Tony says, new manager, how many of our players are salvageable? Either right wings.
Good question.
Well, I think they're all salvageable. It's just they're all having a bad season.
On Saturday we may just have seen a Shola tried on the right wing, which I think I would like to see.
It would have been decent, but there you go. Ads, club needs its identity back after this awful season. Eddie's time is coming to an end, and the club will finally wake up from this slumber. Still bad dad. We never had the money 25 years ago the way we have now. Comparing
yes,
when you guys go compare.
We did.
Well, yeah, but we did one.
We had a world record, transfer.
Still the only British club to break the world record.
Yeah, but when you compare him to Souness, when you compare him to Hughes, who, by the way,
Souness spent a lot of money, by the way. Emery, Michael almost
250 million, man.
We're still spending money under them all.
Hey, nobody cares. My shout out to Hughes, Houghton. Sorry, Hughes or Houghton. Houghton does, I think, beaten cancer. If I'm not mistaken, and he had cancer and he's beating it. So shout out, and he actually did proper. My favorite at the time was we finished 6th. I forgot his name now. Pardew, but he was definitely another good manager as well. So anyway, one more for Sean. However, we have to recruit carefully now. Leave all the Prem players due to cost and wages. Go to players from SA. Is that Saudi?
South America.
Oh, Syria. Yeah, there you go. South America.
We've sent to Saudi Arabia for 50 million. I mean, everyone.
And by the way, it almost feels like this feels like the 1800s where we could say, well, I say we, but you guys could say we invented football. Let's just buy here. Although nobody could buy any place at the time. But like, come on, man, it's Europe, the best league, the best continent in the world. There's great players all over the place, man. Not just in the Premier League. So we agree on that. Finally, me and Jamie come to an agreement after a very problematic evening that we've had. Lee Dickinson there says Howe has been out of his depth this season. The players are not playing for him because of his lack of tactical nous. The sooner he goes, the better we will become. Last but not least, Hurricane, no mobility, would be scoring 30 goals for us, but Woltemade's mobility is the issue. The issue? There you go. There you go, Lanier. Is that how you say your name?
Pins all over the pitch.
And just before we go, Wazza, thank you for your super chat. Ads K, thank you for your super chat.
Thank you very much.
Tony T and the Crumpet Blowers, thank you for your super chat.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll see you on the next one, folks. Highway the lads. Take care. Back tomorrow, of course.
Highway the lads.
For now.
Keep the faith. Keep the faith.